Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. Ah, no, and good morning, Kronos. What I did was I had to plug it in, unplug it, plug it back in, do a couple things. Anyhow, I'm back. Well, it's back, so I am here. So I didn't even bother to send anything out because I'm going, let's see here. Yeah, I could send messages out that I'm going on, but I'm not on. So until I was actually on, I thought, oh, screw it. I'll wait. And I wasn't that late. I was a couple minutes late. I know, my bad. I try to always start on time, but you know what? Sometimes things happen. And good morning, just another red shirt. What's going on this morning? So let's see here. Oh, the hell with it. I'll just go ahead and send the link out in the chat because at least somebody's here that will come on the panel. Um, color code right now is yellow, Kronos, and I was having some issues, so I didn't even bother. See, what I do is I try to get things set up and everything working. Then I go in and take my medicine, and it's like I was having issues. I thought, oh, yeah, okay, got those fixed. Then I got on because I was already late. So, and good morning, Aberjam. Ah, Cronus slept well. Well, that's good to hear. That's actually surprise. Actually, I'm sorry, but it is. Uh, let's see here. Who's backstage? Just another red shirt. Good morning.
Good morning, Captain.
How are you doing?
Tired. I haven't slept yet. I don't think I'm going to last very long. I'm going to wind up crashing pretty hard here at some point. But I figured I'd jump on since I was still awake.
I'm glad you were able to. So, how have you been?
Well, it's been difficult to sleep for several days. I've still been working, but rather distracted. Seems like,
Yeah,
yeah,
distracted. Distracted usually is not good. So,
yeah. I wish I could say I was great, but right now I can't say that. So,
well, you know what? That's honest. I'd rather hear that than bullshit.
mm,
I don't know. Maybe I'm just weird that way.
no, I don't need any smoke blowing up on my skirt either. So no, I'd rather just lay it out. Yeah, it's been a roller coaster here for a while, and I don't know. Crash like bird. How does bird crash? Kronos.
Oh God. Oh my God. Let me put it this way. Most of Bird's crushes are pretty epic. They I'm not sure how he can crush as well as he does, but yay, Everyone has a talent. And good morning, Slugger.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing okay. How are you?
Oh, yeah, I didn't sleep for crap last night either, so I was laying in bed on the phone for, you know, roll over and go, oh, and I saw you over on the soup. You're like, oh, I
I
see you're
woke.
not sleeping either.
Yeah, woke up, got in chat. So he, yeah, sent me the link. I got on for a little bit, and yeah, but I had to go back to bed because it's like, hey, I gotta do this. I got a show to do, so hey, I gotta. So then yeah, I wake up. I actually woke up early today, believe it or not. So yeah, no. The funny thing is, yeah, I know this is just for fun, but I actually try to take it seriously at the same time. So I try to make sure everything's all set up and everything works, and before I even bother getting on. So I haven't. Not only have I not taken my uh, medicine, I haven't even had coffee yet.
Well, you better go get on that.
Okay, now that I've got a couple people on, you can talk to.
What's going on, Crone Toes? Oof, that was disturbing.
I don't think that's me.
No, I'm pretty sure that's our good friend Cap Track.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, average jam. Yeah, ouch, no doubt.
Uh huh.
When you have headphones sealed to your head,
Yeah.
not a great time to have that going on.
Yeah. Second only to feedback. Ow.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Breakfast cereal with cheese. Huh,
That sounded more like a building coming down.
yeah, kind of. I just realized this morning I haven't eaten really anything in the last 3 days. I made some ramen.
Carb loading.
Yeah, just throw some of that in your stomach. Soak up whatever you've been drinking.
Yep.
Slugger with a lisp. Yeah. Well, as long as he doesn't call me asshole, I'm fine with it. What's going on in your neck of the woods there, Red Shirt?
Well, let's see. It's
Oh,
supposed. We're liable to get snow here Sunday,
Oh, yeah?
and this is Central Texas, so nobody here knows what to do when it snows.
Right.
And I live on a country road, which is interesting to drive on when I can see where I'm going and where the potholes are. Driving this in snow would just be like, nah, I'm staying home.
Right.
So I may be housebound on Sunday. We may have to get out tomorrow and do something.
Yeah. When I was working for this company up in Fergus, we had a satellite place in Corbin, Kentucky,
Mm-hmm.
Well, they had 2 inches of snow one day. And, a couple of the guys that had moved down there, they'd moved down there from Minnesota, and, they, they, they took off and they went to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody was there.
Right.
Everything is shut down. Not a school was open. Everything is just completely closed.
And they're like,
where is everybody?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that was them because, 2 inches of snow. Well, that's nothing.
right. Yeah, I lived for 35 years in Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah.
2 inches of snow is, let's just make sure there's no ice under it and we're good to go.
Right. And that's just so you don't slip and fall down and break your arm.
Right.
Or a hip.
Exactly.
But I did call the other day, Cap. You'll be proud of me. I'm going to go in and get evaluated again, and
Awesome.
I'm going to get this goddamn thing fixed. It's just when you can't roll over in bed, there's something wrong.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That would be true. Oh, great. I gotta wait for coffee.
Oh, you didn't make any coffee.
No,
Ah.
I set it up, but I forgot to turn it on.
Ah.
That's
Well, it'll
what
happen.
happens.
I don't think I've had a cup of coffee in probably going on 4 years now.
No, that'll never happen to me. Well, until after I'm dead. How long's it been since he had a cup of coffee? Well, let's see here. He died 4 years ago today.
All right.
So that's it, 4 years.
Well, we can always pour coffee on your grave, I guess. But I wouldn't use hot coffee because that'll just kill the grass.
True.
No, I used to get caffeine headaches. So I gave up caffeine, basically. Sometimes you can't, get away from it. But how do you keep awake? I don't need caffeine to stay awake, buddy. Just don't need it.
I wish I could say I didn't, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'd function.
I'm kind of a tightly wound spring, so when if I was to drink a cup of coffee, you guys would be like, "Get the fuck out of here! Shut your stuff down and get out of here." Yeah, I'd be bouncing off walls. As much as an old fat guy with a bad hip could bounce around. Right?
Oh, God. Well, at least you're going to get it looked at. That's the good thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's gotten to the point where, if it keeps you up all damn night, yeah, that's just no good.
No.
And I had been sleeping really well ever since the last full moon. It's been just insane. I could sleep like the dead, but now, like last night, should I roll over and I'd turn on a YouTube video, and I shut everything back off again. I roll over and see if anybody was on the soup. Oh yeah, there's Cap Trek and Resolute Germ and Eli. But it was like, oh, just stare off into the nothingness that is my bedroom. Not too much later, I am going to jump in the shower and head up to that meat market I was telling you about the other day.
Cool.
Was it yesterday or the day before? Yeah. I just have to. You can't get decent cuts of meats anywhere else.
No.
I mean, there's one grocery store, in Fergus where you can get, pretty good meat, but they want an arm and a leg and part of your thigh and
Your firstborn child.
right.
Yeah.
At least if I go to the locker plant and I overspend on meat, yeah, I can deal with that. It's going to a grocery store and you can't even buy what a pack of hamburger for less than $15-20. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, first thing I do when I've gone to the grocery store, and with everything that's been going on, this hasn't happened in a while. But I look for anything with a discount on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, okay, cool.
But that reminds me of Ed Asner on Cobra Kai. If they when they have this label on here, this meat is rotten, right? Well, it's not rotten. It's just gonna be very soon. You can always cook the stuff up and throw it in the fridge.
Yep, exactly.
Or I've been kind of spoiled for the last 5 years. I bought myself a nice vacuum sealer. So a lot of times, you get chicken that's on the verge and throw it in a seal-a-meal bag and seal it off and throw it in the freezer.
Exactly.
Yep.
Oh, I had one of those before. It finally
Coronas.
died.
Coronas. Some year I'd like to see it. Well, I tell you what, if you haven't seen it by now, it's not a spoiler.
Mm.
Maybe last week's episode, but
Yeah.
oh my God, this phone is going to drive me crazy.
Why?
Oh, I don't. It wants to give me all these notifications, and most of it's like, well, it's all randomness at its finest. Are you on that group?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're. Oh, Moira has been doing a little texting. So.
I have wait a minute, randomness at its finest. No, I don't think I'm on that group. Thank God.
Oh, well, when they get going, it's like message after message after message. They just get nuts.
Now, are you talking Twitter or are you talking Discord?
Yeah, it's a Twitter. It's a Twitter account.
Okay.
JJ signed me up on it. And
Yeah. Yep. No, I've not been invited. So
well, it was less an invite, more like a hanging out to dry situation. Here, you're in our Twitter group now. Okay.
ah. Yeah.
Oh, and you know what we were talking about last night
Yes.
about you about a question of Trek.
Yep.
Here's my idea. I'm thinking if you're captain, you know, if and hopefully it's still that chick that you had last week. But if your captain wants to trade us out, you know, I'll be fine with it. But I'm thinking if she wants to keep you, I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna jump up and get in anybody's way. That's kind of where I'm at with that, right? You know, that's what I've been thinking about. And I don't remember her name.
No, I don't either. I'm horrible with names.
Hmm.
Anyhow. So
Well, and you know, I've seen her online. Oh, at least half a dozen to a dozen times. It's not like she's not around. But yeah,
yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know. Oh God. Okay. At least I have coffee now.
well, that's good.
Finally.
You're on your way.
Yeah. 25 minutes into the morning brew, and
You finally got some brew.
I finally have some brew. Thank God.
Captain, I think I'm going to try and crash. I'm going to see if I can
Okay.
get some sleep.
Well, I'm glad that you got on at least. Thank you.
Good,
Yeah,
good
no.
luck with the sleep, buddy.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Good
and
luck.
I'll warn you, Captain. About the only time I'm likely to be on the morning brew is if I haven't been to bed yet. Because 5 o'clock in the morning, if I'm awake, it's an emergency usually.
Right.
All right,
You dialing
gentlemen.
911.
Probably somebody should be. All right. So long, Kronos, Light Fluger, Cap
Night.
Trek, and I will see you guys later.
Yep.
Oh, well. Oh, so let's see here. I've got somebody backstage. I haven't even had a chance to.
Uh-oh.
Okay. It's Aberjam.
Yeah, jam.
Hello, how's the signal?
Going pretty good so far. What's up?
Good morning, gentlemen. Just thought I'd bring another sausage to the party. There we go. And Kronos, in reply to your Nicole comment, he paid her to do that. Now, if you look at Drunk 3PO, not only did he not pay Gina Carano to come on his channel, he practically ice-shagged him live on stream. Now that's class. You can't beat a cup of coffee. I feel sorry for anyone who's had to give it up.
As do I.
Well, yeah, and the other thing with me is I have bad hypertension.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like, yeah, it's it's not good for me, believe me.
No.
Every time I'm trying to get Joe Biden as president.
Oh, that's that brings up another topic that we're not going to discuss.
I thought about it all night long, and it's like, oh, I know he doesn't want to talk about it.
Well, since we've had an absolute crackdown in authoritarianism. We're not going to be talking about that because, well, sorry, I don't want to strike.
No, and I don't want you to have one.
It's like I saw that. I'm like, okay, that topic's off the table.
Yeah. The purge is coming, as they say.
So it's like, let's see here, automatic strike. Yeah, fuck that. So that's why when I was, I had an internet problem yesterday. I'm going, oh fuck! Please don't let anybody have said anything stupid.
Yeah. Kronos is happy about the incoming administration. He loves getting spanked by old ladies.
Yeah, yes, he does. Well, he does. It doesn't matter to him, old, young. He'll.
Yeah. Well, he is an old lady.
I didn't say it, Kronos.
And yeah, just to reiterate for Kronos, who apparently didn't hear me the first time, Bird paid Nicole to come on his channel. Drunk 3PO not only didn't pay Gina Carano to go on his channel, she practically eye-humped him the whole time she was on.
Oh, you
Lucky bastard. Oh, it was sarcasm. Kronos, I'm British. I don't do sarcasm.
Oh, bullshit. See, that's the thing. British are known for being proper and being polite, and that's all bullshit. I know at least a few people who are British who are neither proper nor polite.
It's one of the great divides between Britland and America. Is that Brits have a much deeper understanding and love for both sarcasm and irony, where Americans tend to be a little bit more straight-laced in their humor.
This is true.
But one thing I've noticed is American nerds get it. American nerds understand British humor and have a great love for it. Sorry, go on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, but the general American populace don't tend to get a lot of our humor because of the sarcasm and irony. I mean, a great example, Alanis Morissette wrote a song called Ironic. And the only ironic thing about that song is all of her examples of irony were not ironic.
Yeah.
10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife. That's not irony, that's just bad planning. Win the lottery and die the next day. It's not irony, that's just tragedy. That woman had no clue. It's a good song, though. I like the song.
Well, you said nerds as far as getting it. And considering the programming that has come out from Britain that the nerds have liked, it's understandable. One of the big ones before was Benny Hill. Most people in America are going, okay, huh?
I think the British government should mandate for every British household to have a little bald guy whose head we can slap.
Yeah. Well, but there's nothing funnier than Monty Python.
That was going to be another example I used. Yes.
Yeah.
Python took about 20 years to take off. Nobody got it when it first came out, not even the Brits.
Really?
And it didn't really garner a following for about 20 years until they started re-showing it on terrestrial TV.
Well, that happens over here all the time.
Yeah, it was
shows
that far ahead of its time.
shows don't do anything when they first come out, and then once it's in syndication, then they take off. I mean, look at Star Trek.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, it failed. It failed twice before they canceled it. So,
And, well, the thing is, there was the write-in that actually did keep the
oh right,
cancellation from going through. So
yeah.
there was enough of an audience that allowed for another season. But yeah, it wasn't.
Sorry.
So we can thank the fans of the original series for episodes like Spock's Brain and The Enemy Within.
Some of the greats. Sorry, I wasn't laughing. I wasn't laughing at you before, Cap. It was Kronos, where he comments, "Yeah, some things take some time to take off." And I was just thinking of Bird and Nicole again.
God.
Kronos is just knocking them straight at my bat, man. And I'm hitting them for 6.
Let's see here. The Young Ones.
The
Great 80s
one,
comedy. Way too controversial now, though.
baby, we're the young ones. The young. Anyone who's never heard of Rick, Neil, Vivian, and OBT and Mike. Yes, OBT is a young one. He's not just a hamster.
Yeah.
He's part of the team. Anyone who's not heard of them is really sorely missing out. If you haven't seen the young ones, check it out. I'm sure you'll find plenty of clips on YouTube.
Well, I'm sure there are plenty out there. But yeah, go ahead and check it out. It's always good idea to check out different things. We encourage that.
Yeah. Look for the laxatives clip. That's one of my favorite scenes. Rick, who's like this young anarchist poet who feels like he's misunderstood, thinks the housemates are all ganging up on him, so he decides to kill himself, and he's just shoveling all these pills down his throat. And Neil turns to Vivian and says, "Vivian, is it like possible to kill yourself with like laxatives?" And Vivian says, "I don't know, but it's going to be fun finding out."
God. Oh my God, how disgusting and funny.
I don't remember the N word in it, but I can certainly imagine that they used it. Yeah, Young Ones is classic, man. And by the way, I finally figured out after about 30 years that OBG stands for horrible bloody gerbil.
Yeah. Well, I hadn't known that.
Well, I didn't need to know that. So.
Yeah, no, it's not the meaning of OBGYN. That's something totally different.
Oh, that's a different bloody gerbil, huh?
Yeah. No, OBG was the name of Vivian's hamster. Vivian was the punk of the group.
Ah.
I'm not really big into British UK television. I think the last show I kind of liked was their version of Being Human.
I quite liked the British version of Being. Well, I didn't see the American version, so I've nothing to compare it to. But
right,
I quite liked the British version.
Well, the American version is Canadian.
Okay, so it'll have some sort of British roots in it then.
right.
It's made in America, but it was made in Canada. They're kind of like an offshoot, right?
Canada,
It's going to be more of a mix of American and British humor. Yeah.
So it's about a dead moose, a dead beaver, and a dead seal, eh?
Yeah. Oh God, you're gonna get hit by several people, but hey.
I love Canadians, and I especially love making fun of them. Canadians are our distant cousins, man.
Of
Like,
course they are.
if there's any ally we have in the cultural clash with America, it's our Canadian cousins. Americans, just a bunch of colonialists. You guys are the rejects that Britain didn't want.
Not
I thought that was
entirely
the
true.
Australians.
No, the Australians are the Crims. Australia's where we sent all our hookers, thieves, and Democrats.
There you go.
Oh my.
Sorry, can't resist. I couldn't resist, Kappas. I'm trying not to get you struck down.
Oh yes. Well, you do have to keep in mind that politics are different in any country. So
Yeah.
this was against British, not
Yes.
American.
Yes, we're talking exclusively British politics and British Democrats.
They are definitely a different thing, but unfortunately, the idiots. I mean, the overlords at Twitter, / Google / whatever the hell it's called, Alphabet. Yeah. I find it funny. Let me ask this: is this ironic? The parent company of Google is Alphabet, and of course, everyone uses the well, not everyone, but many people use the term alphabet community to cover the LBGTQT, whatever the fuck all the letters are now. Because nobody remembers them anymore. It's like, really? So it's easier to just say alphabet community. Alphabet, the company, is very heavy-handed with its openness of opinion on anything. And yet the alphabet community, as people have come to know the and I'm going to say gay community because it's easier, is supposed to be very inclusive.
Well, it's an individual thing, right? It's like every group has its exceptions to the rule because every group is made of individuals. So you're going to get loony righties and sensible lefties as much as you're going to get sensible righties and loony lefties. And it's the same with, your alphabet community. There are some that are just going to be like screeching, loony, insecure weirdos, and then there are some that have got really good, sensible heads about them. I mean, an example I'll give is Blair White. I don't think any of you guys know Blair White. She's a male to female transsexual, and she's got a pretty good head on her shoulders. Now, she is from Cali. She's a Valley girl, so she still does have that kind of Valley in her.
Right.
But compared to a lot of her peers, she's a very level-headed, sensible gal. She's not one of these screaming, emotionally driven weirdos. So, yeah. But, yeah, as a general rule, I would say, and a lot of this, I think it's because a lot of these liberal movements, both politically and socially, they come from more creative types, and people with more creative brains tend to be more expressive and more emotional, which is why we see a lot more of what we would call this irrational behavior coming from the liberal side, because they sort of all lean in the same direction because they all have that kind of common ground of creative emotional expression. I'm not trying to take a dig at them.
No, I'm
I
reading
could if I wanted to. There are plenty of other times where I'll rip a shred out of them, but for the purpose of this particular conversation, I'm just trying to, give some insight into why we have this kind of political tribalism and social tribalism. it's because people with like-mindedness tend to flock together. And as I say, with a more creative, liberal, emotional-driven brain, which I think is the right side of the brain, you'll tend to see those kinds of people all go together and express the same kind of views. And the same with the more conservative mind, the more kind of logical, mathematical, kind of analytical mind, you'll tend to see a lot of people like that grouped together over their commonality.
We should say hi to LDG and Dave G Sound.
That is very true. I'm very sorry.
LDG's new nickname for today, Liberal Do-Gooder.
There you go.
And let's see here. Hey, LDG, what's going on? And DG Sound, it's a pleasure to see you as always. But, I did think of a, let's see here. Let me find that file that I kept it under. I think I'll try that one. I didn't. Lovely. I hope I kept it because it was actually a good one. It's one that might actually get me kicked off, but hey, who cares?
We don't want you kicked off.
Kicked, maybe, but not off.
Well,
as I told you before, Kronos, I'm not on fire. It's just a rash I picked up from Anita Sarkeesian.
Well, see, I finally figured out the actual acronym for BLM.
Bloody liberal movement.
No. Berserk Liberal Malcontent.
There you go. That's a good one. Better than mine.
So that is my controversial topic for the day.
Nice. Yeah, I'd put my 2 cents in, but I don't want our illustrious, the algorithms to come and take us away.
I think at this point, it's not even going to matter what you say or do. They're just going to have everything logged, and they're going to have a list of channels that they're going to purge. They're just going to get down through the list,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, a certain very important person was removed from certain media platforms all in one go yesterday.
Yep.
And also another popular independent, shall we say, platform for expressing one's opinions was removed from all of the various app stores yesterday. For those of you not quite sure what I'm talking about, it's similar to Twitter, and it's named after a French word that means to speak.
Which I find interesting.
Through the filters. Sorry, Cap, go on.
The platform you're talking about, which is named after a French term meaning to speak. Let's absolutely cut that down because sure, why not?
And we're just going to see this more and more over the next 4 years. All of these.
Well, at least over the next 2 years, because.
If you think he's bad, she's going to be even worse.
Well, you see,
if you're saying 2 years, I think you're being generous. I'm giving it 6 months.
The reason I say 2 years is because between now and then there will be another election, a midterm election. So there will be senators that Congress will be partially replaced or not, and it could there could be the balance could fall the other way. Who knows? So the power that is going on today, or when the actual when is the transition? The 15th, I believe.
The 20th.
20th. I'm sorry, the 20th.
After
So
the ballot.
on the 20th is when the shit hits the fan. But until then, things are still relatively abnormal. But then again, things have been a little abnormal for a while. Now, this is where I will take a stand because fuck everything. Because I'm tired of the fucking masks. I'm tired of the fucking shutdowns. Yeah, because it's worked so far, hadn't it? Yeah, sure. Because if the lockdowns were working, there would be zero spread.
I honestly don't see any way out of the current, what we would call social norm, this whole virus thing. I don't, at this point, I don't think we're ever going back to the way things were. We might get lockdown light for the rest of forever, but we're not going to be totally free and easy like we were 18 months ago.
No, we're not.
But
people are thinking things are going to change and things are going to get better.
No.
Better is a relative term. If people honestly think that things are going back to the old normal, no.
And if you think you're going to be visiting your relatives in Australia every 6 months, forget it. For at least the next 10 years, international travel is going to be the realm of the elite. The price hiking is going to be astronomical.
Yeah. And yes, Chronos, things are going to get worse. And yes, you're right, Aberjam. The prices are going to be astronomical because, like with the U.S., we have these stupid bailout checks coming.
Mm-hmm.
I am not one of the people who it supports them. I honestly think that they are stupid. Now, if we were going to have a let's open things up and send the checks out so that people have money to actually buy stuff. Okay, I get it. That would actually support the local economies.
Mm-hmm.
You would actually get cash into local businesses, which would then, they have to buy new merchandise because they've sold out of the old. That works.
Yeah.
Giving money to people who are out of work because of lockdowns, what are they going to do? They're going to buy online.
Mm-hmm.
Are these supporting local businesses? Fuck no. No. They're supporting their, what's the word I'm looking for? The conglomerate business, whatever, that is corporate America.
Mm-hmm.
And we should be going out and, supporting these other businesses that are, the local grocery, the local, whatever, little mom and pop shops that, really support the communities that really make America, and I'm going to say America because I'm in America, or any country, what it is. McDonald's is McDonald's basically wherever you go. Yes, there are variants in each country, but it's still a corporate business. And it's not run like a a small business. It's a large business. It's Walmart is Walmart. The names may change per country. It's still Walmart. So, why we're supporting these local, the global businesses over the local ones, it's really it's even making it even harder. And we can't support the local businesses because they're closed because of the fucking lockdowns. So
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
I say enough is enough.
I agree. And by my calculations, I'm about to start roboting, so I'm only one.
And right as he's saying this, he starts roboting.
Right on cue. All right, I'm going to call it quits. It was fun, yeah.
It went really bad just as you were saying it.
Yeah. And he lasted 50 minutes. That was amazing.
But yeah, how much of this check do you think people are going to spend at Amazon, and the rest will go to Walmart?
Yeah.
I
Exactly.
mean,
Amazon, Walmart, any other online companies that people use. Some might go to the what I can't remember what it's called, Apple TV or other.
Oh yeah.
They may choose to go with the alternatives to cable, but because a lot of them still have deals for a yearly contract. It's like, oh, wait a minute, I don't normally have X number of dollars. I think I'll go ahead and set it per year because I got, $600 here. Why not? And so, yeah, you'll have people using the money, no problem. But the way it's set, the way it's being done now, it's insane. You can't say it's really supporting the people, because it's not. It's making them dependent, which is exactly what they want.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And Kronos, who buys apples? Well, after seeing that episode of Discovery, I'm certainly not going to get a replicated one.
They're made out of our shit. What kind of a line is that in Star Trek? It's just sad.
That proves these idiots have no idea what Star Trek is about. Now, did we know that shit went into making things? Well, duh.
You better have known. They've had it. The replicators have been recycling waste for years.
They're because obviously, you see people putting their meals back in the replicator.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have food that is broken down and reused. You're going to have other things that are broken down and reused. So yes, waste of all kinds, including poop, gets reused. Did we need to have this as a line in a Star Trek episode? Well, since this shit is not actually Star Trek, except in name only, no. And no, I know my opinion is not exactly popular among everybody who listens to this program, and which is why I normally don't go on the topic. But I don't like New Trek. I don't. It was funny because what was it? I made a comment on one of Andy Trucker's videos because he was talking about basically what is New Trek and Brave New Worlds, whatever. And it's somebody commented that I'm obviously a fake fan.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Oh, trust me, I didn't exactly go quietly. But no, I'm not a fake fan. I like Trek. I liked everything from the original series to Enterprise. And yes, I would take that horrible nipple on the arm episode over the other garbage that Kurtzman has put out.
Well, a lot of people blame Kurtzman for a lot of things.
Yeah,
I just think he's like, I just kind of have the opinion that he doesn't watch the classroom very close.
No. Well, here's the reason he gets the blame. He's the head of it.
Oh yeah, he has his name all over it, and he has a ego bigger than my head. So yeah,
He has an ego bigger than your belly. But no, when your name is on the in the spotlight, and it's like, hey, this is Star Trek by yeah, you better have control of the writers. And this is either done by design or he has idiot writers. Either case, he needs to keep better control.
And I think all he did was found some young kids fresh out of college who like to write drama or soap opera, and he never actually said, well, here's a few copies of Star Trek here, I want you to watch this. It's just like, this is what we have to model it against, at least in some form. It doesn't, like, even Enterprise was different.
Oh, absolutely.
And DS9 was kind of, I don't know, if I remember correctly, they had some scathing reviews of DS9.
Oh yeah. And
I didn't really like it, the first couple of years I watched it. But it's about my favorite now, but it's kind of a toss-up between Enterprise and DS9. Because TNG is a little too tame, and Voyager is a little bit too
weird.
Yeah.
Voyager had its own issues. That yeah. Really, I think if anything, they looked at a few Voyager episodes and thought, oh, hey, this is a good idea.
Right.
If they saw any Star Trek, they had to have seen Voyager because, oh, dear God. I think I just had a realization. If they saw Star Trek, it had to be Voyager.
Yeah, it could be true. It could be true. Here's the very best of Star Trek, Voyager.
Oh, and we've got to include the Emmy Award-winning.
I can't remember the name of that show.
I can't think of it now. Yeah. But I always remember everybody saying the Emmy Award-winning because it did win an Emmy. Let's see here. I know it's on the tip of my tongue, and I just cannot think of it.
Somebody come up here and save us. Don't make us use the Google box.
I don't want to. I definitely don't want to Google it. Threshold. That's it.
There you go.
Threshold. I didn't have time to Google it, but the Emmy Award-winning episode of Voyager Threshold, which I'm sure is one of the ones they watched.
Well, yeah,
God
because
knows.
I suppose what they want to have is salamander babies, and my God.
You know, of all the things, there are things on Voyager I liked. I will say that. And there were characters I grew to like because they changed over the years. I never liked Neelix.
No,
I mean, there were moments that they had where the character was written well, but they were so few and far between. And I'm sorry, you know when what the hell? I don't remember the episode down again. But where they met species 8472 and Harry Kim became infected with this whatever the hell it was.
well, yeah.
Taking over his body. Yes, I was rooting for him to die and stay dead.
Poor Harry Kim. 7 years in the middle of nowhere and couldn't get a promotion.
And yes, I too kept expecting Neelix to try to sell secondhand anything, cars, whatever. I got an excellent deal. And in a way he did. Because he was the traitor.
Mm-hmm.
Traitor, not a traitor, like what's her name? The one who was secretly a Cardassian who was yeah. But no, he did trades for him. So yeah. In a way he was kind of a used car salesman. But it was benefiting the Voyager crew. So, yeah.
I see Fenrir Fire is here.
And good morning, Fenrir Fire.
And Admiral.
Good morning, Admiral.
Yes, Seska.
Yes, thank you, Admiral Seska. As I said, I'm horrible with names. I admit it. And yeah, I'm gonna have to be on a question of Trek. Great. Wonderful.
I'll be here to cheer you on, man.
You better be doing more than that.
You might have to set up, like a DM, back pocket DM. Mm.
What are you doing over there? Oh, I'm just writing in what StreamYard. That's it.
Right.
And we never know, who's going to be listening. So, good morning, Jeff Franklin.
Right.
I mean, Professor Brainy Specs.
He's going to be all over us this evening, He's going to be yelling at us. What the hell do you mean?
Oh, yeah. I fully expect that because
3 is a panel, 2 is a short blank. Us 2, we're dull as shit. Why doesn't somebody come up here? Admiral Doom. There's a link. It's just a scroll up a little bit.
Oh, you'd make it easier.
Well, I could copy and paste it in there if I...
because
There's other guys in here too that could come up. Come on now.
now Kronos never will.
No, I don't have a microphone, bro.
Yeah. You know how much we believe that one.
Right.
A phone without a microphone.
And we got Son of a Red Shirt hanging out.
Yes, like we said, you never will. We know that. However, should you decide to ever come on, and good morning, Fire, how are you? I'm glad you I am glad you're here. But should Kronos ever decide to come on, I am already claiming the right of first for Kronos.
Well, it would be cool.
Let's see here.
So is Vile going to do his Weird Al thing on Sunday?
I believe so.
Have you heard?
Last I heard, he was. Hopefully, he remembers to post the correct time this time instead of 11 p.m.
Because that, if it's Weird Al, I'm going to have to go. I'm going to have to go up on that because that's going to be more fun than Star Trek. I'll grant you that. Ooh, pardon me. Maybe not more fun than like a Stargate show. Well, I actually watched that one. I think I caught it halfway through, and then I watched after it was all over.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went back and watched the beginning. Oh, I have the sloppy burpees right now.
Well, this is interesting.
But yeah.
Well, we got somebody in the back room, and yeah, and I'm surprised that his father isn't bugging us. But
hello.
Good morning, AJ.
Good morning to you too.
Hey.
What's going on?
Nothing. I'm just up. I woke up a few minutes ago.
Cool.
How's your morning going?
Going so far so good. Woke up.
What time did I wake up?
Had mic problems and started trying to get that fixed. I didn't end up taking my medicine till late because I wanted to try to excuse me, get my mic problems fixed and get the show on the road. I did start a couple minutes late, but such is life. But I wanted to get the show on before I did anything else, so I ran before after getting the mic fixed, got the coffee set up. I thought I turned it on, and I didn't. I just set it up.
Oh,
so I was going into the kitchen expecting the coffee to be ready, and nope. That's why I had to turn it on.
Hi, it's a Lemons.
Good morning, it's a Lemons. Or let's see here. Good God. Good afternoon, it's a Lemons. I apologize.
Yeah, I suppose he's 7 hours ahead. So
correct.
Captain Marvelous. The cheese mattress.
Oh yes.
I can't believe how much I didn't like that show.
Be right back.
Oh, there's Jeff. Hi, Jeff.
Good morning. You live in the Twilight Zone. Is that what they're calling Texas now? Well, considering that Californians are moving to Texas, it probably is.
Well, you get too many Californians in Texas, it'll be a blue state here shortly.
Oh, trust me, it is. It will be. By the time they're done, it will be. But we're not going into that.
I know. I just made a little comment. I'll just pass it up.
Oh, honestly, that really does bring up something, though. Unfortunately, our country is really only a two-party system. You do have independent parties, but it really isn't a true third party that has group support, which is unfortunate. It would be nice to actually have a third party, which I have no idea. Okay, amateur surgeon, would you please type in the chat?
Well, you got another one back door?
Yep.
Oh boy.
I would appreciate you typing into the chat, please.
Yeah, you're just not going to get up on the panel if you don't tell us who you are.
Oh, okay. Now that I see in the back room, okay, I know who it is now.
Okay, cool.
Look in the backstage area. And good morning, Dave.
Oh, it's
Good
Dave
morning.
G.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I threw in a silly name.
All of a sudden, I saw amateur surgeon, and it's like, what the? I couldn't see the
David.
So I couldn't see it was just the soundboard. So it's like, okay, I'm going to be careful.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, after last night and DJ's stream, oh my God. Those guys are idiots over there.
What did I miss?
Oh, just some trolls trying to get in.
Oh.
That's why he was, he was being defensive.
Yeah. Oh, I don't blame him at all. Yeah. Sluger, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I typed it's Dave in private chat. Do I hit the X button or the back arrow to not
Just
get
leave
disconnected? No, okay.
Just leave it.
Okay. I always get disconnected every time I touch my phone. All that there technology that the young whippersnappers, hobbledehoys be using.
Did something happen to Geek?
Now that Inby isn't here, AJ still needs to go through it. The hazing ritual to be part of the gang. Oh, no. Good God, he has to live with NB. That's punishment enough.
I'm awake. I'm waiting for him to wake up.
I mean, I have Will Franklin too. I'm sorry, guys. That was funny.
Yes, they do, Admiral. Yes, they do.
Her hair burns twice as bright when she farts.
Yeah, but if you like the legs from the ankles, they become rockets.
I believe I can fly.
Oh yes, the old man comedy hour.
Well, could be worse.
Oh, true.
Ass doesn't. Oh, okay. All right. Hashtag pancakes. I could read anything into that. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, Abraham.
I'm not sure either, but I think that that's supposed to be the fact that they're kind of flat, as opposed to flapjacks, which are actually thicker.
So my dad's awake now.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Hi, Yitza. I didn't see you in
Yitza,
here
what's
earlier.
going on?
I would have said hello earlier. I'm sorry. I would have said I'm waking up, but I guess I'm not because I've been at work all night.
How did your work go, by the way?
Fine. There was no problem. gave him the she I told Rachel, I was like, you know what, I didn't need to have those doctor's notes for like the COVID test. Nobody even cares. I don't even know my the store owner's not owner but manager, the store runner's name.
Right.
I don't even know his name. There's no communication whatsoever. I could have just come in and they'd have been like, hey, welcome back. No problem. I mean, my shift supervisor is gone. I don't even know when she works. You know, the one that I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that I thought she might be getting fired because she didn't show up or call, and therefore there was no order, and therefore there was no delivery to the grocery store from the big semi trucks that delivered stuff to the grocery store. And everybody was like, man, she's probably out of here. Nope, no problem. Just wasn't there that day. Okay. I mean, it's not like we ran out of stuff.
No.
I mean, but they like to keep the shelves like overstuffed and packed. There actually wasn't an empty space for any product. There just wasn't like 20 of every single Mars bar, effing granola bar flavor that you might have your little heart set on.
Oh,
yeah. Cherubs. It's just ridiculous, man. I mean, seriously.
And good morning, Tim.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Tim. What's up?
Oh, buddy. How you doing, man?
Oh, another odd night.
Oh, yeah?
Woke up at 3 in the fucking morning for some reason.
God.
Hey, look, man, easy. It wasn't 3 o'clock's fault.
Exactly.
I think I woke up at 1.
Oh.
I don't even think I slept. I rested, but I didn't sleep.
Yeah.
Although
I did sleep, but
you see Dave G's avatar over here? That's what I've been doing most of the time here this morning. Slap my head against the desk. I don't have a soundboard, but
well, that soundboard wasn't mine. I couldn't afford that thing. That's about $70,000 right there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, let's see here. Let's go back and there's something I wanted to comment on. And yes, Jeff Franklin says, Admiral, just an observation. I like your observations. Actually, I do too, Admiral. I'll put it that way. He can say anything insulting he wants, and it's just an observation.
Ridding the world of shit demons since 1995. Well, there you go. You say some crazy shit there, Aberjam.
Yes, he does. See, and this is the thing. Aberjam is actually fairly normal.
I think you just got done watching Dogma.
In our community.
Compared to what?
Well, let's see here. I don't want to be rude.
The Stephen King book with the shit weasels. Son of a red shirt.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
And
man.
if you look backstage, you'll see who I've mentioned by name.
Oh my.
So yes, compared to them.
Well, this morning's going downhill.
Oh yeah, it is.
No, it's
We-
not. It's the most positive morning ever. So
Oh,
deal with it.
It's a positive morning. Hell, we got 14 people watching it. I think that's the highest that I've had that in this early in the morning. So yeah, that's a damn good thing.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
14 people are watching.
So you know,
I know that you meant bloody Christ, but that's okay. Little typo, Aberjam. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you meant your buddy. Yay, Kronos, 14 morons. Well, guess what? It's better than 15, right?
Aberjam, I'm sorry I didn't see it, but I don't have YouTube up right now.
well, we know who isn't on YouTube. So that only proves that not everybody that's on the
Fenrir.
panel is watching the
Fenrir fire on fire. 4
Absolutely.
fireballs.
Fenrir Fire is awesome.
Yeah.
You know, the only person that's missing so far this morning is who's DG Myers.
Oh,
Buddy Christ. Oh, okay.
Always keeps the chat going.
Yeah. All I do is go through library books. Not library books, bookshelf books.
yeah, don't say that too loud, Kronos, because then he'll show up.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think Charlie is probably still there, so he's probably he's probably sacked out. That kid wears him out pretty bad.
Actually, let's see here.
Is that?
I wonder if we summon Charlie 3 times, if we could wake him, and that way Bert could come on.
Oh gosh!
Hey, Flugger.
Hey.
Hey, Cap.
Hey.
Hey, Dave. Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Buddy
Oh,
Christ.
that's who's over there. All right.
Hey, yeah, I know. It's a little change up now.
Aberjam.
Dave, what are you laughing about?
Aberjam says, Bird, the serial stream napper. I'm sorry, that's what I'm giggling about. That's funny.
As opposed to when he's crashing his plane.
No, that's the serial plane crasher. He's the stream napper.
Yeah.
That's a pie break.
Yes,
Oh, yeah, that's great. What's on the Saturday cinema today?
Oh, yes.
Anybody know?
Cinema Saturday. Yes, it's episode 2 of Star Wars.
Oh.
The clones? Yeah, okay.
Did you say Battle of the Clowns? I'd be interested in watching that.
You can have my spot. I'll just go and watch reruns of Star Trek like I always do whenever nothing is on that suits my fancy. So.
Okay, let me ask this.
Attack of the Clowns CD.
Attack of the Clowns. Not like that.
Oh,
yeah, man.
What are you going to do? You throw Kurtzman and J.J. Abrams in the same room or what?
Oh,
Whatever you can do, man. Whatever we can do.
Yeah, as long as there's a few lions in it, yeah.
Kurtzman, JJ, what's her name?
Well, Les Munoz, he'd be a good one to shove in there.
At this point, just throw in Lucas too. He's already made his legacy. It's good. Those lions need to eat, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's made his money.
Yeah, we'll keep Lucas around for a little bit longer. They need,
We gotta.
a second team.
You know that ritual the Native Americans have where they like pierce through their pecs and are suspended by rope. Keep them like that. That'd be cool. I mean, I think make a Star Wars episode about it, or maybe even a STD episode. Who knows? And it's like that's the guy that wrote all the sci-fi back in the 20th. We've had him like that for 900 years. Sorry.
Oh God. Now this is an interesting situation because we have AJ who's on, and I don't know what all he's seen of what we would consider classic cinema, either TV or movies. And being that he is not of the old man age, like his dad, he would have a different perspective on things. But until then, let's see here. Senator Red Shirt is Kurtzman, Abrams, in Thunderdome, Human Enter, One Man.
Yes. Tina Turner.
Oh, yeah.
Thunderdome. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. You think I don't know the law? Wasn't it me who wrote it? She was kind of badass in that movie, man. That and oh my God, what was the guy's name with the dull head? Because I read the book. I can't remember. Pigkiller, that guy. Not Pigkiller, but the thug. Iron Bar Bassi, I think it was.
Oh,
you think the kids in that? You think the kids in that movie? I don't know. It's like the whole kid thing was kind of like the Ewok thing, in a way.
Really?
Well, it just seemed like, okay, really, a tribe of kids in the middle of the desert.
Well,
okay,
yeah, it does seem a little unbelievable, but yeah,
right. And yeah, who didn't know that there were air pockets at the bottom of dunes? Who worshipped the Captain Walker from the pilot from the plane that he crashed, or well, I guess they survived, so just no adults did.
And Aberjam says, no, the kids in Thunderdome were the wild boys from Peter Pan.
Or the kids in Cathedral from Logan's Run. Or the kids from Children of the Corn, or all kinds of rambunctious, crazy children that somehow form a society. What was the book? What was the book?
Lord of the Flies?
Yes, thank you. I hate those little brain aneurysm things.
Brain farts, yes.
I prefer the word aneurysm. It sounds a lot more serious, because it is. Never had a serious fart, but if you have an aneurysm, you're pretty effed.
True.
I guess it depends on your bowel situation.
Of course, with my bowel situation, I'm not going there. But yes, that's why I prefer.
Yes, Average Jam. Yeah.
Bowels,
Bowels.
bowel movements.
At least there's movement. It's different. That's better.
Oh, let's see here.
You know, on the one of the radio shows, they said that they had found like some, I don't know, like somebody, I think it was in the Old West here in America, and they found out his way of death, and he died from constipation.
Ouch.
It like actually got to the point where it busted his gut and he bled into, I don't know how they could tell that from like a corpse, but I don't know, they could, I guess. Until I get my degree in forensic science, I won't understand exactly how they did that.
No.
Or why. But
Probably some things are just best left unanswered.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one.
No, Kronos, it went about 7.5 hours. We were actually going to go longer, but we had an incident occur, and I tried to end it, and it took about 10 minutes to finally end. But we got it ended. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have gone, to be totally honest.
Yeah, I saw that when I was going back through the videos, and it's like, holy balls, you guys were on for a long time.
Wow.
Yeah, in fact, it was funny. I had somebody comment that, well, damn, you're doing, because I was saying that I was doing it shows anywhere from 3.5 hours to 8, and they're like, damn, you're doing shows as long as Doomcock. Oh, so, I guess I am, but I wasn't trying to.
You ever watch Mahler's EFAPs?
No, I don't actually. I should.
Holy crap! You want to talk about long streams? I don't know how those guys do it. They start out doing like they review like other people's streams, like commentary,
right?
And they kind of break it down and rip it apart, which some of it's entertaining.
Who is that?
That's Mahler. And then after a while, I think they get when they get done with a stream or talking about a stream, then they go to video games. They're like, just play a few video games.
It sounds like a good day, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's a good day too.
Mm-hmm.
So both of my parents are awake now.
Well, that's good to hear. We saw your dad on camera.
Yep.
Fortunately, I wasn't eating at the time.
He's about to get on his computer right now.
Ah. I was hoping he was right there to hear.
Damn, thanks for.
Oh, cool. Next time I ask, Captain, it's
Yes.
the X button, not the back button.
Okay.
I tried it, and I'm still on, so yay.
Cool.
You kids and your technology. Why don't you come down to my basement? I got some nice lollipops. What show was that? Was that Family Guy or the? That was Family Guy, wasn't it? The old creepy dude.
Old creepy guy.
Yeah.
I never got into that.
Always makes me wonder how many times he actually raped. What's his face?
Well,
I forget the son's name. He just seems that.
Well, remember how he was when he the kid when he had his paper route and he was like, "I got a tip for you. Just reach in my pocket." He's like, "No, that's okay. I collect my tips at the end of the month. No problem. Get your fat ass back here." That guy was so weird, man.
It's funny.
And Carlos said it's all from the mind of Seth. Oh.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, like, same with The Simpsons. It's just gone on for so long. Like, I was a Simpsons addict when it was first out, and I have a whole bunch of DVD collections, and then it just got samey to me. And Family Guy, kind of the same thing, although I can watch a random episode and kind of like Futurama. I know some people don't like it. You can watch a random episode and there will be something that makes you laugh out loud.
Right.
But
when you see,
it's not something that necessarily, like, here's what I couldn't get into was American Dad. It just didn't have the same appeal it was supposed to be, but it just didn't do it for me.
I don't even remember seeing it. I heard about it, and it's like, this really doesn't look to be that good.
Yeah. It just, like, I mean, if you wanted to follow it and got into it, I'm sure that the background lore and, I know it's a cartoon, but you know what it's like, nah. Just nah. There's nothing wrong or bad about it.
No.
Well, there is wrong about it, which is why I like it. But
into the chat anyway.
MBD, are you going to talk?
That's true. And
wow, really, son? Hey, I'm getting tired of you diming me out. You already told him I was showing up. Kapla, bird of prey 5.
Kapla bird.
Kapla bird.
Hey, son of red shirt, how you doing?
Hail Kuroga.
Hail on Kuroga.
Indeed.
Jam. My son is starting to get to really understand who you all are. Interesting.
Uh-oh. You're not doing your job then. You're supposed to be protecting him from the internet.
No, that's okay. He's smart.
The internet.
He's smart.
I'm protecting him. I'm exposing him to the internet. Damn.
Agreed.
Damn, freaking allergies today are ridiculous. Oh, I need some coffee.
Go get some coffee.
Agreed.
Yeah, I know, right?
AJ, we got to brew the coffee first. Give me a second.
Oh yeah, son of a red shirt. I know Patrick Stewart is on there as the spy boss or whatever. It is written to be funny, and it is funny. It just makes me even hate Picard even more. To see that he has a sense of humor. Well, we're talking about American Dad.
Oh, gotcha. Yes.
And yeah,
actually,
and
that
it's
was
like,
the part
man,
of the show I thought was the best. Actually,
yeah,
it was about the only. I mean, I don't know. American Dad was okay. I didn't really care.
Yeah, but it just shows that Stewart has a sense of humor about himself. He can do something like the little clip of him singing when he was doing the clip on the Enterprise, and he did the little dance for I guess it was for Roddenberry. That's what I heard. He was like doing it as like a thing, like a little present for him. Yeah, and he definitely knows that he is a serious actor, and he knows that he can also take himself not seriously. But the whole Picard thing just threw me for a loop. Like, really, dude? Really? Because you know who your character is, and you have a sense of humor, even though you're a serious actor. I mean, I've heard all the stories about how he's like, people, we're professionals, let's get serious. But
Oh, yeah,
but
the
he
first
also
season
all
of
the bloopers and
TNG,
stuff
yeah.
like that. All the bloopers and things like that. You can see him like break character and do a dance or roll his eyes and smile and I mean, and you can hear the guys at the camera going, "Come on, guys, we're rolling," and they're like, "Shut up."
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do? Fire us in the middle of the season? Shut up. We're doing this. We're gonna be here for another 16 hours in the same shot. So shut up. Did any of you guys ever check out we were talking the other day about Red Nose Day and the comedy one that we do in America, drawing a blank. The comedians all the comedians all do comic relief. Yeah, did any of you guys check out the comic relief Next Generation one where they found the T-shirts? Oh, you should just YouTube it. It's like 3 minutes long and it's hilarious because Whoopi Goldberg is one of the hosts. Spoilers, is one of the hosts of the comic relief thing along with Billy Crystal, and how so they're hosting it, and they're like, huh, and they're like on the Enterprise going, doesn't this hoop eye person look a lot like Guinan? And they all go, nah, didn't notice it. You should check it out. It's pretty cool. It's only a couple of minutes. It's worth it, but check it out.
That sounds like something Brent Spinner would do.
Yeah. Hey, have you seen the show that there's like a whole series that he put out of it? It's almost like the what's the name of the the guy that played Bernie Sanders on Saturday Night Live. He has like a whole series where he's basically himself and everybody kind of hates him a little bit.
Yeah,
because he's honest.
I saw some of that. That's pretty.
You know who I'm talking about? Okay, well, Brent has a series very similar to that where he's him, and being like a jaded like Hollywood person, and it's actually pretty good. It reminds me a little bit of Gary Shandling's show, but it's not meant as a.
Well, yeah, I've seen the Gary Shandling show too, and I didn't like that one, but Brent Spinner's one is pretty funny. Yeah,
Gary Shandling's show was a little boring, but the one with I just remember the one where Carol Burnett was on, and he's like, "Okay, we gotta go to commercial," and she just looks over and says, "I can see your balls," like just like like off camera, like when they're going to commercial, like, "Why are you sitting that way? I can see your balls." Carol Burnett, I used to watch with my mom, and I'm like, "Oh my god." But of course she has a sense of humor. I mean, who couldn't with Harvey Korman, Vicki Lawrence, and those are great. That's like anybody who wants to rewatch the Muppet Show as an adult will definitely appreciate rewatching Carol Burnett.
Yeah, it's a long time since I've seen that.
And the biggest fail that came out of Carol Burnett was Mama's Family. That's stupid. That was just that was a big bore.
God, you know what the worst part was? Is that was always on at the time when I was trying to watch TV, and I was like,
"Yep,
freaking Mama's Family."
Yep.
Oh my god. And I couldn't tell if that was a woman under that dress or not.
I don't know, Aberjam, what happened to Gary Shandling. I'm not sure if he's still
he
with
became
us.
a senator of the MCU. Hail Hydra.
Yeah, I thought that he's passed away. Just like Super Dave.
Gary Shandling? I don't think he's
I thought
dead,
so.
is he?
Yeah, several people are saying yep.
I don't remember even hearing about that.
Well, you wouldn't. That would be a great epilogue to his show. Yeah, nobody knew. Yeah, Chronos says yep.
No, he died in 2016.
Wow.
Well, at least you didn't die in 2020. That's the.
No, that would be the time to die, man.
What you guys think about 2020?
Well, I'll tell you though, when he was playing that senator guy in
Overall
Iron Man
sucks, I'd
3,
say.
man, or Iron Man 2, he looked like crap. He looked so freaking weird.
Well, he kind of looked a little aged always. I never saw a young Gary Shandling.
No.
So he always kind of had like an older look to him. And I think that's what the Gary Shandling show was about. It was like he was an aging variety show host, and that's why he got so little respect. And not quoting Rodney Dangerfield, Gary Shandling, but that's why people did not respect him, is because he was obviously like a lost cause and has been kind of thing. Yeah, for that I liked it, but I didn't like the show very much. It wasn't something to be like, hey, let me show you this episode. This is really cool. Nah. Or funny or witty or nah. It just was. It was like a Red Green show. They're funny, they're witty. You're not about to like have a whole bunch of friends over and say, here's what I want you to watch.
Huh.
You know. It's still good, but do that on your own time. Some people are like, Monty Python, Blackadder. Some people just do not like it, like the style,
Right.
and that's perfectly fine. You can't expect everybody to. I happen to love it.
He was only 66 too. Jesus Christ.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I would have said that back in the day when he was doing Gary Shandling show.
Yeah.
2016, huh? What happened to me in 2016? Why do I keep thinking about
I don't want
2016?
to talk. I do not want to talk about 2016. Oh no. See, 2016 is what my wife and I call the dark year. I call 2020 the year from hell. I call 2016 the dark year. And there are a lot of
2021 is going to be the hold my beer year. That's what it's going to be.
I like
Yeah,
that.
I'm trying to think about what the hell. Why do I focus on that as like a bad year? I don't know. I don't remember. It's just one of those
I know why
things.
2016
2020 definitely was.
Well, I know why 2016 was a bad year for me at my house, but that's a story for an offline. That's a story for a backstage. That's not a live
I
stream
understand
thing.
very well.
Oh, thank
Is
God.
that?
Hey, Cap.
I think I popped my hip back into place. Woo-hoo.
Holy crap!
Yes. Yes, NB. What's up?
Saw your tweet.
Yep.
I don't think either one of us are gonna say it. So I'll leave it. I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
Gotcha. And so no, I realized something yesterday. I got to thinking about it. It's going to be 2020 until it's 2030.
No, you did not. Oh.
Well, think about it. It's going to be 2021, 2022 through 2029.
Yes, it is December. It is December 40th, 2020. Right now, that's what's going on, man.
We are going to have 10 years of 2020.
Yeah.
Until we finally hit 2030. And hopefully by then.
Oh, that's great. I can actually start collecting on my retirement then.
There you go.
Oh, wait. Damn it. 2035. Shit, I did the extended package.
Cap, this has got to be one of the best tweets I've ever gotten a response to.
Let me try to increase that a little bit.
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay.
Oh.
I can't see worth shit.
I said, how's the story and things? Actually, let me just go to. I said, yeah, but how is the story, the writing, the directing? The important things. And this person got back to me and said, kind of forgot. I said, must have not been a good EP then, in my opinion, but what do I know? The response was, yeah, I mean, we're not writers. We don't know what's good because we're not writers. Who are we to say what we like? I was like,
What?
No, that was obviously sarcastic.
yeah, that was sarcastic.
Yeah.
And that's why I retweeted it with a mic drop. I was like, this is one of the best fucking replies I've ever gotten on Twitter.
I like that one. I do.
I do too.
I wasn't expecting that.
Neither was I. That was one of the best. Like I said, that was one of the. I just saw it this morning from Despicable Fool, and I think I'm gonna follow this person now. Yeah, I'm gonna follow them. I just thought that was so funny. It's like, yeah, we're not writers. What do we know? I was like, damn. I did the who was the guy from Breaking Bad? You know, the actor. I did his mic drop gif. Yeah, I mean, God forbid, we're not writers. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously we don't know what good storytelling is because we're not writers.
Well, Geek, just remember how NPR managed to not get my donation because during their fund drive they said, you listen to NPR because the hosts are smarter than you and you want to know what they know. And that the radio was off. I was like, the fuck? I actually know these people. I've worked with these people. They are not. they might be informed because they're on a news feed, but they're not smart. And you're asking for
Kronos,
money
I agree.
by telling me
NPR
that I'm an
sucks.
idiot. You know? I
Welcome
mean,
to
NPR does not suck, Kronos. The host sucked. In your opinion, that's fine. The hosts who said that made a big mistake during a fund drive to basically belittle the listener and say, we're so much smarter than you, and that's why you're listening, aren't you? It's like, no, I'm listening to be entertained, not belittled.
Welcome to NPR. We are smarter
Yeah.
than you. We are more
Yeah.
intelligent.
Well,
We are going to entertain you with this monotone voice. Bueller, Bueller, Bueller. That's what I fucking think anytime I've ever done and ever listened to NPR.
well, I told you guys about the
wanted to
catering.
be like Bueller, Bueller, Bueller. I was like, God dang, it's so boring.
Do you know the best representation of it of NPR or public television was the Saturday Night Live skit about sweaty balls, the Christmas cheese balls. It's like, here, I'm Mr. Sweaty. Have some of my balls. Oh, these are wonderful balls. I can't wait to taste them because they're talking about cheese balls. You remember that one? That sounds like an NPR show.
I'm gonna have to look that Saturday Night Live skit up because that sounds funny.
Yeah, it
Sounds like
was one of
Saturday
the.
Night Live was funny back then still.
Yeah. Just look up sweaty spelled with an H balls Saturday Night Live, and you'll find it immediately. And they're all wearing Christmas sweaters, and they're all talking in the monotone voice, and they're saying the funniest stuff. But you can tell they're busting up inside, but they're just like, oh wow, they taste so good. Yes, would you like to try one of my balls? Yes, I would love to sample
one of my balls.
These balls.
Hey Jeff, what's up,
Come here,
man?
little boy. Would you like to try some of my balls?
It's actually,
Get away from me, you perverted
but
woman.
it's got that NPR. It's got the NPR drone to it. The very anonymous news drone.
And Kronos, to answer your question, why do PBS and NPR need money? Because they have
Catering.
Yes, they have catering. They
Catering.
also have
Definitely catering.
their the top people that work in the company that make ridiculous salaries.
Yeah. Well, having worked with them on
need
multiple
money.
occasions, I can say that they do have some good reporters in the field that are not utilized. on the radio because all the hosts do all the radios. Occasionally, you'll hear my second cousin-in-law, who now is a reporter, who actually has that great monotone. But yeah, having worked with them, they spend a lot of money on catering. Never eaten better than when doing an NPR gig. And that's why I stopped giving them money. When they're begging me for money, calling me stupid, not on the radio, like, hey, the hosts are smarter, and you give us your money.
This is NPR. This is the NPR sponsorship. We are smarter than you. We need your money so we can continue to educate you on things you are too stupid to figure out on your own. Please donate to NPR. Thank you.
Right.
We are now.
Oh, and don't forget, our talent needs lots of food at all times.
Yeah.
Massive amounts of food. The best food, by the way. Oh, don't worry about it. The restaurants donate most of it. No, they don't.
Oh yeah.
Dave,
No, they
don't you understand? All this monotone talking causes hunger. We must be catered to. We need food. I mean, are you expecting us to go out and buy our own food?
Well, they actually sound hungry. They sound tired and hungry. They got it. You got to get that food. Got it. Like that foie gras is not going to eat itself, man.
Dave, do you know what it costs to get catering to a studio? It's expensive, buddy. That's why we need taxpayers' money, because we need to be fed so we can go on the newsreel and tell you guys what you're too ignorant to figure out on your own, because we are much smarter than you.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard.
So please give us. So please, Dave, Cap, everybody, give us your money. We will use it for good.
Well, what's funny is the NB the I told you guys this before. There was like a management change over at American University, WAMU, which is the local NPR hub, and because public television also has a hub here, but they man, you know what? I'm gonna drop the whole NPR thing. What they do is they play great stuff. Hot Jazz Saturday Night was canceled. All the listeners of NPR, including myself, were like, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this? We look forward to this all week. Dinner time. Hot Jazz Saturday Night comes on from like, what was it, like 9 to 11 or something like that, and it's just awesome freaking music." And they said, no, we're gonna stop doing that, and we're gonna do another local news or trivia show or something, and epically failed. And every listener was like, I'm not gonna give you guys any more money. You're not listening to us. We listen to you. You're not listening to us. We want Hot Jazz Saturday Night. It's a tradition.
Yeah.
And some new manager comes in and goes, no, let's change it up a bit. Make it a little bit more relevant for the modern time. It's like, we're not listening to public radio from modern times, man. We're listening to it from nostalgia. And they brought it back. Ron Bremberger. He also is the one that does the big broadcast, which is what I've talked with Admiral Doom about, because it's all old-time radio. And they didn't dare touch that. But they got rid of Hot Jazz Saturday Night, thinking nobody listens to jazz in this city. It's like, really? In DC, nobody listens to jazz? There's no jazz station, really. There's like a soft jazz station, if you like that. Nobody likes that. I'm talking about hot jazz. I'm talking about New Orleans style jazz, like cool stuff, like you want to wiggle. And the people, all the people giving money were like, nope. I mean, there were petitions. It's like, dude, if you're going to cancel a show and there's petition, and it's a local radio show and people put out petitions, you better rethink your strategy. And they did. I don't know if they fired the management or not, though, but that would be interesting to find out.
That would be, actually.
Like, say it's like, it was good try, great for you. Glad you got a master's degree in broadcasting and journalism, and you suck. See you later.
See,
Not what we're looking
congratulations.
for.
We are NPR Radio. We were established February 26, 1970. We've been around for 50 years. The current establishment and American government has given us an endowment of $258 million. Our revenue is $208 million. Our net income is 18.9. We need your money to keep going because obviously we don't know how to spend it properly.
Yeah. Well, yes.
I could do that all day. Shit.
Yeah.
Sad thing is, I think I could actually have done that and gotten a job.
Yeah. As long as you have as long as you have PhD in journalism, and it's just like, jeez.
Professor.
I
Brett
worked.
Specs,
When I was working
provide
with
MS
when I was working with them. When I worked with when I say work with, I don't mean I was employed by. I mean worked with as
Right.
indentured servitude.
a sound guy. You know, so I was not employed by. But when I worked with CNN, doing some, I don't remember what the hell they were doing at the auditorium, but I made the announcement like for the audience to sit down and shut the hell up. Yeah, much more politely than that.
Right.
Although I wanted to, but and I got my baritone voice and my microphone proximity effect going on, and one of the announcers came over to me and was like, "You have a great voice. Have you considered like not working here and doing radio?" And I was like, "Yep, you're on." I mean, like literally, like go on stage, you're on. I'm backstage with the announce mic. Like, go, dude. Yeah, I've considered it. Thanks a lot. Now, if you like throw some money at me in a contract, that's awesome. It's like, oh no, why don't you stop by my? Nope, no, I'm employed. Sorry. Yeah, geek. I think I don't know if his mic level is low or he was impersonating an NPR announcer.
Yeah, his mic level was low, so I did adjust it up.
Dave, this is NPR. We currently got our budget from the government, but see, it's not enough. So we took your taxpayer money, and we need more to keep doing this content because we're smarter than you. We can't budget we can't budget our company worth of shit, but we're still smarter than you. So please give us money so we can educate you. Because the government, while we get money from the government, it's not enough. We need more.
Thank
We
you,
need a lot
geek.
more money.
Yep. Okay. Okay, we're
Thank you.
beating a dead horse now.
I know. Okay, we're done with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm done with that one. I think you guys are just tired of me. I think you guys are just tired of me.
No, I think we're all burned out of the NPR thing.
Yeah. Yeah, the Morning Brew, not NPR. We don't care about that right now.
Correct.
That horse is
Professor
beaten to death.
Yeah, Professor Brady Specs, I agree. It is. Well, then bring your ass up here, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. And good
I know
morning,
it's Saturday.
47
I know
Yorktown.
you're up.
Hey,
No, he
47.
works Saturday.
I know he works Saturday. That's I was saying is if he's not at work yet, come on up.
Well, I know he's not at work yet. It's only 7 a.m.
Well, that doesn't mean anything. I just got off work an hour ago.
Hello from Eastern Canada. 47 Yorktown. What exactly is Eastern Canada? Now, I mean that as generally someone who's a little ignorant on what you mean by that term.
Are we talking Atlantic time zone or are we talking Eastern time zone? Because there is a difference. And we have the professor.
Does Canada Cap? Does Canada? Do you know if
Professor?
Canada has more than the 4 time zones we have?
They are they are in the Atlantic time zone on the most eastern part. Yes.
Well, I had
Where's the professor?
I I had an interesting
Right here,
experience
you
with
silly goose. What do you mean? Where?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I had an
How are
interesting
you doing,
experience,
Professor?
Cap, the other day when I was.
My head hurts.
Again?
I'm sorry, bud.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Something's going on with the volume. I don't know what it is. I'm going to check it again for geeks. Keep talking, gentlemen.
Professor, is that normal?
Hey, Cap, should I refresh
There.
or something?
Got it. No. For some reason, it was lowering it down to like 30. I've now got it up to 80, which seems to
Wait,
be
you want
fine.
people to hear me louder? Are you insane? Are
Yeah.
you
We
trying to
couldn't
lose
hear you, geek.
subscribers?
Yeah. We can hear you now.
It was hard to hear you. So, yeah.
Yeah, we got it, Kronos. Captain's taking care of it.
Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I can't hear it. My volumes are all up to 100. Normally on StreamYard, I have to turn the volume down because it's so much louder than YouTube.
He is in the Atlantic time
The
zone.
Atlantic time zone, New Brunswick. Ah.
Where's
When I
Gold
Cap,
Brunswick?
when I was doing the house hunting stuff, one of the houses we were looking at, they were like, "We'll call you at 3." And it's like 3:40. We call them up and like, "Hey," they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna talk at 3." I'm like, "It's 3:40." I didn't realize parts of Indiana were in the Central Time Zone.
Oh,
Yes.
I did not know
Yes,
that.
it is.
I honestly did not know that. So there's like the top northern part and western part, and the bottom southern western part are in Central Time Zone. So it was like, oh well, that was a screw up on both of us.
hey, Geek, you said one of the houses. I thought you were pretty well settled on the badass one with the barn.
Oh, we were. That was the house. The house I'm talking about was actually before. That's the one I said I don't think they would ever go for with the VA because of the water damage.
Right.
Oh,
That just happened to be
the one with the accent walls? That one?
Yes. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the one. Well, we did the virtual walkthrough first for that house because I had to wait for that was the realtor who was doing that house. And then the house I put the offer on was the one that the lady of the house showed us. That's the one I was, that's the one I've been, jonesing about and everything. And yeah, it was a much better experience. Even Madam Geek was like, "I'm not getting a good vibe out of this place." I said, "Neither am I."
And so let me ask you something, 47 Yorktown. Have you had many people who had never heard of the Atlantic time zone?
I'm going to be honest, I have, but for 47 Yorktown, I really didn't even think about the fact that they had another time zone.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
I assume, well,
Yeah.
like I said, that's ignorance on my end.
I wouldn't say it's ignorant. I just,
No. Ignorance.
It's something that nobody really thinks about unless you're either a mariner or a pilot, probably. Like the middle of the ocean doesn't really matter to you when you're a land-based creature.
Well, in the most technical terms, ignorance, yes. In the terms that most people use it, no.
Right. Just didn't know that.
Correct.
You're not an ignorant person, is what I'm trying to say. You just
Correct.
didn't know that. Yeah. Technically, I guess the definitions can be mixed up, but whatever.
Well, see, the technical definition of ignorant is without knowledge.
Right. So it's
you
correct.
can be ignorant of a fact.
But the pejorative of it is not what I was intending.
Right. And the problem is the common usage of it, it has come to be, basically calling the person an idiot.
Yeah.
Rather than, saying they are ignorant of a fact, they're just an idiot, basically, which is absolutely wrong.
Right. That's not what I was implying in the least.
Oh, I know.
47 Yorktown. 5.5. How does a half time zone work? That's interesting. When I
You
use
go
the
out and
term
get your
ignorant,
beers,
I
take a
actually
piss, and get back before the continuation of the time zone.
47 Yorktown, does that mean that you have a time zone that's only a half an hour different from the other time zones around it? I'm kind of wondering if that's what it means.
Well, I know when my wife was in Afghanistan, depending on where she was, the time zone was actually 15 minute. It was obviously a lot longer, but there was a 15-minute gap in between it. So if I
Yeah.
said it was 12 o'clock here and it would be, say, whatever time there, if it was 6 o'clock here, it would be whatever time there plus 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the case. Maybe it's a half hour change, and that's interesting.
Was it guys? Was it DS9 where I seem to remember because I thought it was intriguing the way that the time worked. They said, "Yeah, we'll be ready 26 hours a day." Or was that not?
Yeah, I
Was
think it
that
was
That
not
was
one of the times?
DS9.
DS9.
And
Okay.
Yeah,
because
I think
DS,
Bejor had 26 hours
yes,
in a day.
Bejor had
Yes,
yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Bejor
Bajor
had
was on a
26 hours a
26
day.
hour rotation. I think I'm
So
pretty
Brain
sure.
still worked.
correct, correct. So therefore, they were working on a Bajoran day, which is why it would make communications difficult with people that are on a 24-hour time shift, because you would have to take in, the normal
That was
No,
one
you
of
just
the
I
changes.
yeah.
say you have
Actually,
more
I think
leisure
that was
time. You work 8 hours and you just get more leisure time. That's the way.
Well,
Hey,
it
47
depends.
Yorktown says Newfoundland is 30 minutes ahead of me. Is what 47
Yeah,
Yorktown.
that's what I was
30 minutes.
suspecting.
I didn't know
That's
that there was this thing like that either.
yeah,
Bajor
I
is
knew
a
that there
Class
are
M
some time
planet.
zones that are half an hour different from
Wow.
the adjacent one.
That
Interesting.
seems really bitchy, doesn't it?
Oh,
Newfoundland has a 30
I'm just
I'm gonna have to
saying.
take something for this head. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
About coffee and
Hey, Professor.
getting really
I
early.
just
You've
downed a
complained a
thing of
couple of
coffee.
days about your headache. Is it persistent? Because you should maybe look into that. You said for
No,
the
it's
last
not.
couple days you've had a headache. Do you have a headache every morning, or has it
No,
been?
it's not every day. I'd say maybe once or twice a week.
So far,
All
it's
right.
been
Well, there's a cause. There's a cause. Obviously, I mean, you're a smart guy. You know that there's a cause and effect. The effect is the headache. So
It's probably stress
yeah,
and the
eat it.
fact I didn't really eat yesterday.
That'll do it. Not eating, and you did just take the new position, but you're comfortable there, aren't you? I mean, you're not stressed about that. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a
there's a
stressor.
few things, but
Yeah. Okay. I'm just
You
worried
know,
about
I
you.
think
When
that was
I
one
hear
of the
somebody has a headache for like not just one off and not a migraine, I start thinking stroke, aneurysm, danger, check out.
I'm
Like
almost
get
thinking this is a migraine.
might be. Have you had them before?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my best to you then.
We also
I'm
have
sure the sound of
a
my
weather
voice.
system moving in. Big pressure change
Yeah.
coming. We may
My
get
wife
some more
just
snow down here in West Central Texas tomorrow.
really.
hey, send
Well,
some of that shit my way to South Carolina. I could use a little bit before I
I
move
mean,
to
this
Indiana.
is the third major winter system we've had this winter. And really, that extends back into the fall, because the first one was an ice storm in late October, which is highly unusual here for that
What
time of
the
year.
fuck?
hey, Professor, according to the calendar, when does winter actually quote unquote start? Isn't it somewhere in December?
Winter, well, there are two different types of winters. You have what you consider the um, seasons.
Right.
So winter there starts it's right around December the 21st. That's when the sun is directly over the Tropic of what is it in the
Capricorn.
southern hemisphere? Capricorn in the southern hemisphere. But then you have meteorological winter, and that starts December the 1st.
Okay. Because I consider winter I just call it like I see it. Winter to me is November through maybe early March. Just for me. Yeah, it's what I just call it winter. It's cold.
Right.
Leaves are down, but I've noticed on the calendar, I'm like, wow, winter does there have been years where we've had like massive like snowstorms, and I'm like, it's not winter officially, huh?
And the northern hemisphere winter starts when the sun is at its southernmost point in the sky.
Did you guys hear about this Indonesian airplane?
What?
No.
Apparently, an Indonesian jet carrying 62 people has lost contact. And I'm
Where?
trying to fucking I'm trying to fucking pull it up on fucking Yahoo, but Yahoo's being a dick right now.
Yahoo.
Why are you
Yahoo?
using Yahoo?
Why
Really?
the hell are you using Yahoo?
Well, that's
I'm
where
sorry.
I was going to my mail. I was going to my Yahoo mail, and that's where I saw it. And
Yahoo
like son of a
Mail.
bitch.
Oh my God.
Well,
Man.
yeah.
What, you want me to go back? What, you want me to go back to using my Hotmail?
Well,
Yeah.
I might as
Hotmail is
well go
more
back to
current.
AOL while I'm at it.
Hotmail work.
Hotmail's still around. I mean,
Hotmail's still around.
It's called
yeah.
Outlook.
It's just morphed into Outlook.
Yeah.
I can't pronounce this name of the company. Passenger jet carrying 62 planes lost contact with air traffic controllers after taking off from Indonesia capital on Saturday on a domestic flight.
I didn't do it.
On Saturday?
Yeah, today. Yeah,
Whew.
I'm here.
Man, God, jeez, man.
Here, you were asking about the flight ban cap. Here's what they're showing on
Okay.
my here's what they're showing on Yahoo.
Okay, Eric and Ed. Why you're using Yahoo? I don't know.
It's where I
That's
because
the flight
unfortunately
plan?
what I set my mail up with 20 years ago. I was young and stupid.
So
Yeah,
they're
And now
taking
you're
off and landing on a black line?
No, I think probably
I
the
know.
black line is where the contact was lost because I'm
Yeah.
assuming that was their
And that's
takeoff
their
pattern.
projected. Yeah, but it looks like, well, look at those maneuvers. That's weird.
I'm not a pilot. I don't know.
Well, there would be a couple of reasons for that. One would be to change course because of another aircraft. The other would be loss of control or, janking around like the other one did. I hope that these people are okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope they find. Yeah, I'm gonna keep track of that. Yeah, that sucks. I feel bad for those families right now.
Well, and loss of atmosphere, anything. It could be anything. It depends on. You said it was domestic, so I don't know how if they were going to climb very high or not.
It's a
Man,
Boeing 737.
not a
Said that the
Max,
Boeing
just a regular one.
737
Yeah, yeah.
500. Okay, so there were
Wow. So
56
there's
passengers and 6 crew members.
56. Okay, so it wasn't full, obviously.
No, it wasn't a full. No, it wasn't a full Boeing. That's obvious.
Oh man. No, I agree, Kronos. I don't like to hear of them either, and that's why I'm hoping everything is okay.
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I
am
don't wish,
too.
I don't wish harm upon anybody.
Nah, that's why I don't like to hear of yeah, Kronos. No, none of us do. That's hopefully, we can pray that maybe they did a water landing and they're survivors. So let's hope. Let's hope they all survive. I sure as hell would.
At least they don't have Bird for pilot.
I wasn't even gonna go there, but you
Let's.
just had to, didn't you?
I'm
I wasn't
sorry.
even gonna go there.
Well,
sorry.
I'll laugh about it later when I find out that everybody's okay.
Yeah.
And it was a radio blackout.
And
Which
that's what
I know it
everybody's
isn't.
hoping for, and we know
I
it
know
isn't.
it isn't.
But yeah. Yeah, usually that happens, and it's already too late.
red shirt. Yeah, it could. There's a lot of reasons. Yeah.
Could be a bunch of reasons. Terrible situation to be noted. Yeah.
But
let's just hope it's a
trust me, that's real. You guys are being real positive, and so am I. But we all know in our hearts.
We all know it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, but we can hope it was just a communication blackout.
Let's keep hoping until we know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not
And then-
being
sorry to be
a
a- sorry to be
religious
a
a
Debbie
religious
Downer on
person
things.
myself, but a little prayer for everybody who's on that flight. So that's that. That's as religious as I get, but there it is. I'm willing to concede to it because it's these lives. I mean, they're important.
You know, my wife asked me, what do I think about, she wanted to talk politics. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to talk right now about politics.
No, let's.
I'm like, you know what? Just
Ugh.
let me get my composure and I'll figure. Oh, shit. 3 years ago was when I had, I just saw this pop up on my Facebook. 3 years ago, we had snow in our yard for the first time in South Carolina that we'd been here, and we made, here, you guys will like this. This is cute. This is my kids. We made a snowman. Well, we made a snowman. I made the snowman. They decorated it. You guys will like this. This is a cute thing.
Can we get it?
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. It finally.
Can you hear the audio?
To make a snowman?
No.
No. Okay, I didn't share the audio. Okay,
It's fine. But
yeah.
or you can try it again. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, I forgot to do the share audio thing. That's just I'm still getting used to that one. Yeah, this was 3 years ago. God, I was so tired after I put that parlors. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I said, God damn it! This is why I am staying off of most social media. I'm so sick. I'm like, I'm not in the mood.
Yeah.
The world is not gonna the world is not gonna fucking end.
Not until an asteroid hits it, which we don't know when that'll happen. But hey,
Bird will just run into it and knock it off course.
Actually, February 25th, I think, is when the asteroid's going to hit.
Cool.
Yeah, and it's about twice the size of the planet Earth. But NASA hasn't picked it up yet because they're lacking funding.
Wait a minute, and an asteroid twice the size of Earth?
Yeah, and it's going to hit Earth really hard on February the 25th, and it will totally obliterate the planet. But because they're waiting on your funding, we can't look for asteroids without your funding. So please donate now to your local NPR asteroid searching station. Come on, man, you knew this was a setup. I wasn't really being serious.
I was waiting for you. I swear to God, I thought you were going with the Armageddon thing.
Oh no! Come on, me. I'm a real person, man. I'm not easily.
I thought you were
swayed.
I thought you were going with the Armageddon.
Gotcha.
The Armageddon movie.
Yeah. That was a terrible movie. It had its fun parts. Overall, it sucked.
I loved it.
I loved it too, but I think it sucked. It's not a movie. Again, it's just like I was saying before. It's not a movie. I'm going to say, hey, guess what, guys? It's movie night. Let's get some beers and watch Armageddon.
What's going on?
Okay,
Professor?
would you?
Someone called in sick this morning.
I hate when that happens.
No, you should do it too then. Say, yeah, I got the same shit. What did he have? Yeah, that.
Nah,
You had to show
Professor,
up
you
on
should
that
just
snow
call it,
day
say
for
you have,
like.
nah, you should just do like we used to joke about the military. You need to call in work, tell them you're sick, you have anal glaucoma. You can't see your ass coming in.
Hey Jeff, when you went to work on that snow day, was it actually a reasonable work day? When you went in late that day, was it actually? Did you need to be there? Did you feel? Or did you get things
No, we
done?
weren't busy at all.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I mean, it was the day before New Year's. It was New Year's Eve,
Right.
and hardly anybody came in because the weather was so crappy.
I assume you all are salaried, right? Like you get paid one way or the other.
Well, we're not salaried, but we're hourly, most of
Oh.
us. But if the county judge closes the county, essentially, we do get paid for those hours.
Nice.
Yeah, and as it turned out, we closed an hour earlier that night because the weather was bad.
So you work for the
So
county government, like our library here, right? You work for the
yes,
local government? Yeah. Okay.
yeah, county.
Yeah. Got it.
And gentlemen, I gotta go. So you all
All
have a
right,
great
man.
day.
Well, thank
Please
you for
take
stopping
care and
by.
take care of that headache, buddy.
Actually, I feel better at the moment.
Do you
Maybe
drink?
the coffee
Do you drink a lot of
kicked
water?
in. I
Are
should
you
probably
hydrated?
drink more than I do.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just.
How much coffee to drink? There's water in coffee.
Well, there is, but there's.
10
You hope
ounces.
there is.
Yeah,
10
you can
ounces.
you can put cyanide in water too.
You know there's water in beer,
Right.
right, Jeff?
I'm
Hey,
sorry,
Professor,
Geek.
there's water in beer.
Mm.
There's also
Well,
water
I
in
don't drink beer though. I don't drink alcohol.
Good. I'll do it for you.
Okay,
Oh,
you
I
do
don't.
that.
Well,
All right, Jeff. Well, dude, have a
Take
good
care,
one, man.
Jeff.
Take care of yourself. All right.
All right. I think we're having a question and trick tonight. I know County was having trouble finding a second captain. I don't know if he has or not, but he has sent me the questions to review. So I'm guessing we're going forward at 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central tonight.
Well, you know where to send the answers to, Jeff.
God
You know,
damn it.
I'll make sure to check my messages so I have
Yeah,
all the answers.
yeah, I'm not falling into that one, Cap.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
maybe you can send me a question to fool Connie with.
I might be able to help you there. I don't know.
Oh, I know he's not listening, so hey, But somebody
right,
somebody may listen to him, may be listening. Anyhow, Jeff, take care of yourself, and you have a
Will
good
do.
day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks for having me on the show, Cap.
Of course, you are most welcome. And good morning.
I'm so wishing I did
Mar.
not get on Facebook today.
What's that, Geek?
I said I so wish I did not get on Facebook this morning.
Then why did you?
Well,
I don't know. Why'd you fire up a street?
I do every day. Every fucking day. I do a
Well,
stream.
every day I check. Well, every day currently I check Twitter. Then I
And
check
nobody
Facebook. And
nobody
come in here.
forces you to check Facebook. Nobody. You are not
do know-
obligated to do that.
I'm not obligated to do anything.
It's not like you get online through Facebook. So yeah.
Nah, it's just. This has got to be photoshopped. Nah, Trump really didn't send this. I can't believe that.
I'm not even. Don't even ask me.
Nah, well,
No. It's you guys will like it. It's funny.
No,
last
no.
time we did anything political, I got chewed out by a stranger, so I'm not gonna go down that.
Nope.
No, I just thought it was funny. It was my co-host from my weekend streams, Jack Beers. I was like, there's no way there's no way
Oh
this
no,
is really said.
I've seen you in
I just
Jack's
thought it was
stream.
funny.
Oh yeah.
I need a good laugh. No, the reason why Cap, the reason why I said I wish I hadn't got on Facebook, I can deal with all the politics stuff. Unfortunately, I didn't realize my ex-sister-in-law had posted a thing about her brother who
Wait,
died a few years ago, and I had a very long talk with her about it, and I think we had some revelations about what caused the incident, and it bothers me. So I apologize for that. That's why it was dealing with her brother, who I'd known since he was 8 years old.
Okay.
It was like I said, I knew my ex sister-in-law since she was 12. I knew both her brothers. Actually, I knew all four of her brothers. The two older ones, and then her two little ones, which were, in the same foster home with her. So, yeah, it just kind of came up and kind of hit me a little hard there. I apologize. Because, unfortunately, a couple of years ago, he committed suicide.
oh,
And
sorry,
when
man.
when I was told that, I remember when I was told it, and I started crying my fucking eyes out. I had seen the guy in like 4 or 5 years, but I'd known him so goddamn long. I was just like, I fucking broke my heart.
Shit.
So I apologize, Cap. That's why I was saying about Facebook. I wish I hadn't got on there because I kind of just brought all that emotion back up.
Yep. And let's see here. Mar, you've never come up. You are always welcome to.
Sorry for the noise.
Oh, no problem. What was that, by the way?
I dropped a box full of wine.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't break anything.
No. Just
Hey,
here's the thing. I'm connected to my phone over here, and the wine's over there, just out of reach. So, and I'm using a headphone for my phone. So, hence, I was trying to show respect to your show and not make all that noise by reaching over, and it was just out of reach. Oh well.
Yep, that happens. That happens.
Hey, Cap, I got a question for you. Actually, I got a question for everyone. I just saw this pop up. Who do you think, in your opinions, who was the best? I don't want to say villain, but antagonist in Star Trek. Do you have a favorite antagonist? You can say villain or whatever. I just don't like using that word.
An intelligent one, or just a foe?
Your favorite antagonist. It doesn't matter. Could
Q.
be anything from the Gorn to
Easily
Q for
Q.
all I care. I'm just curious.
Easily Q. Q or Trelane. I like that whole aspect of it. What was the one that ended up being that really creepy child? Like at the end, he was like, yes, and it was like that kid, and it was like, oh man, that's even creepier than the scary face that it projected.
Yeah.
Ha 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 ha! Let us dine, and it's like, my God.
Yeah, I can't think of that. I know which one you're talking about, but
something the core it starts with this.
Corbomite maneuver.
Yes,
Corbomite maneuver.
Good morning, Senator Richard. What's going on?
Gentlemen, how are you today?
Oh,
Baylock.
man,
You're talking about
CDJ
Baylock.
Khan. Yes, Khan. Awesome.
I've been
I
sitting
totally
here
didn't even think about it.
A good Star Trek note to drop in on, and I heard somebody bring up who's the best villain in Star Trek. Was that a
Yeah.
question?
Yes.
Yeah, that was my question.
Wonderful.
I'm curious to what you. What?
Oh, okay. Well, Star Trek's got a lot of great villains in, and some not so great.
I like
Probably
Mr.
my
Lindell,
favorite.
Charlie X. Yeah, good episode.
Charlie X is, yeah, he's pretty solid, but I'm not sure he was a villain, like a real villain. Like he
Well,
wasn't
that's
there
why
with.
I said antagonist, not villain.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to go with
Okay.
antagonist, not villain.
Okay. Yeah. So as CDJ said, Khan. Yeah, I would go with that. Like as because we've had this discussion. Khan was screwed over. I mean, yeah, he was a dick and he slit throats and stuff. You know, he'd lost his shit, but they never checked on him.
No.
Actually, we have had that conversation, Dave. It's like,
Yeah.
Khan is totally. I honestly, Khan is totally justified in being pissed off at Kirk.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I mean, he's like, you never checked us. I'm like, man, one of the best lines is he never came back. He never came to check on us. And then they even played it in Spacey when he's like, it would be interesting to come back in 100 years and see what C's playing. Well, 20 years later, you didn't show up.
Well, the one fail in that movie, the only one that I remember being a little
Chekhov.
Thinking it was a little odd. No, not Chekhov. It was when he blames you for the death of his wife. I know what he blames me for. You do? Was it not checking up on him? What do you know that he blames you for?
Exactly.
I mean, he didn't seem to do in the original episode. He didn't actually really do anything really bad to him, other than just say, "All right, we're going to put you on this planet." All he did since then was not check up on them. So, what does Kirk know? What he blames him for?
Probably for all the misfortune that Khan had to go through in the last 15 years before seeing Kirk again. Like, I grant that there was no scene with Khan explaining to Kirk, did you know I lost my wife? Did you know I've lost 20 of my 79 crewmen? Did you know the horror we had to go through? No.
Right.
But
no.
Kirk isn't an idiot, and he sees Khan on screen, all fucked up, wearing rags and shit like this, super pissed off. You don't really need, somebody to sit down and explain to you. You know why Captain Khan is angry with you, Mr. Kirk? No, it's to me at least, like that moves the story along.
I only have one question about Star Trek 2. How does Khan know who Chekhov is?
Because
he remembers him.
I've already done this one.
He wasn't in.
Chekhov was there on the season. Chekhov was in the first season. He just wasn't on the bridge.
No.
It's a simple explanation. Is that?
No,
yes.
That's not it.
Yes.
No.
He wasn't even in the lineup when they had the entire crew in the freaking court in the.
He's not in the credits.
I know he wasn't in the episode.
He's not
but I
in the show. Therefore,
no, you're right. He's not in the show as written by Gene Roddenberry yet. However, in canon, it's not beyond the stretch of imagination that an ensign being assigned to the flagship may not be promoted to a bridge position immediately. They might start him off in waste management.
I just figured he was off that week, but I mean, no, it was just funny. I just always thought that was kind of funny. Like,
he's quite intelligent. He might have looked up the roster, but the fact they recognized him so I never forget a face is the quote.
He's also
let's not forget Khan is brilliant. Khan is brilliant.
But when he says I never forget a face, Mr.
Well, how's to say he didn't see Chekhov off
Deep
screen?
Space Nine a few years later was Dr. Bashir, when Dr. Bashir would say things like, where someone would say, well, how can you remember those numbers? He said, well, I only looked at them 3 years ago. Of course I remember this grouping of numbers. He had that superior intellect where, yes, I believe he could remember a name and a face from a crewman he just either read off a roster or was casually, and when I say casually, like, this is Chekhov, this is Uhura, this is Spock, this is whatever. He would remember, as opposed to you or I.
Don't get me wrong.
I couldn't deal with his parents.
I don't dock any points for the movie because of that. I just thought that was a funny point. Because I'll be honest, when I first saw, I think I saw the Wrath of Khan before I actually saw Space Seed. So I never knew it at the time. And then later I saw Space Seed. I'm like, oh, where the hell is Chekhov?
I honestly remember being a little kid sitting in the theater next to my dad and like hitting him in the leg going, this isn't right. Chekhov wasn't there, you know, like getting really frustrated at it at like 10 years of age or something. But, you know, when you get a bit older and if you buy into the story and the canon and the lore of the thing, it's not that big a stretch.
Chekhov could have been on the crew roster too.
Hey,
and
I got a
Tom just
question.
could have
Hey,
seen it.
I had a question for you.
Let me settle this right this moment. Okay. Everything we have, canon, official canon, is on screen. Mr. Chekhov was not on screen. Therefore, he was not on the ship. Period.
Okay, but by that logic, Starfleet has never had a woman captain, at least up until the last episode of the original series. As it was stated by Dr. Janice Lester, they do not admit women into command starships. So
Correct.
are you willing to say that it was a misogynistically run organization right up until the day of the last episode of the TOS series? Probably not. Canon is partially, brothers, what we make it in our heads. We do dismiss things that we shouldn't. In all fairness,
there was no female captain.
Khan only exists because of a plot hole in the storytelling of the original series. Kirk never checked on it. That's right.
What about
Kirk would have
hey,
had
son
to
of the red shirt,
with
with the logic here that you're going with? I agree, because let's go back to the episode of TNG where Scotty shows up. Everybody was asking, why is Scotty giving a hug to Deanna Troi? He never had any interaction with him. Oh, we found out on an off-screen they actually did do a scene where he talked with her and got to know her, but that scene was cut. So are you saying that they never got together, Cap, because it was off-screen?
Correct.
Yeah, no, that's right. We didn't see every second of the. We didn't see him go to the bathroom either. Is that to assume that a geriatric man?
Nobody goes to the bathroom in Star Trek.
No, they beam it out of your gut, man. Hey, look! No, one of my favorite parts there was still Scotty with Worf at the end of that episode when, because at the start he was like Lieutenant Worf.
But if you look at the old Starship Bridge Simulator, the Enterprise D does have a commode off the right side of the right side of the right turbolift. There's a little commode in there. There's about 2 or 3 stalls, and in each stall is 3 seashells.
Well,
oh, you did not just go Demolition Man.
I'm actually not kidding. In that program that gives you the walkthrough of the bridge, it's in there.
Really? That's just
I'm not kidding you. Yeah.
There you go.
It's freaking hilarious.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a cute Easter egg.
Now I got a good one for you then. Does anybody know how to use the 3 seashells?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. I guess I looked it up years ago.
I never wanted to know.
Uh-huh.
I couldn't help it. My curiosity got the better of me.
We actually leave those on the commode as a joke. We haven't had guests in since.
Wait a minute, you actually have 3 seashells on your top.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do that now.
Dude, we are geeks. We are nerds, man. This is how we live.
Oh, no. Now I got to get seashells for my bathrooms, and when I move to Indiana, because now I got to get 3 seashells.
Do you remember that scene in the movie where he gets in Demolition Man, where Sylvester Stallone, we were just talking about, is being made fun of? Then he goes over to the machine on the wall, which issues you the tickets for swearing.
Duck fucking like
and
so much for the seashell.
First word, which gives him a bunch of
paper.
little tickets.
What did he say? Yeah, what did he say? He's like, "You're out of toilet paper." He went to the bathroom. I think he's
toilet paper.
And toilet paper. Oh, they
used back in the 20th
wads of paper too. And everybody starts laughing. He goes, "Well, the area. I'm glad you're having fun, but the area where you're supposed to have the toilet paper has 3 seashells. He doesn't know how to use 3 seashells." It's
So
like
I
he
can see
goes
how
up
that
there,
could be a
you
problem.
fuck stick piece of. You've been fined 1 credit,
Yeah.
1 credit. He goes, so
Right.
much for the 3 seashells. I'll be
He
right
started
back.
out with that fucking yeah. I remember that.
I can't help but notice, Dave G, that your avatar there has 3 things on the top of the toilet, but they're not large enough to make out. Are those seashells?
Those are seashells.
Charming.
They are
Very.
seashells.
I
And
couldn't help
the toilet brush
Dave, you.
holder.
take the
Oh my
tickets.
God.
When he takes the tickets and then goes to the bathroom triumphantly, part of me was
Yeah.
thinking, well, what kind of paper did they write those tickets on? Because that to me didn't look too soft and pliant. If it's
Yeah,
like vellum,
well, it's better than
Hey,
nothing, I
I've had to wipe.
suppose.
Hey, I've had to wipe my ass with things that were not pleasant either. You know what? You got to.
sure, but that
Sometimes you
couldn't
got
help
to.
but make me think that poor Sly Stallone's walking around with a dirty ass through half the fucking movie before he could get to a shower. I wouldn't
You
want to
know
be.
what? You know what? It's even funnier is how many times during that movie did he actually have to go take a shit because by the end of the movie he still doesn't know how the seashells work.
I
Yeah.
love the whole foam thing for the car, the automatic. It's like the car turned into a cannoli. It's like, oh yeah, it's just you got the scene when he's bashing through, and all of a sudden you see all the shaving cream, like he's like tile. I mean, it's brilliant,
Seamstress.
but
So wait a
you
minute,
know
I
what?
come out of the cryo tube after 40 years. I'm Betsy fucking Ross.
Yeah.
Yeah. They taught him how to
Well,
sew.
let me put another perspective on that with the shaving cream thing. For in Blake 7, in the second episode, I believe it was the second episode, uh, there was a breach in a hull of a ship, and it fills with basically shaving cream that goes solid in seconds. Same kind of idea of the cannoli car from Demolition Man. So viable thought. You know, it makes perfect sense if you think about it. Like, you know, this stuff disperses from a compressed state in a small container, fills up a large space, and turns solid as a protection against this, that, the other thing. In Demolition Man, it was protection against. It was basically your airbag, and in Blake 7, it was if the hull was breached between the outer hull and the inner hull, which is where they were creeping through trying to escape the prison ship. And unfortunately, that one guy got sauced pretty quick, but he wasn't that great of an actor, so it's okay. Well, they got rid of him real quick. Yeah, not Blake, the actor. I don't even remember his name. That's how memorable he was. Oh, I wanna help. Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you crawl through the vent? You knew what was going to happen before it happened. Yeah.
Damn, you don't remember the actor's name? Wow, you don't even remember the character's name, and you're a Blake. I know you're a big Blake 7 fan.
Huge Blake 7
That's saying
fan.
how unmemorable that guy was.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can remember every statement and every word going up to, through, and after that, but I don't. I know they mentioned his name like once. I know they mentioned another guy's name on Cygnus Alpha, the next episode. It was called Spacefall. The second episode was called Spacefall. First episode was called The Way Back. Second episode was Spacefall. Third was Cygnus Alpha. And there was an actor on Cygnus Alpha, Urgo. It's something like that, Urgo or Urgo. And Villa says, "Did you see they killed Urgo?" That was the one time you got his name mentioned. I'm sure.
They said about as interchangeable as
in
the cap.
Spacefall. Yeah, I'm sure in Spacefall they mention his name because they were like, "Is that it?" And it's like, "Yeah, it's me again, Avon, and whatever his fucking name was that I can't remember." Anyway, yeah, sorry, dude, actor guy whose name I can't remember. You know, he reminds me a lot of the tall guy from not Key and Peele. What is it? The British duo. that I like. Not Key and Peele. Mitchell and Webb. The Mitchell and Webb look. He looks like the blonde guy from that, not the stout rounder guy.
The blonde
You know,
guy
it's
from
funny,
what?
Dave. I went into the kitchen to go heat up my coffee. My son is in the kitchen, obviously. He's like, I rejoined the stream. I said, yeah, I see that. He goes, what are y'all talking about? I was like, well, Dave's talking about Blake Seven. I was like, it's a British show from the '70s. I think was it '70s or '80s?
Remember saying that?
I believe that was in the. I believe it started in the 70s. I could be wrong. Yes,
Yeah, and I was
CDJ
like,
Kerr
you were
Avon is a
at
superb anti-hero. He is great as that. You want to hate the guy, but he's often right. He's definitely self-interested, but he does end up saving the crew, even though he doesn't want to a lot of the time. There was one episode where uh, the crew was gone, and he was talking to the computer, and he was like, "Okay, can we survive? What are our probabilities of survival just with the ship running itself and me?" And they were like, it was like, it's a very good rate. What would it take for us to damage that rate? And it was like an attack from 3 pursuit ships. The next thing that happens is 3 pursuit ships are coming up on him, and he's like, yeah, the irony. So he rescues the crew. And in a later episode, he was going to kill Viller, because of they were on a shuttle that had been sabotaged, and they were in the flight deck of the shuttle, and they're trying to like dump weight. They're like, why is the shuttle not getting out of the orbit? What's going on here? We got away with our scheme. Oh man, what weighs 170 kilos? And right as he's leaving, and right as the door is closing, Orak says, Viller weighs 170 kilos. And Viller hears it, and you could see Avon just look like he doesn't want to kill Viller, but he knows he has to in order to survive. And Viller hides, and they end up finding out what was causing the weight on the shuttle. Avon gets rid of it as Viller's hiding, because Avon's out there with a gun, like, saying, Viller, my friend, come out. It's scary, man. And then at the end of that, he's like, Viller says to Avon, because they're still in the same crew and everything, he's like, it's a trip I won't forget. It's a very complex character, Avon. All the characters are very complex. Jenna, not so much. But
seems
I'm
like
sorry.
Speedy J here might be on the same page with you, Dave.
Yeah.
So I'm noticing episodes and season stuff and titles. I'm like, I think you and Speedy J might have a similar
Yeah, Horizon. No,
enjoyment.
Horizon was a great episode. Actually, it visually is one of the more boring episodes, but the writing in it is fantastic. With the leader who's being manipulated by the Federation because he was a student of like basically their political school, and yeah, Horizon was excellent. That's actually one of my favorite episodes that I rewatch. And yes, there's not a whole lot of space battle. There's not a lot going on in the whole episode. It's shoddily shot, but the writing is fantastic. The whole premise of everything. So I hear you about Horizon. I'm sorry, guys. I kind of usurped the conversation with something that most of you aren't that familiar with. So I'll just shut up for a little while and let you guys talk about something.
No, that was very interesting. Although I will say, in answer to NB Geek's original question, Gul Dukat.
Yeah,
that was a joke, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. I remember that was, I asked that question, 20, 30 minutes ago?
Yes, Orbit, CDJ, Orbit. I'm sorry, CDJ.
It's funny, the way you talk,
7.
Dave. Hey, Dave, the way you talk about some of the characters you're talking about on Blake 7, it's like, it was interesting the way you're saying that. My wife got me watching The 100. with her while she was when she was in Turkey for a year. She was watching the 100. I started watching it. I enjoyed it. Thing was, there was one character. His name was Murphy, and at the beginning, he's a bit of a dick. I mean, he's an asshole. He's, you think he's going to be, and literally throughout the seasons, I'm sitting there and I'm like, I said, I would tell my wife, I was like, it is very scary when I agree with the guy. So, like for example, they're on on the 100, they're on a ship. It's a prison ship. Everybody on there's like 400 people. Rape, murder, 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 murder. They're all in this cryogenics, and everybody's wondering what to do. And Murphy's like, "Why don't we just shut them off, kill them?" And I'm like, I agree with Murphy. Yes, I understand that, but when you realize what happens when they wake all those fucking prisoners up, you realize Murphy was fucking right. So I was like, there were times he would do stuff. Well, he was called in the show. Maybe I can identify with this a little bit. He was called the cockroach. That was the joke of his name, and I'm like, yeah, because he's a survivor. I'm like,
Was it spelled the same way though?
Oh, they never spelled. Well, I don't know. I'd have to check that. I'd have to check the subtitles to see if cockroach was spelled the same way. But he was. That's what his. He ends up meeting this woman, and they eventually get together. But she's the one who calls him a cockroach, and she always calls him that as a term of endearment. And it's funny. There was another scene where they're trying to figure out how to do something to antagonize two groups of people. And Murphy just gets up and goes, and they're like, "What's going on?" And Amora's like, "Murphy being Murphy." And it was just funny. He started a fight, and that's exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to get two sides to go. The guy was a masterman. He had a scene literally in, I think, the third season or second or third season where I need to get my wife in here for that one, where there's one lady, she's got a gun on him, and she pulls the trigger, and it's empty, and he just sits down and says, "That's okay. If I was you, I'd shoot me too." Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get my wife here. Hey, honey. Talking 100. I need your help. Oh, my son just went, ooh.
Never seen it.
Awesome. Nope. I haven't completed a whole season yet. Series yet.
So, remember what I said when you had me watch the show with Clark and everything, and then I said, remember when I said it's a bad thing when I'm agreeing with Murphy?
Oh yeah, I remember first I was in
Murphy
Turkey, I
is.
was watching it, and I told my husband, I was like, "You really have to watch this," and he's like, "It's on the CW." I said, "I know it's on the CW, but just watch a couple episodes of it for it, please." He's like, "Fine." So he finally watched it, and he was like, "Okay, I can get into this." And yeah, we both like Murphy.
Well, it's because I said, that was the funny thing. Amora was the one who called him the cockroach.
Raven.
Raven started calling him a cockroach.
Raven called him a cockroach. Emori was very similar to him because she was a survivor too. I've watched this series so many times.
Well, I was telling him about the scene with Raven where
I'm gonna try and complete the whole series.
Remember when she pulled the trigger and it was empty, and Murphy just sits there and he goes, "That's okay. If I was you, I'd shoot me too."
Yeah, I would have shot me. Have any of you other guys seen the 100?
No.
Nope.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yep.
you really should watch it.
I'll be honest,
Because
I thought it was about like teenagers.
It's what?
I thought it was all about teenagers on a planet, like the last 100.
Okay, here you go, honey.
The 100
My wife watched it.
He said the 100 kids to the planet Earth.
411.
Okay, so the 100. Yes, it does follow teenagers, but once you get past the first two episodes, these characters evolve and they get very complex, and it's all about survival because these kids were raised up in space, and
Yeah.
the spacecraft that they are living on, they need to see if Earth is habitable again. So they send these kids to Earth basically because they're expendable.
Also because the habitat on the station is getting unlivable.
Well, I didn't want to spoil you too many spoilers, but anyway, so you can't send these kids down to Earth. There's no grown-ups. They're these kids. And it's really about survival of the fittest. And they see. I'll just say this: watch 1 or 2 episodes, and then I'll re-engage with you because you really need the first episode. Okay, people are like, "Oh, these kids, blah blah blah." You really have to watch about 2 or 3 episodes to see the development of the characters, and it has 7 seasons. And me personally, the series ends at season 5. You don't have to watch season 6 and 7. That's kind of like icing on the cake. But
I'm sorry, honey, I got to disagree with you with that. I would have agreed with that, except for season 7 with Shade Haida. Shade Haida was awesome.
be that as it may, I still think the 100 could stand seasons 1 through 5 on its own.
Right. So you sound like a pretty dedicated fan, even though you don't consider the last two seasons. What are they? 13 episodes each? 10 episodes?
No, I think there were 16 episodes. The entire show is 7 seasons, ends at episode 100, so there's 100 episodes.
I guess the thing I didn't like about season 6 really didn't go along with the first 5 seasons. It got really.
It was confusing for my mom.
Wasn't confusing. It's just more
different.
I'm trying to think of the right word, AJ. It didn't really follow the first 5 seasons. It's just like a different storyline, a different scenery. I just didn't really like it. In season 7, since they were stopping at episode 100, I felt like season 7 was really rushed.
I agree.
A lot of stuff in season 7, they made a mistake in season 7. They have started exploring different stories, but they couldn't finish it because they were finishing with
What mistake did they make
100.
in season 7?
What, AJ?
What mistake did they make in season 7?
I think they didn't have the time to really explore the different story arcs that they were introducing. I felt it was rushed. I mean, okay. I mean, I'm still a diehard 100 fan. I love the 100, and I will watch it over and over again. But if somebody who's just watching it, they've stopped at season 5, they're not missing anything. It's kind of like this book series my husband and I read, 299 Days. If you read the books 1 through 9, you don't have to read the book 10.
Book 10 is more like a coda, for lack of a better term, or an epilogue. Season 6 and 7, I guess, kind of go that same way, epilogue, because the way they ended season 5, my wife and I were very happy with. We were like, and we even said it after she got back from Turkey. I said, her and I agreed, if they screw up season 6 and 7, I said we can stop at season 5 and call it a day.
Yeah, and the ending of season 5. Oh, I watched it with my daughter, and
you both cried.
I cried.
I cried.
I cry every time I watch that last scene in episode 5. I mean, season 5. I mean, it's just a tearjerker.
Yeah, I know what it is. May we meet again.
It's just a tearjerker. You can't watch that last few minutes of season 5 and not cry like a little baby.
You have characters. For example, you have a character who is Octavia. She goes from the person under the
under the floor. I guess we're going to give you some details. So you have this one main character, Octavia. So on the Ark, the spaceship that all these kids raised on, you're only allowed to have 1 kid per family because the Ark, the spaceship, can only sustain so much life.
They're really strict with having more kids than 1. They want to reserve air for the rest of the people.
Right. So
if a parent has more than 2 kids, the parent will get floated into space.
Yeah, they'll get floated.
That's right, AJ. So, guys, all I can say is watch the first 2 or 3 episodes, and then we'll talk about it, because I don't really want to give too many spoilers, because I think if you give it a chance, you'll really like the development of the characters.
Yeah, you had characters like Octavia, who became the person who was the girl under the floor, to
That became an assassin.
Sky Girl to Blood Reina. She became Blood Reina, and it's like if you watch the show, you'll understand what these terms mean. You've got Clark, who she was originally in the first season called Princess, and eventually is called the Commander of Death.
Yeah, it really is. I would love to talk about it, but I want you guys to really watch it first, at least the first couple episodes. That way, then I don't know. I'm really
I'm on season 4.
And this series has already concluded?
Yes. It's on Netflix. Seasons 1 through 7 are all on Netflix.
Okay, see, that's where the issue is going to be. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not going to be watching it. I don't have Netflix. Can't. So not going to happen. But you're more than welcome on other channels to talk about it because obviously it's not going to be too interesting.
It really is good.
I was actually surprised when Rachel told me about it because like I said, yeah, she's not kidding. She's like, you need to watch one. I was like, it's on the CW, and I had already done with CW. I was done with their shit and their bullcrap. I was like, nope, I'm done. I knew them when they were the WB, and they actually had good content. And then CW, I thought sucked. And she's like, watch this, and I'm like, you know what? I got into a few episodes, and I was hooked.
What were you gonna say, son of Red Shirt?
Pardon?
Weren't you gonna say something?
No. Sorry, I asked before. Had the series concluded? It's run its course, and there are no sequels or movies or anything planned like that. Is as of yet.
See, in season 7, they give a little teaser to what happened before this nuclear apocalypse took out the human race. And I'm still waiting to see if it got picked up for like a prequel season where they show you how all these different, because see, in the 100 you have these different clans, kind of like, think of tribes. So the humans who were on Earth with the nuclear apocalypse and they survived, they create these different clans, kind of like Indian tribes. So they don't really tell you in the 100 how these clans became about.
They really don't.
But in season 7, they give you a little teaser. And I am so hoping that it gets picked up because I would love to see how the survivors in Mount Weather evolved, how the survivors on the ground evolved.
The grounders.
Right.
The grounders.
It sounds very much like you called it. They've sprinkled a few seeds out there to get a bit of interest.
Don't forget about the Reapers.
Oh yeah, but anyway, so
I'm
really hoping it gets picked up for a prequel because there's so much other material there that I would love to see the story arc from before the kids get dropped on the Earth from the starship. So because they have lots of material.
I agree with you.
Yeah, if they had a good writer like with Cobra Kai to come in and do like the prequel with the story arcs, that'd be really cool. But anyway, I haven't seen anything if it's going to drop or come down. I don't know. But anyway, that's all I got to say about the 100.
Hey, Madam Geek.
It's not even close.
Well, you certainly know more about it than anybody I've ever spoken to.
Don't forget about this grounder that Octavia falls in love with.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Lincoln. Oh God, no, AJ. We're not talking about what happened. We're not talking about Lincoln and Octavia. We are not going there.
So one of the kids from the starship falls in love with a grounder, and she tries to make a pact with the grounders, the humans that are still on the Earth from the nuclear apocalypse that survived.
Better than a belter. Yeah.
Yeah, that's from what's that series called?
The Expanse.
Expanse, yeah. I'm behind on the Expanse. So
That's
my
all right.
husband told me I had to watch the Expanse, and that was I was in Turkey once again, bored out of my mind. So I was watching the Expanse, and that was slow going for me, but finally picked up. But man, that was slow.
When did it pick up for you?
For the Expanse?
Yes.
Oh, probably not until season 2, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really had a hard time with season 1.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I tried watching season 1. It sucks. I don't know how so many people. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know there are people that absolutely love it. It's like, oh, it's a great show, and it's like, no,
It's not for you.
it's not for me.
Well,
It's
Captain,
not for me.
what I can say about it is
Because that first
I
season
kind of
sucks
want
ass.
to agree. I want to agree with you because there are scenes from certain shows that are totally mind-blowingly awesome. And then there's all the stuff in between. There's so much political intrigue and dialogue, and then for a few scenes, maybe a 10-minute scene of total awesomeness, surrounded by talk, intrigue, slap in the face, more intrigue. So if you take like the most badass badass fighting from Star Wars and mixed it in with the dialogue from Gandhi for the rest of it.
You see,
So you
Dave,
have to selectively. I mean, you can it's like some people said that about Deep Space Nine because it was non-episodic and it was a story arc. Um, you have to commit to it, and I understand that there's a lot of content out there that you might not want to spend the time on, but there's a couple scenes that are really like, wow, is that how cool this show is? That's really cool. I want to watch the show. And then you watch the show and you're like, where's that scene?
I have a question for you guys. Since we're talking about TV series and stuff, have any of you guys watched Fear of the Walking Dead?
Mm-mm.
Yep,
Yeah,
sucks. Don't like it.
I don't think that's fair. I quite enjoyed Fear the Walking
Could
Dead
not
for a while.
invest myself in it.
Watched the last couple of seasons though.
Okay, so here's my opinion on Fear the Walking Dead. The first season,
sucks.
slow, so slow. But once again, I was in
Yeah.
Turkey, bored out of my mind, so I sat through it. And after season 1 and halfway through season 2, it got better. It really did. And if you watch The Walking Dead, Morgan from The Walking Dead crosses over into Fear the Walking Dead. So I
Yeah.
really stuck it out, and I was a lot happier with where I haven't finished it yet either because it's still on TV. But I did stick out watching the first season and a half because it was slow. I was like, oh my God, can we get on with it already?
I remember they found the girl in the riot tank, and she becomes the main character. That SWAT riot tank she's got kitted out with the M60s and stuff. I kind of lost faith in the show when they killed off the mother character. I actually quite
that
like.
really hurt me. Yeah, I was surprised they killed her off. I was surprised with that.
Yeah, that seemed just more like in your face shock. BS to me. The Walking Dead's a little famous for that. So I was a big fan of the. I read the comic books. I was a big comic book fan when I was a kid, but lost my way, and a friend recommended to try those. Pardon?
So here's another question. Different TV series. Have any of you guys watched that series called Dark?
No.
I haven't even heard of it.
I would recommend not bothering. We watched all 3 seasons, and the first 2 seasons were great, and that last season just honestly, we just finished it to get over
series
it.
That takes place in Germany, so you have all these subtitles that don't go with the people talking. It's kind of like weird. And the reason why we watched it was because I was following this group on Facebook with the 100, and a lot of the chatter was, what should I watch next after the 100? And this TV series kept coming up, Dark, Dark. I'm like, okay, what in the hell is this about? So I convinced my husband, was like, let's give this a shot. We watched the first episode with me.
It's just called Dark?
Yeah, it's called Dark. D-A-R-K.
Not Dark Matter.
No, not Dark Matter. No, it's just called Dark. D-A-R-K. So I convinced him to watch the first episode. We're like, okay, this is kind of interesting. And we watched the first season. And it just got weird. There's a lot of time shifting, the past, the present, the future. It's just weird. And so it's on Netflix, so Captain Trek, sorry. But if you decide to watch it, you gotta make sure that you are able to pay attention because there are lots of time jumps. It was just weird.
I don't think I'd like that. It just
Nah.
I don't
doesn't.
think most.
It's
Like I
really
said,
about time travel.
the first 2 seasons were really good, but that last season, I swear, I think my wife and I just watched it just to see how the show ended.
Yeah, we had different code words for different time periods and different realities and stuff. Like, okay, where are they at? What are they doing? And we had to take like a 15-30 minute break between episodes because our brains were just like, what the freak is going on here?
How much
Yeah.
time do
Did
they
you
have
have
to
a
do
lot of
research on
questions?
here?
Anyway, guys, so
I don't recommend Dark.
yeah,
I know it's only about 20 something episodes. I don't recommend
no,
it.
I don't either because it's just
Well,
hard
it's
to
on
follow.
Netflix, and I don't have Netflix, so it isn't really an issue for me.
Yes,
So
we know
Hey,
you
There
don't have
are
Netflix.
options out there other than Netflix. I'm sure you guys are aware of something like M4U Free or M4U Free.fun. If you've never been to that site before, it's a movie sharing, television sharing site. I watch all stuff from Discovery to The Prisoner to
The
young
Prisoner.
I have still not seen The Prisoner yet, and it is on my list.
You will have
It
no
is on
idea
my
what's
list.
going on from the start to the finish, and you will think about it for the rest of your life. It's just
fantastic,
so
surreal.
weird. It is like the weirdest thing, and it's
Yeah.
meant to be. I mean, like the final episode is, it's just insane, and it's meant to be. That's what they said. I mean, I did a lot of research on it because I'm like, what in the hell am I supposed to be watching here? And they're like, yeah, that's what we were going for.
Everybody I've ever heard talk about The Prisoner says it was awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. But that last episode is just
Well, don't talk too much about it only because it's like, it's one of those things you kind of go through. I so much I want to say.
I could explain every scene in it, and it would still not make sense, even if I spoiled it. There's no such thing as a spoiler for that show.
Yeah, but you could put people off because it sounds so. Sorry, Captain Trek, you keep saying something.
Yes, Mar, you may want to explain in the chat that you're German.
Well, Mar, I did enjoy part of the series with Dark, but it just got a little weird that last season. For Dark, it just got weird.
How did it get weird?
Oh God, we could. AJ, it's not worth us trying to explain.
Okay,
It's too confusing.
I'll try.
Okay, you try.
So with Dark, in the third season, you have two main characters that have their own reality. And in their own reality, they have a past, present, and future. And in this third season, they flip back and forth between these two realities and present, past, and future. And you really have to pay attention to keep up.
Yeah, they don't tell you.
It's not one you can just kind of listen to the background. No, you have to be watching it.
The other thing is, every time they shifted a reality,
Good morning,
we
old
literally,
media
or a
guy.
time, we had to
Hey,
literally. Never mind, Cap.
No, it wasn't Cap. It was.
Huh?
I said one of the issues was with the show Dark is every time they jumped into one of these other time zones of these alternate realities and stuff, there was no explanation. There was no, hey, this is the time we're in now. It was literally, other than maybe occasionally saying this year, but then they didn't do it very often. They kind of would put like, this is the year, the currently thing, but then it was so half-assed. You didn't know. Half the time, my wife and I would be sitting there looking at it in that third season and be like, what freaking world is this? Which reality?
So we started with two code words. We had reality 1 and reality 2. That's what we started calling it because it's the only way we could keep track of who was whose. You laugh, but it was so true.
And then we get to season 3 and we're like, oh my God, we got another reality.
Yeah.
Any other shows that you guys didn't like?
I didn't like that Australian one I was watching on Netflix.
That was a series?
Yeah, it was a series.
Oh.
I can't even think of the name of it.
Was it a spin-off of the movie?
No, no, no. I can't think of the name of the freaking series. It was that Australian series, the one where people came back to life, the one I told you about.
Oh,
Yeah, you
Oh,
know, you no. Be glad you didn't see that because it was
yeah.
awful.
I think I know of the context of which you speak. I don't know the name of it either, but
It was a
uh,
terrible show. It honestly was terrible. I swear to God, I think I only finished it. Like I said, it was short. It was 6 episodes. I think 3 seasons, 6 episodes each. So I watched all 18, and I was like, I
unfortunately,
literally was bored.
unfortunately, most of the series that I watch are on Netflix. And the only one that I really watch that isn't on Netflix is The Marvelous Miss Maisel. That's on Amazon.
that's awesome.
I keep
That is
telling you, I keep
actually
telling
a
all these
great
guys to watch
show.
The Queen's
I
Gambit.
love that. Well, yeah, we've all talked about that. It's the most awesome thing. Hey, do you know that um, there was I don't know if it was on Entertainment or whatnot, Weekly or whatnot, but the actress got to keep all her wardrobe from that.
Really?
From Miss
Yeah,
Maisel
which
or The
is
Queen's Gambit?
Queen's Gambit.
Oh,
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 well.
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's
If
something
you
that
have not
actually
seen The
happens
Queen's
very
Gambit,
often.
folks, if any of you have not seen The Queen's Gambit, I would recommend it. My wife and
Yeah,
I, it's eight
binge it,
episodes. It's a mini series. I
binge it.
really do not want them to make a second season because I love the whole series and I love how
No,
they
it
ended.
ended. It ended. It ended, and it ended perfectly. It
Yes.
was
Yes.
brilliant. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. It's the same thing. It's like when one of these things where you see people like holding their hands like they're praying and
Yeah, I was
looking
gonna
up,
be I was
going,
talking about.
"Hollywood, please pay attention."
Exactly.
Yes.
You know,
Now,
I
I will be
mean,
honest, that first episode, it takes a little bit to get in. You got to
yeah,
get into that first episode. But
yeah,
once you work with that episode, you understand what's going on. The next 7 episodes are just fantastic. The first episode's
yeah,
fantastic once you realize what the context is going on.
right.
Yeah. I had
Because you really don't know what's going on. Like, what am I watching? Why am I watching it? The first
right.
episode kind of starts, just lays a baseline. So you got to put your time in, not a big commitment. And then it just kicks off. Actually,
Yes.
Yeah, see,
it
that's the
actually
thing. You
does
got to,
kick off in the first one, but
So
you,
AJ,
you got to be patient with it, and
right.
then just power through that first one. It's not a big commitment. What is it?
and
Half
then the
hour?
payoff is fantastic.
The payoff is
What
some
did you
of
want,
the best
Mom?
screenwriting that I have seen in a long time.
So
Yep.
AJ, you had asked what we were talking about. We're talking about that series on Netflix called The Queen's Gambit. So that's what we're
About
talking about, buddy.
Yeah, that was I think that was the best honestly
Short
the best
series.
thing I've best miniseries I've watched all last year.
Yeah. It was good.
well, Cobra Kai.
Cobra Kai wasn't out last year.
That came out this year.
That came out this year, and we've already seen it and we love it.
Yeah. I
Mm,
swear, it probably would pays any
Cobra Kai.
attention.
Cobra Kai was out prior to this year.
Well, true. But then I guess we're talking about the season 3 that just dropped.
Oh
Correct.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because
No,
that dropped New Year's
I
Day.
meant the series in general. I'm sorry, I
Right.
didn't mean
Yeah.
the most recent one.
Yeah, the series in general came out, like I said, when I was in Turkey. And did my husband tell you guys the story about that?
You
Yes.
Possibly.
probably have, but you'll
Yes.
probably tell it better.
So,
That's true.
okay, we were waiting for Cobra Kai to drop, and it did. And he um told me about it, and I'm in Turkey, and I'm watching it, and I binge watched it, and I call him back from Turkey to the States, like, hey, where you at? He's like, I'm on this. I'm like, well, you need to finish up this series because I want to talk about it.
So I spent that
So he
Saturday
spent the
watching the
Saturday.
last eight
Oh yeah,
episodes, and
yeah.
Yeah.
we talked
I
about it. And
remember you.
God, how long did we
I
talk on the
remember
phone?
Husband Geek talking about that, saying that like, yeah, my wife already finished it, and
Yeah. Because when I was in Turkey, I really had a sweet deal. I only worked half a day. So I go in around 7:30, work half a day, get lunch, go back to my home. So I'd have all afternoon and all evening. So yeah, I was like, okay, what am I going to watch? What am I going to do? So all I had was time. So yeah,
in a bottle.
for real, my gosh.
Did you have a turkey sandwich?
We read Ready Player One.
Oh, we did read Ready Player One. Have any of you guys read the book or seen the movie?
I have started on the book. I started on the movie. Neither one really appealed to me. I read the synopsis. I liked the synopsis, but I kind of got the gist of it from that, as
Which is
opposed
better, the
to
movie or the book?
The book is better, in my opinion, hands down.
What
Come on,
is?
AJ. He asked
What-
what was better, the book or the
Ready
movie.
Player One, is the movie or the book?
Didn't really care for either one.
Well, we tore through the book. It's 500 pages long, and we tore through it in a weekend. Madam Geek bought the book while she was in Turkey. I downloaded it on my Kindle, and I said, okay, let's read 5 chapters and talk about it. I got through 5 chapters, and I called her up. I said, where are you at? And she goes, I'm almost done with chapter 4. I'm going to stop at chapter. Like, all right, I'm on chapter 5. I'm not stopping.
And my husband is a very fast reader. I'm a slow reader. So when he said he was going forward, I was
Really
like,
fast.
oh man. Because I read slow. I mean, it's just, I've never been a fast reader.
Thank
But
you.
Well,
Ready
you know
I
what's
Player
would.
One,
interesting, folks, is Ready Player One was something that I remember seeing when I was looking up. I searched B movies and just sci-fi and stuff like that back when I had my studio, and that was over 10 years ago. And I remember coming across uh, Ready Player One back then, and apparently now it's just been released. So I don't. I thought it was just a thing that's been out there that's been circulating that finally got made into a movie. How old is the book? Do you know?
I don't know, but I know that the author of Ready Player One recently released a second book because I'm in this group on Facebook for homeschoolers, and one of the parents had wrote in what was a good book for her teenage daughter to read.
Mm-hmm.
And I put Ready Player One, and somebody in the chat replied saying, well, he released a second book recently. I was like, really? So Ready Player
Yeah.
Two, I think is the name of the second book, follows the winner of the first book once he wins the game or whatever.
Yeah, because back when I first heard of it, it was when the Hollywood strike was going on, when Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog came out on the net before it was released to DVD, etc. And that's when I heard of Ready Player One. But again, I started going because it was all text, and I'm reading it, and I'm like, all right, whatever. Didn't really get me, and then I guess maybe that I don't know if it was finished. That's why I was asking you, like, when was that? Because for me, it was about 12 years ago.
I gotta be kind of careful though, because sometimes books and movies have the same title and are not the same thing at all.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
So Ready Player One, the movie, came out in 2018. Give me a second here.
It's got a Gundam. That's all I care about.
So I'm thinking about 2006 or something.
Oh, the Ready Player One book by Ernest Cline was released. It was first published in 2011. So there
Okay.
was a big gap between the book and the movie.
Okay.
So you have, I think, about 7 years because the movie came out in 2018. So you have about 7 years between the book and the movie.
Right. Well, I'm sure that's what it was, but it was definitely earlier than that. But like I said, I was looking on like weird fan sites and doing B movies. That's how I found about the movie Forbidden Zone,
Ah.
which is not a movie that I recommend for most people, even though it is the Mystic Knights of Oingo Boingo, and it's hilarious, but it's in its own really dark, weird way.
It's called The Forbidden Zone, and it's presented by the Knights of Oingo Boingo, and you didn't see this on like Cinemax Blue Channel or something.
No.
I'm teasing.
Oh, yeah. No, I found that when I was doing my B movie searches, and I ordered still had a VHS, and I ordered the VHS. I still have it, and then I ordered it on DVD when it finally got popular enough for them to burn DVDs of it. It's pretty weird, man. It's a weird movie. It's not necessarily a movie that most people can even tolerate. It's like an art movie, it's bizarre. It's weird. Oh, but tattoos in it from Fantasy Island.
Hervé Villachet.
Yep.
All right, let's see here now. All right, since you probably weren't here, I'm going to just go ahead and remove that comment, Mar. We're not going to be talking any politics today. As far as
anything,
because of certain issues that have come up with
Censorship.
Yeah, censorship.
Yeah, that's
Good
probably a
old
good
fashioned
idea.
censorship.
I guess. I don't think there was any malicious intent behind what he was saying.
No, I do not either. But with the censorship of what's been going on, I don't want to strike against my channel. I'm sorry.
Good call, Captain Trek. I agree. You don't want to
Yes,
risk
sir.
anything. Yeah.
As much as I like Mar, I do. He's a nice guy, and I know he wouldn't do anything intentionally. I just knowing YouTube, no, I don't trust him. I don't trust him as far as I could throw an elephant.
There will be a time when you say YouTube, you'll be instantly off. It's like, well, he must have said something bad about us. Why would he mention our name?
Yeah.
Click.
And yes, Twitter is stupid. Believe me, it's stupid. So let's see here.
I think I might have
Tim, you've
bit
been
off
awfully
more than I
quiet.
could chew with this project.
Yeah, Tim. What's on your mind?
Huh. This model I'm building right now.
Oh, what model are you building?
It's a 1/48 scale Zaku 2 mega sized.
Really?
Can you show us a pic?
I'd like to see that too.
I guess.
I think maybe AJ might like to see it. What do you think, AJ? Want to see what he's building?
I would say so far the entire panel would like to see it. So
subscribe to several modeling channels on YouTube. I'd be happy to take a look.
All right, full screen me.
All right, AJ,
okay,
you there,
give me
buddy?
just a moment.
He's going
I
to show us
will
what he's building.
find a way to get to that.
Oh, helps if I take the cap off my camera.
That would help.
This is what I'm building.
Wow, cool.
Whoa. Damn. Hello.
It's freaking huge, dude. Just give you an idea.
Nice. The lore of these things. Is that a robot or is there a guy inside?
There's supposed to be a guy inside. That's the gun. That's the cannon.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, I like that.
This is
So
one of the biggest.
size supposed to be?
This is one of the biggest Gundam style models I built. That's its machine gun.
Nice.
Cool. Those are plastic weapons intended as a toy.
So, right now what I'm doing is I'm
Yes,
doing
Captain.
electronics. Give me a second while I.
Can you go home, Professor? I'd say yes, but I don't know where you're at now.
So what I'm working on right now is. Oops. Oh, I always forget which side's a positive. Working on thrusters.
Okay.
Ooh.
Very cool.
I like that.
Oh,
If
wow.
I could just get the
You're
connection.
going to give us updates as you're building this. Cool.
I don't know if you noticed, but that's also flickering.
Do you?
Hard to see
that
this flicker with
LED,
the.
Oh, wow.
Came from one of these.
Oh, so you took that apart?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those
all
flickering
apart.
candles.
So yeah, it's a project.
So
That's
what's
for
the
sure.
finished size supposed to be? Like how many inches tall is that supposed to be when you're done?
Oh, I think it's probably like that big.
Oh wow.
I'm just guessing. I'll
That's
know when
pretty
I
good
have it
size.
together. It's huge, very 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 huge. And right now I'm just putting my heat shrink on the electronical wiring because I need to make sure it's protected.
So AJ, are you there, buddy? You see what he's building?
That's the thing with the heat shrink is you have to definitely remember what you're doing because you connect everything. You can't put that tubing on afterward. You have
Well,
to put it
it
on
can come
first.
off.
Yeah,
Ray,
I
you
know,
still
but you
there?
have to put it on first and
I'm
then
here,
just
AJ.
Talk about
Got
a pain
it.
in the ass.
yeah.
Did you see what he's building?
Live at the Love Shack. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning, Love Shack. What's going on?
Hello, Love Shack.
I'm gonna have to go on mute for a bit.
All right. Oh.
I'm just surprised I haven't had any disasters yet. So I gotta ask, how many times were you guys trying to talk to me and I wasn't in the room?
Probably a few. No big deal.
Yeah, I was out. I had stepped out and did some spray painting while I was while you guys were yakking while Professor
Oh.
Brainy Specs was still in.
I tried to ask before, Tim, do you do all the painting and finishing detail work on your models, or do you just leave them as they come out of the kit?
When I started, I was just doing like Gundam models are already pre-colored. You don't need to paint them, but
Oh.
as I've been doing this more and more, I've found that it's just more fun to paint them. But I kind of paint them like some people paint like model hot rods. You know, I get like the testers metallics um, and then should I leave that out?
So
This
I
was
have a
my
question.
Coat of
With
paint.
these mod,
this
I
was
know
my
these are.
custom made battery case.
Wow.
So I have a question. Being the only female on this panel, so you big boys that play with these model kits, how difficult are these to put together from a scale from 1 to 10? 1 being easy, 10 being extremely difficult.
Oh God, that depends on what it is. I mean, there's um, Gundam kits are done in they're produced in grades. The lowest grade is high grade. They're 1/144 scale, so they're about 3 inches tall, about that tall. They're relatively easy. You do need a nipper to cut the parts. I always suggest some kind of knife to trim the little edges off because nubs are kind of annoying. I got a nub
Small
there.
flat, that sort of thing. Sandpaper. I got
Yeah. Then you got master grade, which is 1/100th scale, and now depending on what type of master grade it is, will depend on the difficulty of the model build. Because I just built an RX-78, what we call OG Gundam, which is old school, the original Gundam.
Right.
And that one, there's like actually there's like 400 versions of the damn thing. There's like the basic master grade, the version 1, the version 2, the version 10,000, because they always like to remake that because that's, I guess, their biggest seller. Um, the one I've got is the version 3 Burka, which was a special artist made that one, and it's in the Char Aznable color, so it's red. And it was probably the hardest model I've ever put together because it had so many tiny parts. Like parts where you would just think, okay, it just is an arm. Like,
Right.
like I've got this here is the legs and waist. So of what I'm building. So these are pretty simple. I mean, I put this together in minutes. Reading the instruction manual is harder than actually putting this together. Now, the one I built that I was just talking about, consider this leg having about 18 different parts to it. I'm holding like 4 parts.
Oh.
So that other master grade I had was insanely difficult. It took me 3 days to put together. I can normally pound out a model in a day, usually, depending on what it is.
It was just that complex of a model, huh?
Yeah, it was nutballs hard. I could
I see
actually
these kits at the hobby store,
think I could
obviously.
show what I did just the other day. See, go ahead.
I said, I see these kits like at the hobby stores and stuff, and I was just curious. I really didn't know too much about them.
Yeah, Gundam model kits are actually they're pretty fun. Then there's Bandai makes so many different kits.
Do you ever explore modeling outside of Gundam? Do you ever do any like World War II replica models, Battlestar Galactica, Star Trek, Star Wars, that sort of thing?
Well, let me show you. I'll
Captain, get ready to go big screen.
I am.
all right, let me try to remember how to screen share. Where's my screen share tab?
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Just don't hit the leave studio like I always do.
Well, you know what? The last time I tried to screen share something, I wound up kicking myself out of the chat or out of the StreamYards, and LDG was taking a nap at the time, and he couldn't get me back in. And I was chatting with Enzo, and I was like, "Son of a bitch!"
Don't accidentally open that folder on your desk marked tax stuff. We know what's in there too.
Yeah, I know, right? So you can screen share me.
Yep, I was just waiting for the add to stream came up.
Okay.
Oh, my favorite class of starship in Star Trek.
Oh, yours too? Yes, I
Yes.
love the Excelsior.
Oh, the Excelsior has been my favorite since I first saw it in what did it show up in episode 3, right? The Search for Spock was the first time.
So check out the hull registry on that sucker.
NX 1922-2018 USS Stanley.
Stan Lee.
Stan Lee. Oh, nice. Oh,
Yeah, that's
that
my
is
tribute
sweet.
to Stan Lee.
Ah, good. Good on you.
That is awesome.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Got lights in it?
I do. This was my original lighting, and honestly, I hated it, so I redid it. This is my Battlestar Galactica.
Right.
Oh, you got the bucket, huh? You gonna get the beast?
Sweet.
Dude, this is from the old show.
I gotcha.
That's the original.
Well, the
Battlestar.
Pegasus was in the original too.
Yeah, it was. I only got the one model.
Yeah, it is kind of
Oh,
ugly.
Jeff, you're so full of crap. You know you liked it.
My D7.
Oh, nice.
The only problem with that model is the base. I have the base on correctly. I had to get like a Gundam stand to hold up the neck because it just kept falling forward.
So kind of like an Enterprise D.
Yeah, it's so forward heavy. It's ridiculous. I don't know what they were thinking.
Hey, I just had to
how do
interject
you
for a
manage?
second.
How do
I
you do
just
the
wanted to
lighting?
say though that
go
is
ahead.
so great. The lights are beautiful. I'm talking with my wife, but I'm watching and I'm seeing these images, and I'm like, wow, that is the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking about too. Is
So
how do
you want to know
how
how
do you
you
do
do
all the
lighting like
lighting,
that?
Tim?
It's
How do you
really
do all the lighting,
simple.
Christ?
So you saw how I was doing the lighting for these thrusters? Just a couple LEDs, put some wire through that. So those are the same kind of just diode LEDs. So what you do is you spray the interior with, well, first you do a black coat so it soaks in any excess light. Then you do a white coat so it will reflect light on the inside of the model, and then you
Right.
just stick. I put white LEDs on the inside,
Uh-huh.
and then
And
they literally just sit in there.
That's
Yeah.
And
got to be one of the most beautiful D7s I've ever seen.
You can kind of in the bridge. There's a slight tell, and it's just how it's built. I guess you got one or two lights in there, so you can see in the center
yeah,
of the bridge the
you can
lights.
also. I'm also not the most perfect modeler because you can see on the top of the back section there, where the neck comes to the main body. There's some light leaking out of the seams of the ship, so I didn't quite get it perfectly, put
well, you could
together.
fill that up with a little bit of putty and sand it down or something.
Yeah, I already painted it though. I don't like I said, I'm not the most perfect modeler, but I just I do my best. So here's the Stan Lee again, and this is redone. This is where I redid the lighting. I did the lighting on this one now, like I did with the D7. So there's now lights under the saucer. There's lights. I'm using diode LEDs instead of my lightsaber LEDs is what I was using before. The lightsaber LEDs were generating a lot of heat, and I was afraid I was going to melt the model, so I didn't. I took them out. Besides, I was able to do more with these.
I gotta say this, Professor Brainy Specs, that Excelsior class went toe to toe with the Defiant class. So enough said. That ship can take it.
Yeah, it can take
once it's upgraded heavily, yes.
I don't care. The point of the matter is, it's a 100-plus-year-old
So
ship design,
what
and
do
it
you
can
like
be
better?
upgraded.
Do you like the original Excelsior or the refit?
The refit.
Ooh, okay. Well,
I can't stand the refit.
I did a video sometime back of my Eagle Moss collection. Oh, why do I recognize that?
Is that the Yamato?
That's the Ginga from the same series. It's the Yamato's sister ship.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I was literally about to say Yamato. I was like, is that the Yamato?
So I love Star Blazers. There we go. There it is.
The Ginga is the sister ship that was done in, I think it's 2022 in the movie, if I'm not mistaken. But it's more or less the same type of ship. Then you've got
I just saw 1999 there.
Yep. I found this.
Space 1999. Nice.
My friend who sold me the Galactica also sold me this, and I was like, man, I had this before and I lost it, so I had to get a second one.
Well, Dinky made some of the metal toys of that, but they were not of great quality. The Eagle Moss ones, of course, are.
This is all plastic.
So to answer your question, I think I prefer the Excelsior over the Enterprise B because I look at the Enterprise B as being a refit. I enjoy both, but yeah, I'm a little OG. I like it when it was still called the NX 2000.
Yeah.
But it's still beautiful. It's still a beautiful ship.
And a funny story, I don't know if you guys ever heard, but the reason that we got a refit for the movie Star Trek 7 Generations was because they had to destroy part of the model. And the original, nobody wanted them to do that, so they built that covering onto the front of the hull just to support this scene where they could break apart that. So that's how we got that class of ship.
Actually, what I heard was that the model was damaged and they had to repair it.
Right.
That was
too. But they needed to break the front or something to show where Kirk got sucked out into space.
Oh, so if you want to pull me back up, Captain Trek, I got more to show. I didn't care if my files were showing. It doesn't matter.
It's supposed to be shown. You're still in full screen.
Yeah, it's just blank right now, buddy.
Yeah, I just see blank too.
Oh, I'm impressed with the model kits. I'm impressed
I know
with
some
of the model kits you got. I mean, I can't imagine some of them.
Let me just do
especially Space 99. I can imagine
it'd
be hard to find.
Yeah. That's why I nabbed it. There we go. I got both the Galactica and the Eagle for like $30. My friend sold it to me for $30. I'm like, yeah, sure. I almost bought the Sequest too, but I decided not to. The Sequest model just looks like ass. I
The
was
show
just like,
wasn't that
no.
good to begin with.
Yeah. So now we're getting into my Gundam models, and
Oh yeah.
I've got quite a few. Oh, stupid computer.
So you did have time to scale, model, and paint.
I kind of like how that turned out. That was just a neat, just turning the flash off.
Oh, nice.
Now most of these are painted. Like this guy is all completely painted except for his hands. His hands are actually a transparent red.
Oh.
Professor Brady Specs. Tim, what did you think about Star Blazers 2202?
That's what it was, 2202. I liked it. It's a good movie. I watched it a couple times. This is the one that caused me so much grief.
Is that a Super Mario Brothers mouse pad?
Yes, actually, it's a play match. Yeah, I found that at one of my hobby shops. I was like, yeah, I got to get that.
I would have too if I had ever seen one of those at a shop. I probably would grab it too.
So yeah, I put an LED in this guy.
That's gorgeous. I love the lighting.
Then why not do it, Professor?
This is one I just made last 2 weeks ago now.
Oh, now I know what GoBots was ripped off of. How long did this take you to put together?
That was the better part of a few days.
I can imagine.
Yeah, this one was pretty tough. Transforms too, if I really want to, but I ain't gonna do it.
Yeah.
Oh wow, those are cool.
Oh yes.
What are your favorite models to build?
My favorite? Gundam models. I'd like to get my hands on some Macross models, but they're so fucking expensive. They're just
so
ridiculously overpriced.
Just a funny question. So with these models, could you do any stop motion animation?
Probably. They're all posable. They're posable, fully articulate. You know.
He'd probably get a copyright strike from Hollywood.
Oh.
Maybe. You never know.
I was just saying that those are really detailed, and if you were into the stop motion animation, that'd be really cool.
This one this one I rescued from my local store. Somebody returned this guy and said it was broken, that the parts were broken on it, and Todd didn't know what to do with it. And I was like, "Can I fix it up?" He's like, "Yeah, sure." So I just grabbed my toolbox and I sat in the store and I retooled the model and when I got done with it, he's like, "You want to keep it?" I'm like, "Sure."
Yeah.
This was like a $40 real grade model. So real grades are like master grades, but they're smaller and they're more detailed. So this thing has hundreds of tiny little parts. It's just ridiculous. I like this one. This one turned out really neat. This was my first attempt at using an airbrush.
I saw the Zelda mat.
So those things sticking out of it, is that like cannon fire?
Oh yeah,
I was wondering the same thing.
Those are those are they're beam saber effects, but I use them as cannon effects.
Okay.
And what's with the thing on his face that looks like a like whiskers or?
Okay, that is the beam sabers for that suit.
I had a feeling
Okay,
that's
but is
probably
that
what
a
they were. There
weapon
was
or
some
is
kind of
that
cutting
like
tool.
It's a weapon, yes.
It's like a ram. Is it like a ramming weapon?
Yeah, this is a high speed mobile suit designed to work in deserts. So it's got the tank treads allow it to move without actually running, but it also has the option to run. But as it's performing a high speed maneuver, it's designed to slash enemies as it passes by.
Right. You better hope it never has an itchy nose that it cut its friggin' hand off.
So how sturdy are those bases? Are those metal bases or are they plastic bases?
They're plastic bases. They can be frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, that's why I
They
was
don't like to
asking.
stay together.
Do you ever weight those down?
No, you know they hold the models up. It's just when you move them, the arms on them tend to pop off. So you just got to be careful with them.
Yeah. I was looking at the point of view that you take the time to put it together and then you put it on the base, then it falls down. That'd be really frustrating.
This
That's what I
guy
said with
is
the
my
D7 he had.
this is my most expensive model I have. This is the perfect grade Zeta Gundam.
Oh wow.
This guy is huge, and it came with its own lighting system, and I decided not to use it because it was just
Really?
absolute garbage. And at the time, I wasn't, I didn't do my own lighting yet, so I just opted just to leave it, normal. But look how big that sucker is.
Nice.
And my mega size is bigger than that.
Now I have a question. Did you when you make these models, right? You're actually painting all of them too, right?
Not necessarily.
No, not all of
That's
them.
why I was asking.
This one's not painted at all.
Okay.
This
He
one
said
here.
sometimes they
This
come
is
painted already.
Oh, sometimes
this
they come
is
painted over. Okay.
well, they're pre-colored. The plastic's colored.
Okay.
So like that one is not painted. That one's not painted.
Now
That
that
is
last one you
partially
just did
painted.
looks like that was a complex one.
This one is partially painted.
Where's that one you had?
That's not painted.
Yeah, that
This
one. Go
one.
back. Yeah, that one. That looks complex as heck.
It's just got a lot of stuff. It wasn't too hard. It's
Really?
definitely got a lot of stuff. That's full. That's the full armor Gundam from the Gundam Thunderbolt series.
So from a girl's point of view here, so easier the kit, the bigger the pieces, harder the kit, smaller the pieces?
Not really.
Nope.
Really?
No.
Oh, okay.
It really it honestly depends on the grade.
Huh.
High grade
Isn't
kits
that
are
the
pretty
robot
easy.
that you were just building? Or the
Real
Gundam?
grade kits are the same size but a lot harder. Master grade kits are basically up in the air. It could be hard. It could be they could be easy. They could be depending on what you get.
Huh. Oh.
It
Now-
really depends on the model kit.
Now I have a question for you.
This
When
guy
you're
painted.
making a model, do you prefer quiet? Do you need some background music or something like that?
I don't care. I like listening to
nice.
some noise. That's why I have you guys on, and I like listening to you guys.
You have lots of money invested in your kits.
Yeah, this is a old VCR or a DVD stand. I just converted to a model shelf, and I put the lighting in myself. I went and got some LED strips.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I'm gonna have to. Oh God,
That's a
when
good
we
idea.
that is a
The
good idea.
LED strips. I
Yeah,
bought for
when
Charlene.
you bought those for Charlene. You bought those
Yeah.
LED. You know that would look great for some of the stuff for some of my Eagle Moss stuff. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, I
That
have.
is awesome. That is an awesome idea.
So, if I may make a suggestion, if you do get LED strips, buy some Gorilla Tape and put the Gorilla Tape on the spot where you want to put your LED strips. Because I tried putting this stuff directly to the wood, and the 3M adhesive on the LED strips does not hold the wood very well at all.
Really?
So I put Gorilla Tape up, and they stick to the Gorilla Tape. So yeah.
I will have to remember that.
Okay, have a good day, Jeff.
Take care, Jeff.
Talk to you later.
Kronos, a VHS. That is an old type of media.
You know what
It was
VHS
back in the
like
is?
records?
70s and 80s.
Yes. So
You should go on. You should go on YouTube and look up VHS Betamax War.
All right, now we're going to get into some actual lighting, some fancy stuff. So I decided I wanted to, for this thing, I wanted to make a display bay for models to stand up in and look cool and look fancy. So here we go. I found a site that was selling the vehicle machine nest chain bases. Now, normally these things are expensive as hell. One like square of them costs $20. I have over 20 squares of them, and I only paid $160 for all of it. And what they
Wow.
are is they just basically they're basically like they make your stuff look like they're standing in a garage. And the beautiful part was, as you see in this picture, this thing fits absolutely perfectly in that.
That is a gorgeous display. You put that in the bookshelf. That is
I
freaking gorgeous.
That's an entertainment stand, dude. That's where TV is supposed to go.
Nah, that looks better there.
Yeah.
That looks
No, I
better
mean
than the TV.
like my
Yeah.
TV
I
is on
think
top.
I'd rather look at that than the TV, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
This spot here is supposed to be this is a TV stand thing where you can put a TV in and swivel it. Yeah, this entire area is supposed to be for a TV, like in the old tube TVs, you know. So I converted.
No, it's a good diorama, man. It's a good diorama.
Yeah.
No, it's beautiful. That's actually beautiful. I love that how you managed to not only just display it, but then put that background in there on the TV screen.
Now
That is
here's
freaking
the
beautiful.
nightmare. This is the nightmare. Is on the back. All the where am I? Yes, my goof. All right, is that all I got of that? I thought I had more. More.
I like
models.
hey Kronos. I got a good
Models.
Kronos brings up Voltron. I got a little story for you guys. When I worked in when I worked for in the Air Force, I worked for a department called A6, and we had a new major come in, and in his office, he had a fully constructed Voltron Lions. He had that thing displayed in there. You could see it. Everybody could see it. I was like, that is so. I've come in there. I see him one day, first time. I see the Voltron. I was like, that is freaking gorgeous.
All right, now
He
you
goes,
see.
oh, you know Voltron? I said, yes, I know Voltron.
Thank you for making.
I have the
Thank
display
you
set
for
up
making the
already done.
distinction. There's the real Voltron, which is Lions, and then there's the other Voltron.
Oh, you mean the one with the cars and Pidge's brother? Oh yeah, that one.
See, now that's with it lit up, more or less.
Yes, Kronos, I can say A6 without getting shot.
Hangar 14.
There you are. So I'm back here with AJ, and I'm switching back and forth between NB and AJ.
Cool.
That is a cool. I guess they both want me to be part of their little.
There we go.
Whatever.
Oh, wow.
They're not real close. So you know how mommy does
AJ, what do you think of that?
Yeah.
What do you think of that display, AJ?
What do you think about that? Cool.
What do you think about that little setup he's got there?
Hey, Madam Geek, are you there?
Like it.
Madam
I'm
Geek?
here.
I talked, my wife is coincidentally named Rachel as well. And I asked her if she would like to maybe discuss some stuff about quilting. She said yes. But apparently we were not, NB and I were not able to hook up via Facebook because there was some problem the other day, so we could give personal information.
Yeah,
we'll try it again.
Back at my Warhammer days.
Dave, if you want to. Oh, is that a Warthog?
No, this is all Warhammer 40K stuff.
Oh, okay,
So
Warhammer
this
40K.
is
It looks like a
drop
yeah,
ship.
it does. Mixed
like
with
a
a
Warthog.
lightning, mixed with a P48.
Why is it breaking up so much?
Hey Dave, if you wanna
Yes, sir.
if you wanna pop your Facebook thing in private chat, I'll take a look at it and I'll try and send you a friend request on Facebook.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, you said you tried the other day, but it didn't work for some reason. I'd never got
I don't
one.
know. Just we can try again.
Let's try it again. I'll do it in the chat, okay?
Yeah, no worries.
Why is it breaking up so much?
Now, did you paint these? Did you paint some of those figurine miniatures? Or
Everything in here I painted. Everything on this in this folder I painted.
Oh, wait. Go back to that tank, please. I gotta see that. Oh my! You painted that?
Yeah,
with that shading and everything.
That was easy, man. That was just spray paint.
Oh, Yeah, you say easy. I don't think it would be easy.
Yeah. Painting actually isn't too hard if you get a technique down.
I can't paint worth a shit.
This here is probably my favorite Warhammer army ever.
Cool.
When I was playing, I think it was fourth or fifth edition came out with everybody was doing dropship army or drop pod armies. A drop pod army basically is everything is in these pods. They deep strike them into the table and then they spill out of the pod, and they're designed to keep you off balance. So you got to deal with people right in your face right away. So the rules for them were any player using drop pods has to drop half of their pods in the first turn. Then after each turn, they roll to see if any more come in reserve. Now, this right here, what you're looking at is a jump pack army. And a jump pack army has different rules as far as reserves. So what I would do is I would keep my entire army in reserve, and then when we rolled off to see who went first, I made sure my opponent went first. Because especially if they were playing drop pods. So that basically meant turn one, they go first. They put half their pods on the table. Well, where are they going to put them? They don't know because none of my stuff's on the table yet. Then my turn, I don't have any reserves to put in because I have to wait one turn as per the reserve rule. Second turn starts, they now have to roll to see if any more of their pods comes in. And I had one guy, he had all of his pods come in by turn two. So he was on the table and I wasn't even there yet. And he just looked at me like, "You are a dick." I'm like, "Yes, I am." And then it was my turn and I started rolling for my reserves. And then I started dropping things in his face. He had no idea how to deploy himself. So it was really funny. And I usually won every game against the drop pod army with this list. And this was a list I took to a tournament called Ard Boys, which was a tournament designed for players to build their most ridiculous setups. So this was mine, and I went to semifinals with this tournament, but I didn't get to go to the finals. I missed it by like 1 point. 1 point, and I got too excited at the end of the game, or else I would have won that last game, and I could have made it to Chicago. But yeah, that was a fun list. And this was the other half of the army.
Hey,
I'm working
Dave.
on something different.
I'm sorry. Dave, hey, check the private chat. I sent you a couple of Facebook things, mine and my wife's.
This was my ridiculous Tyranid army. I sold it for about $3,000. So I made a bit of money off it.
What are those on the top shelf? They look
The
like the
pods.
cocoons from Alien.
Yeah, they're somebody made a friend of mine. He made out of like this insulation foam. He made these mycetic pods, and my army uses my Tyranid army uses pods like that to drop units onto the field. And he just happened to make me a bunch of them. I was like, sweet. So I bought them from him for like $10 a piece. And then Games Workshop decided to make their own, and theirs cost like $80 a piece. So I'm like, yeah, fuck you guys. I kept my ugly looking pots. I couldn't paint them though. It was the material you use that form packed shit just didn't want to paint very well. So I just never got around to trying to do anything with it.
And you
Like an
said you sold
expanding
most
foam?
of this stuff?
Yeah, he used some kind of expanding insulation foam to make the things. He made a mold and then he just used this foam that just
Yeah. It's
and
like
you can
use
see
it
like
to
on the bottom of this one, like this thing here is all rounded on the bottom. Yeah, they're a little weird. They were neat though. I like throwing them on the field and thunk.
I think they're the best part of the display, personally.
Yeah. There was my Imperial Guard army. I was working on I was working on making a mutated our guard list, but then I just kind of gave it up.
I'm trying to look at your books and see if I have any of them.
Oh,
Yeah, I see a little Star Trek one there. I see a couple Star Treks there. I think I used.
yeah.
I swear that almost looks like the Star Trek technical manual for Enterprise D.
I think it is. Yeah, it is.
Yes, I called it.
We've got the DS9 one in there too.
I never was able to get a hold of that one. I was much older.
Does
I
it
love
explain how client
all these
talks in
pictures.
Deep Space Nine?
Oh,
That was
whoa.
neat. I
Oh,
like making that.
that is gorgeous.
That was fun. I actually donated that to the Warhammer group at one of our conventions because I mean I made it. I was going to use it as like an army display, but I found out I didn't make it big enough, and it was a pain in the ass to move around the house or even move to a store for like a display thing or even use it as terrain. So I took it to CooleyCon and gave it to the Warhammer players for like a prize or whatever they wanted to do with it. They really liked it. They set it up in their stuff for a while. But yeah, it was an interesting. All that was is a wooden board with a styrofoam base, and then I just added like styrofoam to the thing, and I used plaster. Then I just painted it. But yeah, it was pretty neat. It's my game table. And I think that's the end of that folder. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I found these minis on a site called Hassle Free Miniatures.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you know what those minis are?
No. Wait a minute. G.I. Joe?
No.
No. Okay. No, I don't.
Stargate SG-1.
Then I
With
would
a
have
couple extra
absolutely no
figures.
clue.
All right, you got Colonel O'Neill here.
Mm-hmm.
There's Teal'c. There's Daniel Jackson, and there's Samantha Carter. And I'm not even shitting you, dude. They Hassle-Free Miniatures will make miniatures of popular characters, but they'll rename them so they're not breaking any,
Yeah.
copyright infringement. So they have things like they've got the chick from Underworld, they've got all sorts of figures. They got Arnold, but they named him Dutch or Duke or something.
Are those bases? Are those bases HeroClix bases that you just put stuff on, or how are the bases?
Those are the bases that come with the figures. I just put flocking on, and HeroClix. I wouldn't want to do that to HeroClix base because then I'd disable its ability to work.
Right.
Because HeroClix bases have the little turn things in them.
Yeah.
No, these are just standard. Those are standard 30mm bases.
Okay. Looks good, man.
That's something I picked up on eBay. I wanted to use it for Necromunda, one of my favorite games. I made a glowing Cthulhu monster just because I was bored.
Oh my God! Look how awesome this is! Whoa, dude!
Whoa,
what do you got here?
yeah. Go back to the dark one.
Back.
Yeah.
That one?
No, the one that was dark.
That one?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's this guy.
Very cool.
Wow.
Is that Cthulhu from the H.G. Lovecraft books?
That is Yahweh.
Well, that's
you
the
can say it any way you want.
Sure.
Really cool, man. I love what you do with the lighting.
I'm very impressed with that.
Right.
Oh, there's my
Hey,
kid.
Orville Nation, how you doing, buddy?
And
Hey,
good morning,
PJ.
PJ. How are you
I
doing?
think I'm running out of folders.
Cut.
Yeah, I'm running out of folders.
Oh, that's okay. We've been enjoying this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
You're running out of folders. Quite frankly, I think we're impressed with how much you have.
I'm
That's-
impressed
that's my
too.
Oh,
Running out of
wow.
folders. Yeah.
Dang, that's a lot.
That's my game room. This is my X-wing miniatures collection.
Let's see what we got there. Oh, we got
A
some
lot.
we got the
Right.
Ghost,
Let me look.
Slave 1, Lambert class, Millennium Falcon,
Are
the
these from Attack Wing or are these Eagle Moss? Yeah, it
No,
looks like
those are
Eagle
from
Moss.
X-wing miniatures by Fantasy Flight Games.
Okay.
Can
So
you put a
I
link
have
in for
a
that?
massive
TIE
collection.
fighter.
I have a massive collection of Attack Wing, Star Trek Attack
Yeah,
Wing ships.
I think Attack Wing actually came out first. It's literally the same game.
Yeah, Star Wars came out first, and then Star Trek did. But you know what they reminded me of the reason I got into it wasn't so much the game. I played the game. It's okay. It's fun. You can even play it single player, like if you play yourself in chess, and you have to forget about what you just did and leave it alone for half an hour, and then come back and go, "Holy
I
crap!
didn't
What
want
did
to
I
be
do to
that
myself?"
depressing.
Uh,
but the Attack Wing, yeah, Star Wars came first, then the Star Trek one. But what's funny is I still have in the package my Micro Machines.
oh, no way.
Yep,
I have
in
a
the
few of the
package,
Micro Machine ships too.
never opened Micro Machines, and it was the one that has the 3 nacelled Enterprise, because it just came out that year and they produced these toys that year, and I went out and bought one, and I thought I was just gonna, maybe, I don't know, play with them. I mean, I was already a medic at the time, so I'm like, I don't really play with toys that much, but these are cool, and I never took them out of the box ever. It's sealed, and it's sitting right on top of my dusty ass workbench in the basement, and I still have it.
Oh yeah.
And you know
Orville
what?
Nation,
It's worth $1 more than what I bought it for.
This is all Tim's stuff. Yeah, Orville Nation, this is all Tim's stuff. Tim, I had a question. What kind of I saw your TIE fighter collection. What types of TIE fighters do you have?
You mean
Do you have an
you mean,
interceptor, a bomber?
Okay, let me go back
What
to that.
kind of Star Wars ship do you
That
have?
is not what I wanted to do. All right.
I'm just asking.
Okay, so over here we have these are TIE Punishers.
Holy moly!
Those are basically super bombers. I actually had
Right.
a really great build using all three of those, and then everybody in my area stopped playing X-Wing.
Star Wars.
And I'm like, you got to be fucking shitting me. Then we've
All
got
these are game pieces.
right here. That is a TIE Reaper, I believe.
Yes, that is the TIE Reaper. That is the
And
TIE
then
Reaper.
these are the new ones from. I forgot what those are called.
Can I ask a noob question regarding this? Why are all the TIE fighters? Why are the sides white? Aren't they like gray?
Those are
In the
first
middle?
order TIE fighters. There, the white ones. That show
Okay. So
first
this is
order TIE
more
fighters.
okay. I'm not. Yeah. All right.
I've got a little bit of everything in here. So I've got standard TIE fighters. I've got TIE Defenders are there. The little red wings you see there.
Good.
I've got 2 red TIE Defenders. I've got 2 red TIE Interceptors, 1 standard interceptor with a little red stripe on it somewhere. I've got 4 TIE Phantoms. I've got 4 TIE Bombers. No, actually, I have more. Oh no, I have 2 TIE. No, wait. Am I gonna have to go in the room and look? God damn it.
I have to ask you again.
No, I
Are these
should have-
attack wing ships? Because
No,
I'm looking at the bases.
No, they're X-wing miniatures by Fantasy Flight. It's
Okay.
very similar to Attack Wing, but it's not.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
It's the same type of game.
Gotcha.
I honestly think somebody copied somebody there. These 2 here that look kind of like TIE Advance, but they're not. They're actually different. They're TIE Strikers. They're a TIE fighter with a turret, which is really strange. Yeah, I do have a couple bombers. I have 4 TIE Advanced. I've got these 2 here. That's the Alpha 1 Starwing.
How you doing?
Hey, Jeremy.
This is the TIE Advanced experimental from Rebels. I've got the I've got Kylo Ren ship in here somewhere. And as far as these ties here, I've actually got 4 standard first order ties, and then I've got 3 of the special forces ties.
Otherwise, you got all sorts of stuff. I got some B wings.
Okay, brother. Now I understand what you were talking about. I'm still based in the original movie, and now I'm seeing what you were talking about the order. And okay, got it.
Do you have a Z95 Headhunter in there?
Yes, I should have 4 of them. Yeah. So I've got these are 2 Arc 170s. I actually hate the ship, but I bought them because they actually work in the game. These are K Wings.
Yep.
K Wings are amazing. I have 4 Phantoms, only because I bought them. I bought them special. The Phantom comes with the Ghost, so you get for each Ghost you get a Phantom, and they come in the same box. But I went out and I special ordered 3 additional Phantoms because I came up with a game build to have 4 of them, and the game actually legally allows 4 of the ships because they're all different named characters. So as long as the names of the characters are different and unique, you can have the ships in there. So, mind you, this build died horribly. The Phantom in this game is a shitty ship. It really is. It has a dodge of 2. 2 dice dodge. Everything was killing me. It was ridiculous. So I did have fun with the build, though. I had a lot of fun with it. It was just fun to play. These 2 things here are Wookiee gunships.
I like the A wings.
What's the one? What's underneath the shelf there? Is that it looks like the shuttle from the Nostromo or something? What is that one? Right in the middle, right underneath the shelf.
That would be the Ghost.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
well, I'm not that knowledged. I see the collection of Falcons over there.
I've got these are the new X-wings, the older X-wings, the Y-wings, my favorite ship. I've got 2 Hawk 290s, the captured tie, Sabine's captured tie. There's the Phantom 2.
Is that captured tie the one from Rebels?
Yes, the one that Sabine painted up. Yeah. Which is actually pretty hilarious to use. These 2 are I forget the name of the damn thing.
Is that from Old Republic? Knights of the Old Republic game?
I don't know. I'm not sure where they pulled the ship from.
I think it's a Shadow. I think it's called a Shadow.
No, it looks like the Ebon Hawk.
Yeah, the Ebon Hawk. That's what I was thinking.
No, it's not that either. I don't want to go in the room and get the tiles for it, but it's basically this ship here is some sort of bomber. It's like a heavy bomber, heavy fighter / bomber. And now when I get over here to the Y-wing section and the Hawks, this section here can be used with the Scum and Villainy faction too. That's why I have them all in the middle, because this is all Scum and Villainy section. So the Hawks, the Y-wings, and all this stuff have the option of being used in the Scum section. So like
the wretched hive of Scum and Villainy.
Yeah, the wretched hive. So yeah, I've technically got 2 of these ships that lovingly blowed up really well in The Force Awakens. It explodes well. This is a dumbass ship. I tried using it, and it's one of the few ships that can actually fly in reverse. I don't know why, but it can fly in reverse.
Can I ask you a question? Did you ever just randomly, not sci-fi related necessarily, did you ever play Car Wars? Steve Jackson games, Car Wars?
I know of it. I had a couple friends that played it, but I never actually got around to playing it. It was a little too late for me.
Okay.
I started gaming late after that stopped being a thing.
Yeah, because they had the GURPS version and they had the original version. The original version actually required you to like plot out, like you have like 3 seconds of movement, but it takes half an hour for you to plot out what you want to actually do to commit to on a tabletop board game that actually at the time didn't even have miniatures. They had little paper cards that were your miniatures. And of course, miniatures came out later, or you could use anything with it as long as it fit into it. And then they came out with the GURPS version. But that was
I
something
remember
that I was
GURPS.
really into was Car Wars because it used like basic trig, and it at a junior high school level it took half an hour to plan out a move, and it was a lot of fun because you're waiting for your pizza to warm up after school.
One
So
of the biggest
I
travesties
absolutely
in this
love that
game.
Outrider. I love the Outrider. Always will. I absolutely
Yeah,
love the Outrider.
wow, yeah,
I
these
That
are
actually wish
is.
they
great.
had I wish they had the YT 2000. That's actually
Yeah.
my favorite YT. Um, but if I wanted it, I'd have to go on Etsy to get it because somebody made a custom model of it, which is really neat looking. So I was going through it, and as I'm putting everything on bases, I should have a base for every ship, because everything I've bought.
You have a
But
great collection.
when I was going through the medium sized ships here, I was like, why am I missing a base? I couldn't figure out why I was missing a frickin' base, and it was driving me nuts. Then it dawned on me, I have two ghosts. I only ever bought one ghost. This second ghost was given to me by a friend of mine because he just didn't want it anymore. I'm like, okay, I'll take it, sure. And he
Really?
gave it to me. Yeah. So
Where does
I have
somebody
a
come to a
ship.
point like that where I just don't want it anymore? It's like
Yeah, I know.
you can put it in a box, or you can put it on your mantle, or you can put it on a shelf.
Yeah.
How do you just not want it anymore?
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm like, I'll
Well,
take a
no,
free ghost.
really about that,
Yeah.
like your buddy. What did he just get out of sci-fi altogether?
He has his moments, dude. He's really strange because he'll get into moods where he just sells everything off, and then he winds up, oh, I'm gonna get it back into it, I'm gonna buy it again. So he sold off his entire X-Men collection, and now he's starting to rebuy it again. It's like, okay,
What?
like I don't get it, but whatever.
All right, people are people, like
Yeah.
no judging. That's fine.
And in case you're
That's why
wondering,
it's like why would you like I keep so much junk.
Right.
All the stuff from my childhood,
No.
all the dinky toys, Star Trek stuff, I
Mhm.
still have. I still have the little communicator that came in a Happy Meal. I kept
you know
it.
what the,
And
you know
yeah,
the
the
biggest
comic
question
strip
I
on it
get
still
here
works.
is, you know what the biggest question I get when people see this shelf? Why do I have 3 Millennium Falcons? That's the number one question I get. Why do you have 3 Millennium Falcons?
I don't think that's 3 Millennium Falcons.
It's not, technically. I use them as standard YT 1300s. I can make one 100 point build with all three of those YTs in their base form, and I just throw a few small add-ons to them, and I can run basically a triple YT build.
Mm-hmm.
I have
It's
I have a quite
entertaining.
large collection of the remember the Star Wars toys that came out that were like they weren't quite HO scale, they were a little larger, and they were metal, and they were
I remember
functional.
those.
I have most of the collection. The Death Star that came with the little foam for the crash compactor, the Millennium Falcon. I still have that. I've saved them in a.
Yeah,
I have them.
the mini
I have them in a
sets.
tote. I have them in a tote that says "Toys to keep, do not touch."
It's the mini sets, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the metal ones. And they actually
cool,
were a
but
little more fun because at the time, I started out with the action figures like everybody else, had all those. I still have them. But then these things came around and just seemed, I don't know, cooler. They were painted, which actually these things are what got me into painting HO scale soldiers, like with detail. As a
yeah.
kid, like literally, like, oh, the guy doesn't have eyelashes. Like getting a magnifying glass and really detailing stuff. Tamaya also helped with that because they were just massively detail oriented. You're familiar with Tamaya? They did a lot of World War II tanks and things like that. But the metal Star Wars toys. I'm not even sure what scale I could call that. It's not 172, but I don't know. But they were a lot of fun, and every like the Millennium Falcon, you could pop the top off just like the big toy. You could pop the top off of it and mess around on the inside, and there was the table, the chess table, whatever. I know it's not chess. Shut up. Uh, but man, I still have them, and they're one of my reverent things. Like this is to keep.
Yep.
This is not something that I sell because I need money to eat. I'd rather eat recycled apples than something.
Oh God, when I joined the military, I made the
But
biggest mistake, Dave.
yeah,
I made one of the classic mistakes when I turned 18. I joined the military. I got rid of every freaking thing I had as a child, and I am 41 now and regretting it. Like I said, my He-Man collection, my GI Joes. I'm like, why the I've sat there and I see collection. I'm like, why the fuck didn't I keep that shit back then?
Yeah,
hey,
I know. Now, now that you
listen,
know how
guys.
much the stuff is worth, some of it, it's like,
Most of you in here know me to a decent extent. I don't mind telling you, I still have a whole a trash bin to use for storage, not trash, full of stuffed animals from my youth.
I have
And
a
B,
stuffed animal I've been trying to
I
find
know
for years.
exactly because I know the story about yours and these things from your youth. Yeah, what are they doing? They're sitting in my basement. They're not doing anything. I don't sit there and sleep and cuddle with them because I have a dog and a wife and a house. But they still mean something.
Yeah.
These old things, toys in the attic, man, toys in the attic. They
Well, think
mean
about how many
something.
times you pick up one of those toys, even if you just see them, even if you just open the box. You don't even have to have a specific memory. It's just the emotion, the feeling, the
Yep.
reminiscing of it is
Yes,
right there
sir.
from it. There's so many memories to that box.
And
It's like I said.
I've shown you guys stuff like a positive candor was talking about $6 million man, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's sitting on my shelf in the basement. It's not packed away, but there it is. With you can look through the back of his head, and it's like a little magnifying glass, and the little thing on the
Yeah,
arm, and
arm you could
yeah,
roll the skin up in like foreskin,
yeah,
oddly enough, but
yeah.
and you could take out the electronic components in the arm.
Yes, 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 and still have that. I still have a Joker and a Robin. I don't know what happened to Batman. I guess somebody stole him. But I've got a Joker and a Robin. I love these things.
Are you talking the second
GI
Robin?
Joe size. GI Joe size.
Are you talking the
The
second
old GI
Robin?
Joe size.
But when you say
No,
Joker and Robin, are you talking Todd? Or not Todd? Oh fuck, who was the second Robin now?
I'm talking toys from the '70s.
Oh, okay, so it would have been Dick Grayson.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah,
So
like
basically, but they were the big ones, the GI Joe ones that you could model, but no, like we didn't model them; they were just there. We didn't like set them up and post. Hey, wait, guys, have you seen what people are doing with toy photography? Have you ever looked at that on YouTube? It's something that I
yeah,
just found out. It's amazing what when the guys like they set up like a smoke bomb and they have like the timing on the camera and it actually looks like a real scene, but they're just using action figures. And it's brilliant and it's something I've always wanted to do. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because in fifth grade, Charlie, a friend of mine, still alive, I think he's some important person now, but so is everybody else. He used remember Britain's the military figures that were metal. well, they had a metal base, but they were plastic, and they looked realistic. And he had in the fifth grade, he had buried the bases in sand and made like a little combat scene and brought that to show us. Actually, took a photo of it and brought the actual Polaroid. It was a Polaroid that he brought us. And the teacher said,
Shake it.
"Were you in a war zone?" It's like, no, these are toys. And she was honestly like, holy shit, it looks realistic. And then when I just saw this video the other day of the guy setting off a smoke bomb and using the f-stop properly on a camera in order to make it look realistic, posing the figures for 3 hours in order to get one shot, I was mind blown because it looked like a still from a movie. And toy photography is a really big thing, and I did not know that until yesterday. Because my whole idea to show you guys, I wanted to take all my little ships from Attack Wing and I've wanted to do this since Red Dwarf, when I made Red Dwarf out of cardboard and cut out windows and filled it with Christmas lights. And I wanted to do a slow-mo flyby. And I've told you before, I did what was called Battle Time, where it was the Millennium Falcon versus the Enterprise versus the Liberator from Blake 7. Right. And I've wanted and watching somebody doing toy photography and walking you through the steps and everything was really damned interesting as hell. And it seems like it would be like a boring thing, but it's not. Because you watch them set it up and it looks boring, and then you look at the result and it's like, wow, that looks like a still shot from a movie.
Hey Dave, I'm looking at toy photography right now on YouTube, and yeah, guys, this stuff looks really good.
Yeah,
it's amazing. I actually am just looking at just what's popped up when I put in toy photography, and some of this stuff, guys, it looks fantastic.
Well, let me go to my tablet and see if I can find the one that I was looking for, or that I had looked at. No, I know, right? I mean, I did it with a cardboard box. I mean, there was somebody on Alex's site that I can't remember his name, but that's okay. He did his stuff, really good stuff. Remember those paper things that you would glue together and make a model? And he does models of things using paper. I'm not talking about the Japanese thing. The model, like you cut it out and build a spaceship.
Right.
And paint them, varnish it or something so it's more solid. And man, the talent out there. Let me see if I can find that guy. I'll let you know, because there's a lot of people that do it. I just wanted to share with you the one that I saw. Let's see, what would that be under? Maybe watch later, probably. Base, camping, base. Sorry, that's what I'm looking at for watch later. My videos, I have none. I'm going to find it for you guys.
Cap, I just shot out. This is one of the, I just paused it, but this is one of the screenshots of a photo, toy photo thing he's talking about. I'm like, God, I want to do that with my Jason.
Is it the one where he sets off the smoke bomb?
No, not yet, but I was looking at this and I was like, man, I have a Jason Voorhees and I'm like, I want to do that. Now I want to, now I'm like, I want to get a camp, I want to do something with a Camp Crystal Lake. I want to do something with an Elm Street. Maybe my Halloween one. That is just so freaking cool. I never would have even thought of doing that.
It must be in library or something. I know I subscribed immediately, so let me see if I can find it. And Adega.
Oh,
Red letter.
Tim, I got a question. Do you have any? I saw one, but do you
I'll come
have
back when I find
different
it.
types of Star
Okay.
Destroyers?
Well, I just made a horrid discovery. One of the cans
What,
of paint I
Baywatch
bought is
Nights?
Huh?
wait,
Would you s-
what?
Well, he said a horrible discovery. I said, what, Baywatch Nights?
Oh man, you're not a Lou Rawls fan?
No, one of well, the color I wanted to paint my model was this color by Testors called Lime Ice. It's a very bright metallic green.
Mhm.
And the can of paint I bought is not working. It's dead.
Oh.
Oh
It's
damn.
full, but it's dead. There's no compression in the can at all.
Oh, that
That's
sucks.
fucking
Hey,
great. So
Lihu.
now I've got a plan. I got to make a new plan.
You don't have an air sprayer, do you?
An air sprayer. What do you mean?
Well, like for model painting, an air sprayer, like a
Yeah,
An
airbrush.
airbrush.
Yeah.
I
Well,
do
can't
have
you
an airbrush,
pull
but I'm not
a can of
filled with
pour
it
it in
yet.
the airbrush and go with that?
Yeah,
Then
but
I
I'm using a specific kind of paint. Specific color.
Mhm.
right. That was just an idea.
Okay, just letting you know, I can't find the video that I wanted to show you
Okay.
to inspire you, but the person's name is Jared Middleton, and there's a lot of other people, but that's the first one I saw, and I'm watching it right now. I'm like, holy crap! Uh, Toy photography, camera settings tutorial, Jared Middleton. You don't have to type that one in, just type his name in and look at his work because it's all toy photography, it's Star Wars related. And he's like, he has an entire video about how to pose an action figure to take a single shot with background, with the camera settings, with the background set. It's really something else, man. And that's
Tim, you might.
exactly. Mhm.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say this to Tim. I was going through, I'm looking at toy photography. You would like this, man. There's toy photography for Gundam.
Yep.
What is
I
it?
mean, I didn't even know it was really a thing until I saw. I randomly came across this guy and was like, and I can't find the video that inspired me so much, but you know, maybe organize your page a little bit. I can help you out with that, Mister Jared. But yeah, it's like capturing sun rays for toy photography. He sets off smoke bombs and gets like one shot as it's going off, and it looks like an explosion while they're actually moving. I mean, it's really really cool stuff.
Wow.
Anyway, the bottom line is we all have toys and models laying around. We all have cameras that you can set the f-stop to whatever you want. Um, you know, light up a smoke and blow it across your starship and see what it looks like.
Yeah.
No, really,
Yeah, I know. I'm
it's
only laughing
fucking
because
cool.
that's what people do that to get the effect they want.
Yep.
That's
And
amazing.
and the thing is it when if you pull it off, it feels really good. So try it. Hey, Jedi Bill, I know you have a model. You might be listening. Give it a shot, man. Don't have a cigarette though, but give it a shot, man. And don't have a shot, but give it a shot, man. Take one of your models and just photograph it from different angles, different lighting. Zoom in, that kind of thing.
My son cracked me up just a minute ago, guys. He's like, why is this going to take so long to get from Amazon? I'm like, son, Mom and I used to buy stuff, and the thing would say, "Please wait 6 to 8 weeks for delivery."
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly, and nobody's used to that now. I mean,
No,
when,
no.
and especially when it says, okay, sorry, it's coming from China. It'll be there in 3 weeks, and the next thing you know, somebody's pounding on your door with a package 2 days later.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Or you
it
buy it
is what
from
it.
Wish, and it takes 6 months to get there because it's in China.
Bottom line is, it is what it is.
I just thought that
Which
was funny.
means
My son's like,
nothing.
"Why is it going to take so long?" I'm like, I used to, you get a comic book, you get that advertisement in the comic book, you'd clip something
No,
out, you'd pay
NB,
for it and everything, and it would take 6 to 8 weeks to get there.
NB, your reply is, son, you have the rest of your life to wait for that.
Yep.
Sorry, because that's the way it is. When you're waiting on, except bills. Bills show up on time every time. I found that amazing, but it's true. Bills will show up in your mailbox even if there is no postman. There can be 5 feet of snow, no transit. Fire department says we're not doing anything. Police says we're not doing anything, but your bills get there somehow.
Yep.
Tell me I'm wrong. Come on.
I'm starting to think, no, I don't think I could say you're wrong.
That's what's amazing. Is it could take 10 to 12 weeks due to Corona. It's like, yeah, but I just got my bill. For the thing that I bought that you said it's going to be 10 weeks. What? 10 weeks? Pair of
I think this
socks.
is interesting, Dave, when you're talking about, there's actually a video here that was done a year ago, and it tells you how to pose yourself with your action figures.
Yeah. Well, I'm just
That
looking at this one person. So
that's
Jared
incredible.
Jared Middleton is the first one that I've seen doing this, and then when I looked into it, it's a thing, dude. It's totally a thing. It's a massive thing. Uh, here's one. He's sitting in a creek. Toy photography, photographing action figures in action. Here, this is a Wonder World is the name of the poster. I think it's the same guy. Let me see it real quick. Toy photography dash photographing action figures in action. And there's because I don't pay YouTube, so there's an ad for toothbrushes. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, same dude. And he looks kind of. Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one I want you guys to watch. So Wonder World is the channel apparently. So it's toy photography dash photographing action figures in action. It's you don't have to watch it now, but it shows you he's like blowing up water and taking a photo, and then he shows you the result, and it's like, wow, it looks because he also has the foreground and the background properly done, and you can tell they're action figures.
Mm-hmm.
But man, it's like good. Oh wow, like that one. I'm sorry, I'm watching it right now. I'm like, okay, that one sucked. But
thanks, Dave. Now I got a new hobby I'm going to have to start watching.
I mean, like I told you, I wrote an entire script for using my Star Trek ships from Attack Wing, and using a script and doing camera flybys and but I didn't do it. Oh wow, this is the one I think. Yeah, toy photography.
I'm amazed,
Yeah, he
as big
sets
a
off a smoke bomb, man.
geeks and nerds we all are. None of us said this is the first time most of us are hearing about this.
Well, me too. I just found it randomly. I mean,
Yeah.
because it's something that I've always wanted to do. And like I said about Red Dwarf and building cardboard ships and wanting to do like slow motion flybys with Christmas lights, cutting out little holes and having Christmas lights. And because let's face it, before it was redone, that's what it looked like. It looked like a really shitty model. Like, because the Enterprise, you've seen my picture next to the real Enterprise. That was not a shitty model. Red Dwarf looked like a shitty model. You know, like a ship with a wrapped around a rock,
Right.
and with some lights coming out of it.
Yeah.
And I figured I could build that out of cardboard, and I did. And I had it for a long time until I finally just threw it out because I was like, "Nah, I'm not going to do anything with that." Back at the time, we were using cameras that use tape. So.
Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that? Goku. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm still watching this toy. He just blew him up and took a photo of it. It's brilliant.
Thanks, Dave, for the Red Dwarf. Now I got the song stuck in my head.
Yep.
It's cold outside. Never mind. It's a lot better than another song I can pick up.
Yep.
It's like as soon as you said Red Dwarf, I was like, the first thing popped in my head. It's cold outside.
Cold
like,
outside.
Oh, there's no kind of atmosphere.
Yeah. I know it.
Now I'm gonna have that song stuck in my
anyway,
head
this guy seems. I mean, he seems a little. I can't even like. I'm watching him, and it almost looks like has looking at his eyes, and I think he might actually have contacts in that look like R2D2s, which is creepy. But I think it's creepy anyway. But great photographer. Not judging the man or whatever it is, but he's a really good photographer.
Yeah.
Okay, Cap.
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine.
Like
I didn't know if that was. I didn't know if that was you breathing.
No, it was a bong hit. Sounds like a bong hit.
Well, I wish it was. No. Had a little pain there for a second.
Okay, gotcha. I just want to make sure you're okay, bud.
Yeah.
No, if Elihu was here, Dave, then yeah, you could probably say it was a bong hit.
I know way probably about it. And I'd like to let everybody know it's about 5 minutes before Resolute Germ starts a stream. He's going to be doing Star Wars, The Clone Wars, Season 1, Episode 18 through 22.
Yeah, okay. I'll just stay here.
Yeah, we're finishing up this season today.
Oh, you finished Season 1? Nice. I still need to get the final season.
Good shout out.
Everything up to the lost missions, but I don't have the last season on DVD. I have seen it, but
they're not releasing it on DVD.
Okay, please tell me, all of you, please tell me you've seen Troops. Have you seen it? Now, you must have if you're laughing. What about you, Cap?
What? Let me see.
Troops.
No, never.
It's basically Cops, except set in Star Wars universe. If you haven't seen it, man, this is like the first fan film that really came out since Hardware Wars.
Troops. All suspects are guilty. Period.
Right. Period.
Yeah, I had to mute myself.
Well, I'm working in the ass into the Empire, but you know, we know everybody. I mean, everybody.
Everybody. Now, Brew.
It basically gives a backstory. It gives a backstory
Brew, I don't want to come back out here again.
Yeah. It's like, oh gosh, she's always like that.
Oh, we got a runner. We got a runner. Oh, no, turn the camera off. Turn the camera off.
Yeah, the jaw was right. Oh, I got him.
No, turn the camera off. Turn it off. Yeah,
If you
that was
haven't
like
seen it, you
literally the
have to
first
see
fan
it.
film. It's
Yeah,
like one of the.
and it's grainy because of the technology at the time, but it's
Right.
really well done.
Yeah, it's from
Yeah, it
like
was made in
97 or 98.
Yeah, 97, 98. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna pop the link in for everybody. Anybody wants to actually watch it. Or oh wait, no, I can't because Cap took my wrench away. Never mind.
Wah wah wah.
So no link for you guys. Sorry. I'll have to post it in private and have it
It's okay. I have a
retconned
phone, so
back
I
in.
can't
There
post
you
any
go. It's in the
links
private
anyway.
chat. Oh, Troops was so funny. It's 10 minutes long, guys. It is really one of
It's
the
worth
funniest
watching.
things.
That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this came out back in 97. Shoot. I think that really was one of the earliest fan films we ever got.
It was one of the earliest best ones. It wasn't a garage one. They really got together and they got the props and the green screen or blue screen back then,
Mm-hmm.
and got it done properly.
Well, the suits probably that. I wouldn't be surprised if to find out that the people who did it were part of the 501st. Because if you really look at it,
Maybe
501st is all over the world.
no. Oh, I
So
see
I
you
wouldn't be
posted the
surprised
link
if they
there.
were
I'm
501st
afraid to
guys.
hit on it because if I hit the link, I'll be ejected. But damn, I want to watch it again too. I'm sorry I even mentioned it because I want to watch it. Hang
I
on,
like
I'll
how it
try to pull
starts
it up
out.
on the
Due to
tablet
the
here.
due to the humorous nature of this program, viewer discretion is advised. And they get the Bad Boys theme going in
yeah,
there.
it's totally it's cops being
Yeah.
done as stormtroopers. It's like, well, when I joined the Empire, I wanted to try to do some good. Like, it's just brilliant.
I like being on
man.
Tatooine. You know, it's small. It's a small town. You know,
We
everybody
know
knows
everybody.
everyone.
Everybody.
We know everybody. Everybody. You've never
I'm
seen it
gonna.
though, Cap?
Huh?
You've never seen Troops?
No, I haven't.
I would recommend this. Mute your mic. Go
I'm
over
actually yeah.
to or
Troops.
go over and just look
Just
at
type
Troops.
in
I think for 10
Troops.
minutes you'll laugh your ass off.
If you search the way I search, all you have to do is type in Troops. It'll say Troops Star Wars, and it pops right up. 10 minutes, 12 seconds, 10 minutes, 9 seconds, depending on who published it. But it's brilliant. Hang on, I'm gonna mute and I'm gonna watch this and talk to my wife at the same time. Let's see how that works out.
Good
I'll
idea.
talk to you guys in a second.
Now I'm gonna have to watch. Yeah, Elihu, poor Aunt Ver. Well, Aunt Veru is being a bitch in Troops.
Yeah, I put the link in the chat. I'm like, oh, I remember that.
Yeah. What's up, Elihu?
How you doing, Elihu?
Loving my new electric scooter.
Oh, you got it? Awesome.
Dude, I finally, it takes me half hour round trip to go to the pastry shop. It took me 9 minutes.
Huh.
I
Is
love
it an
this
electric
scooter.
scooter or is it gas powered?
It's an electric scooter.
I'm
It's a
about to
Hover
watch
X.
group, so I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Should I just stay in, Cap?
Yeah,
or-
stay in. Stay in.
Okay.
We got. Where the hell is that? God damn it.
So what's everybody up to today besides 5'8" and 5'10"?
Well, Tim showed us. Man, you missed out on it. You're gonna have to go back later and watch. Tim has this massive model collection that is just fantastic, and he gracious us with being able to see it, and it's just absolutely gorgeous. Dave brought up toy photography, which now I'm found a new obsession I'm going to be watching.
Toy photography? I haven't heard that mentioned in years.
I had never heard of it until today. I'd never heard of it until Dave G Sounds actually mentioned it. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Yeah. It's like model trains.
You know, guys, I was just watching the start of it, and it reminded me of Q a little bit. When at the start of Troops, when he says, "All suspects are guilty," period. Otherwise, they wouldn't be suspects, would they? And it reminds me of what Q said when he said that bringing innocent people to trial would be unfair, wouldn't it? So of course you're guilty if you're at trial, or something to that nature.
Never made that comparison, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from there.
Well, yeah, because okay, what episode was it? Well, I guess it was one of the court episodes when Q was in it, and he was like, "So you just assume everybody's guilty?" It's like, of course, bringing the innocent would make no sense, or something to that effect. Anyway, I'm going on mute again because I'm watching this for the first time in a long time.
It's still funny. Years later, it's still funny.
The effects are really good for the time too.
Yeah, for 97. Yeah, it's a little grainy, but for 97 guys and on a fan budget, it's good for the time.
It's well done.
Yeah, for the time
Yeah.
line it was done in, yes. I've seen professional.
The audio is
shooting
well
97
done
that
too.
look
I have
worse
to
than
say that from my perspective, the audio is great. I mean, they really knew how to do. I'm sorry, you could hear it in the background. Sorry.
Oops. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say back in 1997, shoot, for fan film, I think that was one of the big hit-offs why fan films started coming, because it was better than what we were seeing on TV.
Oh shit. I'm gonna head out.
Now, do you
You're
notice
late.
that in Troops, the
See you
droid
guys.
that they have is
Take
Tom
care.
Servo from MST3K? That is Tom Servo
Really?
from MST3K. That is the exact prop.
Cool.
Did not know that.
Check it out.
I got a wife and kid too. You don't see me out here stealing Imperial droids. It's a stormtrooper talking.
You're
to
right
Jawa.
about
He's
you're
like,
right about where I am watching it. Yeah.
I got a wife and kid too. You don't see me stealing Imperial droids.
Mr. Friend, step over there for a moment.
Oh, we got a runner.
Man, what happened to YouTube?
Stay over there and shut your mouth. If you move again, I'm going to shoot you.
Damn it, I lost subscribers on YouTube. I lost 2 subscribers. I'm down to 99 again.
Utini.
Oh, I got him. Yeah, those were some violent Jawas, weren't they, Dave?
Okie doke. Okie doke. Shut it off. He just shot somebody. Okie doke. Shut it off.
It's not taking as long as funny as shit. Dude, you can't play it.
Oh, yeah, it
Because
is
it's
too
that
bad you
boy,
can't play because
boy.
it is.
I know, it's funny as shit.
Elihu, all suspects are guilty. Period.
This is the noise you were looking for.
Yeah, we couldn't find the droids we were looking for. We got a domestic disturbance over at the Lars house. This is a regular thing. This is, we've been out here a few times.
This is really well done for this time. It really is.
I can't help but laugh my ass off thinking about it.
Yeah, you would have thought it was done 5-10 years ago, not 20.
Yeah, we got a possible 237 at a moisture farm. The Lars family. Yeah, this isn't our first time coming out here.
Maru, just calm down. Maru, you're always like this.
Maru?
What do you want us to do, Brew? I want you ready, Brew. Come on, Brew. This isn't the first time we've been out here.
I can't believe you've never seen that before, Captain.
Nope.
Wow.
I can't believe he hasn't taken the 10 minutes to go watch it.
Okay. Yeah. Watching a video during a live stream I'm hosting. Sure, that's a great idea.
Now look, sorry, Cap. What do you want to do?
I can do it, but I'm not streaming right now. Oh shit!
Particularly with
I'm watching it right now.
Is he on here?
Oh yeah, supposedly one of them was intoxicated.
Which one, Jawa?
No, probably Veru. I think she was the one who was drunk.
What is a drunk Jawa like?
Actually, funny thing is, I had a
It becomes our problem. So that must have been what I'm looking at. I can't tell, but it might have been the Salt Flats. But there's mountains in the background, and I can't tell where they filmed it. I'm sure it says so in the description.
I think it's in California.
Yeah, you might want to get that ear looked at. I'll be fine.
"20 years ago, Kronos, multitasking would have been called ADD.
Yeah, tell me about it. Now it's called normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're watching TV, got music playing, and you're on your phone. Do you have ADD nowadays? Oh, hey, what you watching? What you listening to? What you doing? Okay, cool.
Well, I don't know, but I could take you to an Imperial shelter if that would be better for you. An Imperial shelter? That's a new one.
Hey, Elihu, I know you said poor Aunt Veru and Uncle Owen, but, Veru kind of started it. God, I was 17 when that thing was made. 1997. Was that the year of the special edition? Was that the year of the special editions?
You should really. I think the special editions came out after episode 6.
A thermal detonator.
As you can see,
one of the cool things about it, let me turn this down. One of the cool things about it is they kind of did a little bit of backstory. Like they kind of made up their own backstory for what was going on. And they did it really well.
Yeah, it wasn't Star Wars about the. Yeah, I like that. I know what you mean.
They did it very well. Yeah. Okay. Here I'm looking at it. Like the place burning, and Luke, in the movie, comes back and sees them all burn. But they kind of did Kevin Rubio. Okay, that's who did it. All right, that's who did it. Interesting. Let's see. No, I'm not recognizing names here except for Kevin. David Myers, I recognize that name.
Michael Myers, yeah.
No, that's it. Looking at the camera and the effects and the lighting and the background and the editing, and I'm not recognizing names except for the ones that I mentioned. Well, you know what? Great job. Oh, and anybody else I forgot? ... on the credits. That's how nonchalantly they took it. Man, what a great, that was fun. I'm glad that I thought of it. And to anybody who hasn't seen it, I hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, definitely.
That's really something special. And it's a big, big, big message to, well, first of all, it's not a message to fan filmmakers because they got that nailed. It's a message to Hollywood, Disney, get your shit together. Your large budget productions suck.
Hey, Elihu, maybe you can help me out with this because I can't pronounce this California town, but I'm looking where troops. It says troops was done in is it El Mirage? Merage, because I want to say Mirage. Is that Mirage?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I saw El Mirage in California. I was like, okay. I don't even know
That's what I call it.
Heard of it.
Just because in California and I'm in California does not mean I know how to pronounce a certain city.
Yes, it does.
Well, he's from the San Angeles metro complex after the big one,
Well, didn't they merge in 2010?
Yeah, no, I think it was a little later.
San Angeles came up.
Right. They merged the Metroplex. Welcome to Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Now all restaurants are
Now all restaurants are Taco Bell.
Yeah. Well, they are, aren't they? Drive anywhere. What do you find? Taco Bell. Wait a minute. What happened to my favorite Chinese restaurant? Well, they're not a chain. Taco Bell's here, though. They got your back. Taco Bell.
Wasn't it? I heard that I think in that movie they had to change Taco Bell to another franchise because there was another sponsor for another country. So in another country, I think it was Pizza Hut, but I could be wrong.
Are you serious? I didn't know that. I thought the whole idea was like all restaurants are Taco Bell, but they changed.
Yeah, the Restaurant Corporation Board. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, when for the show on an international stage, I believe they changed it from Taco Bell to Pizza Hut. But I'm gonna look that up now.
Well, that's funny because remember a few years ago, at least around here, Taco Bell served Pizza Hut pizzas, like the miniature ones.
Oh,
and then they stopped.
Yeah.
Like the personal pan. Yeah, and then they stopped. For what reason I don't know, because I believe that they were all owned by PepsiCo, along with KFC, but I think that changed as well.
I was right. The reference was Pizza Hut. In the European release, it was Pizza Hut.
Wow. I'm actually going to look that up, not to challenge you, but to actually see how they changed it. I'd like to see how they changed it in the movie. Welcome to Pizza Hut.
Yeah, according to IMDb, it says alternate version. It says for the European release, Taco Bell was changed. God dang, somebody didn't do their editing right. Taco Bell was changed to Pizza Hut. This included dubbing plus changing the logos during post-production. Taco Bell remains in the closing credits. The UK version does still refer to Taco Bell.
Is anybody in the chat or on the panel from Europe? Because I want to ask that about Taco Bell versus Pizza Hut. Do you have tacos at all? Or is that kind of an American thing?
Taco Bell has Mexican pizza.
Huh?
That's not a pizza.
Taco Bell has Mexican pizza. It's just basically two tostada sandwich. That's all it is.
Yeah, well, Domino's did Mexican pizza too.
Well,
Yeah, but
Domino's
Taco
gave
Bell
us a Noid at
is
least.
a double tostada. That's all it is.
Don't be annoyed with the Noid. Yeah.
Avoid the Noid.
Avoid the Noid.
Call Domino's Pizza now for hot quality fat. Jesus Christ, I'm old.
30 minutes
No, I remember we actually, the lowest person on the team when I worked, when I live where I live now and would drive to Sterling right by Dulles, and I actually, I don't think I shared this story with you, how I got to drive on the tarmac. There was like a pilot's convention or something, and I was told to go to gate C, and they, I'm in a pickup truck and I have 20 pizzas, covered truck. And I go to gate C and they're like, go on in. Okay. They're like, yeah, make a right. And it's about 3 gates down. Okay. And when no prior instruction. This is before I started learning pilot shit.
All right, guys, I got to switch over to Annie Trekker's channel, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay.
All right, bye, man. And the first thing after because you have to stop after the gate closes. I know security procedures. And then I'm like, okay, let's see, make a right, go 4 gates down on the tarmac. Oh, wait a minute. Here comes an overwing turboprop right in front of me, wing over my hood. Okay. Yeah, I don't have one of those little lights on the top of my car, like the airport vehicles do. And this is during the day, so it's all good.
The taxi.
But it was astonishing to me that they were like, yeah, go on, drive on the airfield. It's cool.
Yeah.
You're delivering pizzas to pilots.
Really?
Right. And then, so 4 gates down, found the place. And there was 2 vehicles. The other vehicle was my idiot. I mean, okay, well, we were driving at Domino's, and I'd already been trained, and this guy was a kid. Lights up a cigarette in front of the gate, sitting on the tarmac. And I smoked, but I didn't light up on the tarmac. And these guys come running out like, are you insane? Are you nuts? There's jet fuel right under your feet. What the hell you can't smoke here. The fuck? And I was like, man, that's why I wasn't having a smoke. Anyway, delivered the pizzas, left. And the other place I delivered at Dulles a lot was, the Germans. The Luftwaffe actually has a little place there. If you ever drive by there, you can actually see their. It looks like a 737, but it has a fuel probe on the front.
Yeah.
And it says Luftwaffe on it. And so I would deliver to them, and they loved chicken wings. They would get them almost every day. So I got to go onto German property on United States territory, go through the gate and deliver them their chicken wings, and they loved it. And they tipped well. And they loved it. And they didn't speak a lick of English. At least they didn't pretend to.
Right.
I know they did. But it was pidgin English. And I did not speak enough German to feel comfortable trying. Danke? No, just say thanks. Just just move on. No, they were cool, man. They tipped well, but they ordered chicken wings like every day. And I had to go through their gate, and security say, "Yeah, Domino's. Yep, go through the gate. Okay, wait for the gate to close. Okay." Yeah, and just walk in there, and I never got past, the front desk. I think I told you guys about the bunker next to one of the weather radars. It was like a tiny building about the size of a regular house, and there was a huge parking lot. And somebody ordered a pizza, and I'll buy dollar. Now it's totally different now, because now it's totally built out. But this is back when it was being prepped to be built out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of empty space, a lot of streets that don't do anything, that already have driveways, but there's nothing built, nothing planned to be built. It's like basically empty. And I go to this building. And it was a one-story building with an elevator.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
one-story building with an elevator. That's interesting.
Right.
I guess it goes down.
Right. And they were like, I'm like, I have to deliver this to so-and-so, so-and-so, office so-and-so. And they're like, no, we're going to call them. And then I realized exactly where I was. Like, this is crazy shit. Like, this is really like Command Bunker Central, and the guy ordered a fucking pizza. First of all, no, shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have ordered a pizza. But back then, it was kind of, like I said, I could drive on the tarmac of the airport. So, yeah. But it's like, I know where some bunkers are. From a pizza driver, I know where some bunkers are, man. It was nuts, man. It was like, no, you can't go down in the elevator. It's like, oh, okay, I understand. Like, immediately knew what was going on. And I still thought, to this day, okay, you ordered a pizza to a bunker? You're fired and a half, man. Like, that's not how things happen. No.
Why in the world would anybody
But
do
now
that?
when I go back, because like I said, I was a pizza driver in Sterling, basically Dulles Airport's between Sterling and Centerville, and so I would deliver to the airport. That one asshole security guard that would always order half of a sandwich and a Coke to make it deliverable and never tip. And I'd still have to go through the entire loop of the airport and stop and go deliver it to him. Thanks, man. Yep. See you tomorrow. Same thing every day, but can't blame the guy if he's hungry, I suppose. And they were paying me $2 an hour, so I was getting paid technically.
$2 an hour?
Yeah. Oh yeah, well, as a driver, you don't. Yeah, you work as a waiter basically. You rely on tips.
Hey, Elihu. So based on what you said, look, the planet Mercury, Jupiter. So how do people know to look for that stuff? Say if they don't have a telescope, how would they know to look?
Oh,
for
you
it?
can see what the naked eye tonight. Yeah, I didn't say anything about telescope. Naked eye.
No, I was curious. It's just that's interesting. Will it look? Will Mercury look a little
hotter?
It'll look like a tiny little dot to the lower left of Saturn, and right above that, if you hold your arm out at arm's length, you'll see Jupiter and Saturn. They'll be separated by a fingernail length, and below Saturn to the left is Mercury.
I'm gonna have to take a look out for that later tonight.
Yeah, basically, it's a little like sunset.
Geek, do you remember what Elihu put out that thing about
it's not looking good for that
holding
plane
your
I was
hand out?
talking about earlier.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know.
Anyway, I was saying Elihu put up this visual of basically at arm's length how you hold your hand out, and you can tell how many degrees separate these
1
things are.
degree, 25 degrees.
Yep.
It's 1 degree, 25 degrees, basically. These are what I do. I got the chart on my page.
Yep.
That's what I like about Elihu's
I'm
science
subscribed to you, buddy. I
Yeah,
like
that's
your
one of the
stuff.
things I like about his science stuff. He really talks to the people and really keeps it,
Yeah.
simple, stupid. And I don't
Yeah.
mean simple, stupid in a bad way. I mean simple, stupid in a good way.
In a way that can be absorbed by the everyday person,
Right.
which is me.
Exactly.
Yeah,
when he did that
no
degree,
scientist.
yeah, when he did that video on the how to tell degrees, I was like, fuck. Why
Yeah.
didn't somebody teach me that back in high school?
Yeah.
Easy. That's why you learn it in the Navy, man.
They didn't teach me that in the Marine Corps, buddy. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. You were a jarhead, not a squid. I forgot. Sorry, never mind.
Hey.
Yeah, squids have this thing called radar and GPS. They don't usually use their hands anymore.
They still do in case of power failure. It's always a backup.
So,
Even in,
you were in the Navy, so you
I was not in the Navy.
Right?
My father was in the Navy. I was not in the Navy. My father was in the Navy. I have friends who were squids. They said even in officer training school, a sextant is basically class 101. You learn how to use a sextant.
Yep.
They teach you old classic stuff as well as new stuff. Just in case
your
electronics failure or communication failure, anything like that, you need to do stuff by hand and visual. They still even teach you stuff.
But how many sextants do you think are on an average aircraft carrier?
One on the bridge automatically, I know that. One in the galley. I forgot what the other one was. I know there's like 3 minimum on a battleship.
Okay. So as a backup, as like, let's go old school if everything fails.
Oh yeah, they have that like 3, like it's 3 of them on a battleship. I know that.
That is effing brilliant, if you don't mind me saying.
Well, you know the old saying with Marines, my ass rides in Navy equipment, sir. But then again, there is the Navy where it's, never again volunteer yourself.
Yeah, well, the old saying from the fire department, huh?
Oh, man.
I can't hear you with all this shit on. Well, actually, one of the things that we did learn, this is interesting, and maybe you guys have had this in the military training, is when you come up upon somebody who's using a saw cutting a roof, when you need to contact them, because they can't hear you if you're yelling at them, you grab them with both shoulders. You don't tap them on one shoulder because they might swing around. So you tap them on both shoulders gently to let them know, I need to communicate with you. If you tap them on one shoulder, like tap tap, it's possible they could swing around with a chainsaw or a circular saw, and that's the end of the day.
Yeah, work done. Work up.
Yeah, that was we didn't quite, it wasn't quite described that way, but yes, I do know what type of training you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it was mostly mainly like if you went on a flight line or something and somebody's working with hazmat or stuff like that, you want to, come up on them and tap them on the both shoulder, because you have no idea. If you tap someone on the shoulder, and I'm one of these people, I'll be the first one to admit that my biggest pet peeve when I was in the military is people would be like, I'd be typing stuff up, I'd be on the computer working my IT stuff, and they'd be right behind me, and I'd be like, I need you to move. They're like, why? I'm like, because I need you to move.
Hey geek. If any of you touch me, I'll kill you.
Sit down, Francis.
You just made the list,
Francis.
You just made the list.
Francis.
This is my rocket. This is my gun. This is fighting. This is fun.
I don't like people touching my stuff. If I find you touching my stuff, I'll kill you.
You just made the list.
Woo.
That movie was Bill Murray.
Arbitrated, sir.
Yeah.
What was the line where he goes, I very rarely wear underwear. However, whenever I do, it's always something special and unique. This is what he's telling the guy at the draft table.
Well, remember that? Yeah. Well, remember when he was going through to get his gear, and he was like, they were like boxer briefs. He's like, anything in like low cut. They were like, blam, get the fuck out of here, asshole.
Yeah. That was a great
Stripes
movie.
is such a good movie.
Did you guys see the extended cut? Did you see the extended cut where they explained about when they left the base? The extended cut showed them there. Okay, first of all, there was a sex scene in it,
yeah.
And there was also it showed an entire different storyline, because in the theatrical release, basically they were like, Sergeant Oka comes up and goes, it's come to my attention that people have left the base without authorization. Okay, but in the extended cut, it shows them like getting onto a what is it, a C, whatever, blah blah blah, and going with like a bunch of CIA guys and stuff to Central America and tripping acid with the local drug dealers and like getting away, and they had to parachute in, and they had no idea what they were doing, and Harold Ramis was on microdots acid, and they gave the microdots, they put it in the stew or the beer for the drug dealers, and everybody started tripping, and they walked out. Anyway, the extended cut is definitely almost a different movie. I mean, it has all the same stuff that you're familiar with, but it has a totally different storyline. And it's worth seeing, but I still say the theatrical release is the classic.
I love it. You got a scene in there where you will never get away with that now. Are either of you homosexual? No, we are not homosexual, but we are willing to learn.
What?
Yeah, is there a training program for that?
Wait a minute. What are you?
You would never get away with that now.
I step away from. Wait a minute. I step away for a minute. Somebody's talking about homosexual. What are you all talking about now?
The movie Stripes.
Stripes.
Okay.
That's why I said you would never be able to get away with that line now, where it's like, he's like, are either you homosexual? It's just something we have to ask. No, we are not homosexual, but we are willing to learn. And Bill Murray's like, yeah, is there a training program or something?
Are either of you convicted felons? Well, not convicted.
Yeah.
The guy just, I mean, I told you this story about the recruiter. I've been there before. I mean, the guy just wants to sign you up. He's just like, okay, like, no problem. Like, he's just trying to process the paperwork. He's like, these guys are idiots. I don't care. Done. It also reminds me, the contrast of that is okay, yes, I didn't read the book, but the movie Starship Troopers, when the recruiter is like sitting there, he's got like no arms and legs, and he's like, oh yeah, the military's made a man out of me, I'll tell you. And they're like,
good on you, son. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Right.
Artificial arm, no legs.
Right. Well, that's how I felt at the Marine. That's how I felt at the Marine recruiting office when the guy punched the wall that I told you guys about. I was just like, nah. And then the poor privates just standing at attention, shaking their heads gently, like, don't do this.
What was it? They did the measuring, and he's like, these are 34 and they're loose. It's like 38. These are 34s and they're loose.
Women pay top dollar. Women pay top dollar for
that movie. John Candy was in that movie too. That was one of his earliest roles.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna.
John Candy, sorry. Eugene Levy, They were both in it too. It had a few SCTV
Eugene
people.
Levy was in there?
Yeah, he and Joe Flaherty were the border guards to Czechoslovakia.
Oh, right. Oh, man. I know Joe Flaherty. I didn't recognize Levy. Wow, man. After all these years, because I'm a big SCTV fan.
Oh, are you?
I
Yeah,
definitely remember Flaherty from that Chicago Bang Bang.
yeah.
That was
Exactly.
Eugene Levy. Okay.
Back in the
Oh,
day.
now I'm gonna have to rewatch this because
Yep,
now I'm gonna have to
I
see
was gonna say the
Eugene Levy
same
again.
thing.
I'm gonna have to be like, okay, I gotta recognize this.
The,
Oh, the mud
and the
wrestling.
same
Oh,
before
I
it-
forgot all about the mud
too bad,
wrestling scene.
too bad Joseph isn't in the conversation because isn't he in the former Czechoslovakia?
Yeah.
And wasn't that
Yeah.
a major plot point of the movie when they stole the RV battle van to go off and have fun with the girls? They sent their former squad, well, the current squad, but they thought they were traitors. So they sent them, and they thought they took the truck into Czechoslovakia. Remember, they had that great line where Harold Ramis was saying, "No, we can't go in there and save them. That's insane." And Bill Murray's like, "What are you talking about? It's Czechoslovakia. It's like going to
Pop in, pop out, no problem."
I got the shit kicked out of me in Wisconsin once. I don't want to go.
Hey, look, we're walking. There she was, just.
What was it? What was the name of the vehicle? Was it the RT60 or something like that? The recreational vehicle that they used?
I just remember
now
Winnebago.
I'm gonna have to look
Missile
that up.
launchers and the whole 9 yards.
Because I remember the guy from Night Court who was also in Black Sheep Squadron.
Colonel.
Yeah, he was like, wow, we'll take good care of her, General. And it's like, remember how they were all laughing when they were looking at it, and they're like, "Holy crap! Look at this! Look at the book! Look at the things this can do!" Like Harold Ramis, of course, the brainiac, like looks at the book and memorizes, knows how to launch all the missiles. It's amazing.
Hey, Dave, you know John Larroquette was redoing Night Court.
It was called the EM50.
EM50.
The EM50 project. That was what
Night Court. He was the lawyer in Night Court, and also that's where Data got his. I'm sorry, Brent got his start.
Spiner.
Yeah, got
Brent
his
Spiner
start.
was in Night Court.
Yeah,
actually, I think
Night
Dave.
Court.
I think we talked about that a few streams back, a few weeks ago.
Probably.
Judge Reinhold.
We
was
talked
Always
about
said
classic
to tuck
stuff,
it.
and I know Night Court came up, and yeah, we were talking about that.
If you guys have
what was
time,
that?
by the way, there's a special that has a place in my heart. It was on HBO. It was I don't know, 30 years ago. It was called the Young Comedian Special, and it had Harry. I don't remember his name. Night Court, the judge.
Sorry.
It had him as stand-up comic. It had Ellen DeGeneres as a stand-up comic before she, and it had the guy from Law and Order who became a series actor as a comedian, and it had Robin Williams still wearing the Mork suspenders, sweating his balls off.
Richard Belzer?
Huh?
Stand-up comedian Richard Belzer?
Yes.
Right.
Dude, Bill Paxton had a cameo in Stripes.
Yeah, he did.
I'll be
Wait.
damned.
Game over, man.
No, I'm just like, I'm looking at the list, very bottom of it.
Where
Bill
was
Murray,
Paxton
Harold
in
Ramis,
Stripes?
and then at the bottom, Bill Paxton. I'm like, how did I miss that?
Yeah, well, he was, such a kid back then. Look when the movie was made, 1981.
Was he the idiot kid when Bill Murray's saying, "And you and your friends had sex with the cow"?
No,
I don't think so.
Well, you know what part I'm
look
talking
that
about.
Timothy Busfield, if you remember from 30 something, was in it, and Dave Thomas was the referee at the mud wrestling match. Remember John Candy at the mud wrestling match?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my God, Dave Thomas, really?
He got his ass handed to him, poor guy. But he looked like he was having fun.
No,
Yeah,
he won. He won. He won.
I know, but still. It was,
Nah, he won. Hey,
Oh, such a great movie.
NB Geek,
Such a great
NB
movie.
Geek.
Yo.
What was the big deal about? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they had liberty or not to leave the post. What was the big deal about the MPs crashing the mud wrestling thing?
Oh well, because they were causing a big ruckus, like a fight broke out. Remember, they were going nuts. The joint was just going insane.
So why did the
what
MPs
normally
just suddenly
happens?
show up?
So what normally happens in that kind of thing? So if you go off post or off base and you get arrested or something or stuff like that happens, they normally, you know how it goes with cops and stuff, they take your ID and stuff. Well, you know, they check your ID, check your background, all that stuff. When it's military and you're active duty, they call your first sergeant. They will contact your first sergeant and say, "Hey, we've detained this person." You don't even have to get arrested, and they'll detain you. If they detain you, they'll call like the first sergeant, the commander, whatever the case may be. And trust me, you're gonna wish you would. And trust me, most of the time when that happens, you just wish you had just gone to jail.
Well, I mean, remember what happened to them? It's like, oh yeah, you're going to repeat basic training. Yeah,
Oh,
but the
well,
bottom
that
line
was the
is,
thing. You're not allowed.
even as a kid, when that movie came out, I was like, how did the MPs just know to show up there?
The way it would work
Plot
is
hole.
one, they're going to know the area. The MPs are going to know the area. Now that's
Because it's next to a base.
unusual.
Gotcha.
That's a little unusual. Normally, MPs or security forces, depending on what branch you're in, they're not
SDMP, yeah.
authorized. They're not authorized to arrest people off base.
Right.
They're also, certain, if you're an enlisted person and say you're going to arrest an officer, you can't arrest the officer. They have to actually get an officer out there to arrest the person. So there are restrictions to it. But like I said, what could happen would be they call them and they can decide, because understand this, you've heard the term double jeopardy. See, double jeopardy doesn't apply in the military. You can actually get in trouble by the civilian side and then get in trouble by the military. It would not be, I've seen people who could walk away from a civilian issue, say they went to court and they won their case and everything, and I've still seen them I've seen people still get demoted because of that incident. Even though
that happens with civilians. That happens with civilians too. You have criminal court and civil court.
Military,
different
you have
penalties,
court
but
martials. You have the civilian court, and then you have the court martials.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, what would happen in an incident like that? Say, for example, I got in trouble. Like if I was when I was in North Carolina, I used to go to this bar called the Tar Heel. Say me and my buddies got drunk, got into a fight with somebody, whatever. We got arrested. Okay, we get arrested. We get bail. We got to go now deal with the first sergeant, the commander, and stuff. Say I beat the charge on the civilian side, but the commander, whatever their rank is, still thinks we should be punished for it, and that's what they call an Article 15 or a non-judicial punishment. I mean, you can be demoted and get punishment without actually going to a court martial. That's why it's called NJP, non-judicial punishment. You're taking the punishment even though you're not accepting it, but you have a choice. You can either take the NJP or you can go for a court martial. You have that option. Most people never go for the court martial option.
Right.
Except for Captain Spears.
No, I did once. I did one time. I actually invoked my Article 32 rights, and I said I requested.
Well, that's one of the things that I really liked about Band of Brothers, Captain Spears, man.
Yes.
Was when what the fuck's his face from Friends was being a dick, and was like, look, I changed the time. Nobody told me. I sent a messenger. No messenger reached me, sir. Well, regardless or not, you were derelict of duty, and right. So basically, just you're suspended. You're going to stay on base. Take the punishment. You never leave the base anyway, or take court martial. And he says, "I accept the court martial." Yep. And the look on the officer's face was like, oh crap.
You see,
And
the way it works like that is, so what he did was, I'm sorry, Dave, but I can't expand on that one. So what happened was, yes, he's saying you were negligent in your duty. I am and I have had this punishment before. And I've seen people have it. It's called restricted to base. That means you can't leave the base. You are restricted to the base. That's what he's basically telling him. He's like, you never leave the base anyway. And he's like, nah, screw this shit. I'll take the court martial. And that's the problem, because when it's like that, an Article 15 or a non-judicial punishment, it's just you and the person punishing you, and that's it. There's nothing really else you can do other
well,
than
that's
write
one of the
a
problems that I've
rebuttal
always
and
had with
put it in
chain
your
of
record.
command. Bert,
Yeah.
one of the problems I've had with chain of command was what happened to the university. Same thing. Chain of command. If you have a problem with your supervisor, submit it to your supervisor, and then he'll push it up. Will he?
Yeah, that's debatable.
Who knows? I mean, the chain of command sucks in civilian life. At least there's some kind of in the military. At least there's some record of it.
Yeah, one of the things you'll have is so we didn't have this in the Marine Corps. Okay, so in the Marine Corps, I never got an NJP, but I did get what called page 11s. And what a page 11 basically was it was the 11th page in the damn document. That's in your folder. That's why it was called a page 11.
Right.
I kid you not, it was the 11th fucking page. This would be the page where they would put, you've been passed over for promotion, you're passed over, you're not recommended for promotion. This is where your Article 15s or your lectures would go. In the Air
Doesn't
Force,
that
we
plateau
have,
you immediately in the Marines, though?
what's that?
Doesn't that plateau you immediately in the Marines?
No, I got page 11s twice. I got 3 page 11s, because the gunny, because I was very matter of fact. I mean, I'm just as blunt as I was back then. And I told the gunnery sergeant, actually, I was worse back then. I told the gunnery sergeant flat out, I'm not kissing your fucking ass for this promotion to corporal. And he said, you'll never be a fucking corporal while I'm here, which is true, because until he PCS'd and until he left the unit, I was always non-rec for promotion. And when you're non-rec for promotion, you have to go see your first sergeant, and he has to tell you you've been non-rec for promotion, which I already knew. It's like I walk up, you going shopping in?
Oh yeah, AJ, let Mo out there.
So I would go in. It's like, you got to go see the first sergeant. I was like, several of us were going to see the first sergeant. We're like, guess we got non-rec again.
You say you need a jacket.
And that was the case. That was a page 11. And
The only first sergeant line that I know of and the only funny line that Pauly Shore has ever delivered was, "Don't you know I'm your first sergeant?" Well, no, I've actually had a couple before you.
trust me, in the Marine Corps, going to see your first sergeant, if you're told you got to report to the first sergeant, it's never a good thing.
No,
never
that's the principal's
a good
office,
thing
isn't
at
it?
all. It's always something bad. Unless you're out processing, then maybe it won't be bad. But any other time other than that, it's like, you got to go see the first sergeant. It's like, fuck, I'm going to the principal. We used to jokingly call it. It's like, I got to go to the principal's office.
Can I ask you, NB Geek, have you seen Generation Kill?
No, I have not.
Regarding what you were talking about, MJP, watch just YouTube Generation Kill, Danger Close, Fire Mission. It's somebody has like short links of it, and it's basically an incompetent officer ordering a fire mission where there is no fire mission required, and the junior officer is like, "What the hell are you doing? I already called it in. There was no hunter killer team. My men destroyed it already." In another scene, which is awesome. But basically, it's about the superior officer and his buddy, his little bulldog, yelling at everybody. Well, the lieutenant is like, "What in the hell are you doing?" And basically, he calls in a fire mission with bad coordinates, and he's like, "There won't be a fire mission. He's got the coordinates wrong."
Unfortunately, I have seen something like that. We actually had when I was in North Carolina, Camp Lejeune, we were uh, we were doing a field op out, actually outside, actually in the local side. We weren't even at a TLZ, and they indexed and canceled everything because unfortunately, somebody called a bad mortar call, and one of the Marines was killed.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, so I mean
Wow.
that right there indexed everything. So when I say index, I mean that means we ended the mission. So
Well,
in the
Geek,
Air
look.
Force or the training, in the Air Force, when I was talking about page 11s in the Marine Corps, in the Air Force, uh, also another thing I meant to say, when I say Article 15 non-judicial punishment, de- the severity of the punishment is dependent on the rank of the individual. A lieutenant captain can only a company grade officer can only do so much punishment. A field grade officer can do so much punishment, and of course a general grade officer can do more. But generally you don't get an NJP from a freaking general. That's pretty rare. The only exception, like I said, the only time in my life I ever requested it was I was on the I was doing rifle training at Stone Bay. And on Camp Lejeune, you have Camp Lejeune, Camp Geiger. I think, oh God, what was the other one called? Camp Geiger, Camp Johnson. And then those are both basically recruiting training areas. And then you had Camp Geiger, not Geiger, sorry, Stone Bay. That's where all the rifle training for the Marines did. And it was a 40-minute drive. So one year, for reasons I don't know, they said, okay, this is your appointed place of residence, which means the squad bay we were in was our resident. But I was allowed to leave the base, so I went home because I was married at the time to my ex-wife, and we had just had a baby. My daughter was maybe a year or so old at the time, and all you had to do was, make sure I was back in time to pick up my rifle because you had to get your rifle out of the armory. You had to go. You had to go. Shoot, and then of course turn your rifle in after you cleaned it. So it would be an all day thing. I mean, you start at literally. So I get up at 4 in the morning, drive out there, get there at 6 for make sure I was out there at 6 to make sure I was there for rifle pickup and
Right.
formation. Well, what happened was on my third day of qualification, because you can't declare your qual the first day. You have to do it either second day, third day, fourth day. But either way you look at it, I always never declared my qual until the last day. But you always had to come back Friday for field day because that was moving targets and stuff. So day 3 rolls around. I wake up. I'm dressed. I'm shaved. Everything. I hear my baby girl screaming. She's crying like crazy. Not you, Charlene, Trisha, when she was a baby. And I come in there, and she's beet red. I take her temperature. It's 103. I go wake up my ex-wife, my wife at the time, and I said, I'm taking her to the hospital. Are you coming with me? She's like, I need a minute. I said, no, we need to go now. And I took her up there. This is the 90s. This is early 2000s. Only about 5 people I knew had a fucking cell phone. So the only person I could contact to let know what was going on besides besides the OOD, which stands for Officer of the Day,
Right.
is the OOD, and then my staff non-fire, which is Staff Sergeant Ellison. So I left him a message, and I said, hey, this is Lance Corporal Reed. I'm at the frickin' hospital with my daughter. She threw up while we were there. It turned out she had an upper respiratory infection. So about 0730, I finally was able to get a hold of somebody at my unit because that's when people started showing up. So I finally called up there, and I'm like, I'm here at the hospital. What do you want me to do? I'm like, do you want me to come back to the? I'm like, I know I was supposed to be on the range, but I'm at the hospital with my daughter. Do you want me to go back to the range, or do you want me to come to the office? They told me to go to the range. I go out to the range after, everything's done with my daughter, and I know she's okay, get the antibiotics, all that good shit.
Right.
Get out there. Okay, they had just started firing. So I get out there. I got to go ask which one of the firing lines because there's 3 lines, and I didn't know which one it was. Staff Sergeant Ellison goes, "What the hell happened?" I said, "Staff Sergeant, I was at the hunt." And before I could even get what I was done saying to Staff Sergeant, this piece of shit lieutenant, I never could stand this fucker, comes up, puts me at attention, and says, "Where the fuck were you?" He goes, "You know this was your appointed place of residence, right?" I said, "Yes, sir." He goes, "So where were you?" I was like, "Well, last night I was at home, and then I never got it." And he goes, "So you disobeyed a direct order, you little slime ball." That was the word he used for me. He called me a slime ball. And he says, "When you get back," he's like, "Go get your freaking rifle, but when we get back to the office, I'm putting you in for an Article 15 or NJP." I looked dead at him. I said, "Sir, read my rights. I request trial by court martial." And you should have saw, Dave, when you were talking about that,
Yeah.
that look on that face from that
Yeah.
cap when he said,
Yeah.
"I want to go." That's the look that I got from that lieutenant. He goes, "What?"
Like,
I said,
holy
"Sir."
crap. Like, now, dude, you want to be involved? You want to do this? Yeah. Yeah. It's like, okay,
And
we can do this, and it's not going to reflect well on you. And
so
that's what
I
he's realizing
literally,
is when you say that. When you say, I request trial by court martial, it's like, oh, crap, it's really on. I was just using that as an empty threat. I didn't
yeah,
really
but you
want my
see,
reputation involved. Yeah.
so I told so the lieutenant's like, "Excuse me?" And I said, "Sir, if you're going to file an Article 15 on me or NJP on me because I was at the hospital with my daughter, fine, I want the court martial." So this gunnery sergeant comes over, grabs the lieutenant, takes him over to the side a little bit. They both seem to not realize I'm a radio operator at the time, so my hearing is very focused. And I could hear the gunny go up to the lieutenant. He's like, "Sir, you're not going to fucking win this in a court martial." And then the lieutenant comes back, and I'm still at attention. The lieutenant comes back, and he goes, "Gunnery sergeant's going to take care of you." And then he just walked off. And the gunny's like, "You're restricted to the base for the night." I'm like, "Can I go?" I'm like, "Can I go home after the rifle range and get a blanket and a pillow and then come back?" He said, "Yes." So I left it at that because I was like, "Okay, I got
Wow.
restricted for one night. I don't
Super
care."
harsh military justice. It's like you basically did this lieutenant like screw with you again after that?
No.
I didn't think so.
No,
It's like, dude,
there's
you don't know procedure and you will not follow through. You're basically a walking joke.
No, the best one I had other than that was this Corporal Stamaransky. This guy was the worst kind of NCO you could have. He was belligerent. He was rude. He was harsh. He would say things in formation like, he'd be in charge of the formation, be like, "All right, it's 4:30. I'm gonna go home and beat the shit out of my wife." I'm like, "Why the fuck would you say shit like that?"
Oh my
Well,
god.
we were supposed to go on a TLZ. We were packing
Can I
everything
interrupt
up
you and ask a question that I think everybody's wondering? How is a corporal a non-commissioned officer?
because in the Marine Corps, an E4 is E4 and E5 are non-commissioned officers.
Okay.
E1 through E3, private, PFC, and Lance Corporal are what are called non. It literally says this. It's a double negative, but it's a Marine Corps.
Yeah.
Non NCOs. That's literally, or we just use the term non-rate because we figured we're E3s. We don't, we're E1
Okay,
through 3s.
but even as a
we don't rate
corporal,
shit. We call,
but even as a full corporal, you are considered an NCO.
there is no specialist corporal designation separation in the Marine Corps like there is in the Army. In the Army, you'll have specialists more than you'll
Specialist,
ever
right?
have a corporal. You can actually be a specialist and be promoted to corporal and still be the same, and you're still the same rank. It's still the same pay grade. And that's the thing people sometimes confuse. You can actually have a rank and have a different pay grade. Example, I knew a Mustang. For those of you who don't know what a Mustang is, that's a enlisted person who became a commissioned officer. My ensign was an
Oh, I got it. I know.
01E.
Fast track kind of thing. They used in law school. They were called gunners. Yeah, it's
So
the
what would
person that
happen
always
is,
answers the question first and tries to raise their hand. And yeah, so I get it. I get it.
yeah, so what would happen is he actually was an ensign, an 01E, because he was prior enlisted, and there's a different pay scale for that. But his pay grade was actually E8 because that was his rank before, because he was a senior chief petty officer in the Navy before he got commissioned. He's what's called an LDO. He was what was called an LDO. And he said his pay grade says E8 on there instead of 01 because he makes more money as an E7 or as an E8. He was making more money than he would have there. Now, when he eventually got to maybe Lieutenant Ensign, Lieutenant JG. Oh yeah, when he would make 03, then yeah, they would change his pay grade to 03 because at that point then he would have made more money. So there is a difference between pay grade and rank. Like for example, in the Navy, I'm sure Elihu's heard this one. You can get promoted in the Navy, and then you have a 6 month, and then I think it was still at the time it was a 6 month gap between that rank and your pay grade going up. So if you screwed up, you could actually get double demoted.
Well, don't screw
But
up, I guess is the message, right?
yeah, but going
I mean,
back
my old babysitter who lived like 2 blocks, or I'm sorry, 2 houses away. She is a Navy captain. She just got promoted to captain, which is a huge deal. But she's in the medical field.
yes, medical training is different. Medical OT, so you have
I mean,
OCS,
there's a
Marine
difference
Corps
between.
OTS.
I mean,
Medical
that's for
training
people that
is
don't
a
know. There's a
difference.
difference between captain of a ship. When you're a captain in the Navy, it doesn't mean that you're in charge of a ship.
No, not necessarily.
It's a
No,
rank.
no, you
So,
can be the skipper of a ship and not even be an 06.
right,
It's not uncommon. So unlike in Star Trek where it's the captain, yes, he would still be called the captain or skipper because it's a position rank. So
right,
he's holding a position as the chief, no, not the chief of the boat, that's the enlisted guy.
right.
But he's holding the position as the captain of the ship, even though this person might be a lieutenant commander or a commander.
Hey, NB,
But they're
what would
still
be the
referred to as
difference between the Cobb uh, and Master Chief?
Cobb. I'm trying to think of what that
Chief of the
stood
boat.
for. Chief of the boat. And what was your other question?
Master Chief.
What's the difference? Is chief of the boat is another term. It's like I said, skipper with the captain. It's a position. You can
Okay.
be a chief. A chief master sergeant is a rank. The chief of the boat is a position. So you can be the chief of
So
the
would
boat.
Chief of the boat be the senior enlisted person on the boat?
Yes.
Okay.
They will be the senior enlisted person in that position. Now, that doesn't mean there might not be other people on that boat that might actually outrank that enlisted person, but they're in different departments. And even though their date of rank might be higher or their enlisted rank might be higher, because that person is in that position as chief of the boat, they
Right.
fall under them.
Cobb's in charge.
Yeah,
My
Cobb's in
boat.
charge. Chief of the boat is
Right.
in charge.
Right.
Well, it's like, for example, in the Marine Corps, so you mentioned specialist and corporal.
Yeah.
In the Marine Corps, when you make E6, it's called gunnery sergeant. You have to actually, when you go up for your next promotion board, you have to declare what you want to do. Do you want to go and do you want to try and get promoted to first sergeant, or do you want to get promoted to master sergeant? Because those are two functionally different positions. First sergeant, then to sergeant major is administrative, whereas a master sergeant, or is what we call the top, and then master gunnery sergeant or a master guns, they continue to stay in their career field. Now,
Okay.
while technically a master sergeant and a first sergeant are the same rank, the first sergeant outranks him. Technically, the sergeant major would outrank the master gunnery sergeant, but you're not going to see a sergeant major go yelling at a freaking master gunnery sergeant. It's not going to happen.
Right.
more or
So
less you would
a gunny is a respected rank. Like, is a gunny an NCO?
a gunny is a staff NCO. So it goes
Okay.
like this: you have E1 through E3 are the non NCOs, the non rates. E4, E5, corporal sergeant are NCO ranks. Then you have the staff NCO ranks. That's staff sergeant, gunnery sergeant, first sergeant, master sergeant, sergeant major, master gunnery sergeant.
Now this is so
Now,
much
trust me,
easier in the
staff
fire
sergeants fucking
department.
hated going on. Trust me, staff sergeants hated going on ship. You know why? Because they were a staff NCO, but they couldn't go to the CPO. They couldn't go to the CPO mess because CPO mess was chief petty officers only, and that's
Oh,
E7 through E9. So they were not allowed in there. In fact,
yeah.
one
We
staff
we
sergeant I
just ate
remember tried to do that
spaghetti
on a
with
ship, and
everybody else.
I remember the master chief. I remember one staff sergeant tried to walk in one time, and I heard, I said, "What are you doing here, staff sergeant?" He goes, "Well, I tried to go to the CPO, and the master gunnery sergeant told me get the fuck out of here. I don't rate."
Mm.
For those who don't understand, when we used to say we don't rate, that meant
Yeah, I
we
know. No,
weren't
I know.
worthy to go. We weren't worthy.
Yeah,
I had
you're not rated. You're not rated. I get it. I
yeah,
get it.
yeah, we don't rate.
Man, you guys
Actually,
are
I will say
real
this.
mean to each other.
I will say this: the food on a ship is actually
Yeah.
pretty good.
Well, have you? The food on a submarine's better.
Never been on a sub.
Don't
Neither
they
have
have
I. But I've seen the documentaries, and they're like, look, the food, because that same thing with Antarctica. You know, you talk about great food. It's like that's what we got for comfort, and the same on a sub. It's like apparently the sub food is the best food in the Navy because that's all you got. Really, that's
Actually,
your comfort.
the Navy cooks, they loved it. I actually was talking with several of the Navy cooks one time, and they said, we love it when you guys come on. He goes, why? He goes, because we actually bring our Marine cooks on the ship, and they have to help. I'm like, why do you like us? It's like, because we got extra bodies now. I always hated that term bodies. Somebody said that to me when I was in NCO. They go, I need 3 bodies. I said, I don't have any fucking dead people.
Yeah,
He goes,
that's
what are
that
they?
that
I
is
said,
that is
those
a
are
that is a
bodies. Those are
gross term,
fucking
isn't it? When
Marines.
you're especially in the military, that's not a term you want to hear. I need 20 bodies. It's like just say red shirts.
I need 20 bodies. We're gonna do some weeds and seeds.
I
We're
can do
gonna
that.
Huh?
Hey, yeah, track. You want to see a cool picture?
Huh?
You want to see a cool picture?
Sure. Who's got audio?
Sorry.
I hear talking in the background too.
Not anymore. I
Love
hit mute.
Shack. By the way, you have to answer the question. You have to ask the question properly. We need to know if it's an African swallow or a European swallow. Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh wow.
Lovely. Did you take that yourself?
No, I did not. People thought this was the Enterprise. This is actually the ISS.
What's the little arrow that I'm seeing? Is that just a mouse pointer?
No, that is the picture of the ISS. It looks like the Enterprise.
Hold on.
Actually, it looks more like a
I see it.
class.
Oh yeah, totally, man.
Yeah, it looks like the Enterprise. It's actually the ISS.
I'd say it's a mixture between the USS Ares and
This is the map. See, this is the map.
I can see it.
Yeah, the panels look like nacelles at the end.
Actually, it looks more Obeth
What rate?
class.
Oh yeah.
Looks a little Obeth or maybe Daedalus class. That's what it kind of looks like to me.
Obrith. Yep. That's what I was just going to say, and I don't even know how I came up with that term, but Obrith is what I was going to say.
Class, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm sorry, our birth class.
Man, I am so like geeked out that I actually just pulled that out of my head. Wow.
Yep.
But that's what it looks like.
George Takei said, quote, "My goodness, from this angle, it looks like a certain ship I once flew.
No, it doesn't.
Nah,
well, I don't know what ships he's flown in the past, though.
Because
It could be either the Enterprise or the Excelsior.
Oh, I know
Yeah.
those, but that doesn't look like either of those.
You don't see the
I think
Enterprise?
it's got more of a
tuna. I see what I'm looking at is tuna cells, and it's got a big nose. It's got a beak.
Mom and AJ went to the grocery store.
It's a really great photo.
Yeah, it's a great photo.
It's too bad about the hair. Oh no, that was mine. I'm serious. There was a hair on it. Yeah, it's a great photo. That's the ISS. Huh.
That's the International Space Station. I'll be damned.
You know what's funny is through my telescope I can actually see the mountains of the moon just like that. I can actually see that. With binoculars, not at all, really. I can just see a bigger picture of it, but I have a little refractor, and everything's upside down, of course, but it doesn't matter. And it's not one of the ones that's computer controlled. It's a real amateur, like, $80 telescope, but I keep it clean. I still have it, and when on a clear night, even here, I can pull it out on my deck and look up. Usually a cold, clear night is great, no humidity, that kind of thing, so there's no atmospheric interference with fog or anything like that. And you can see the mountains on the moon, and that is just astonishing. And yeah, it sucks because it moves out of view real fast, but once it's in focus, all you have to do is shift it a little bit. Yeah, it's inconvenient, but it's astonishing if you guys have never actually looked at it yourselves. Just really just look at the mountains on the moon. Look at the peaks on the mountains of the moon. Yeah, that's
Basically,
crazy. Whatever.
If you're going to look at the telescope, stay outside for about 10, 20 minutes or so. Let your eyes adjust. Look at the telescope for more than 30 seconds. Then your eye will adjust even better.
Yeah.
Because it takes your eyes a while night with the lights.
Actually,
yeah, I've
since
had
you
the
guys brought
same
that
piece
up,
of
I'm
shit
actually
telescope
shooting
for
for the. I'm actually shooting for when that said when I get this house and everything. I'm actually hoping that since it's going to be a much more, I'm not even going to be in a rural area. I'm going to be pretty much in BFE. I'm kind of actually really, I'm really like hoping that I'm going to be able to walk outside and actually see, the stars like I've seen, when you have to drive out somewhere because, you got to get away from all the city lights and stuff like. I'm actually hoping. Since you guys brought that, I'm like, damn, that would be so cool if I could go outside and actually look at
Well, and
stars
B,
other than the same five stars I see
if
every
you're far
day.
enough away from city lights, you will probably be able to use bird watching binoculars and be able to see the Milky Way. I remember when I was a kid and I could go down to Missionhurst, which is a private little mission, but we always interloped there and go into their field, and it's as far away from lights as you can get in an urban area. And I remember seeing with my naked eye the Milky Way, and was just boggled by that. And I must have been like 6, but I remember
I used to love
vividly.
stargazing as a kid.
I
used to love stargazing as a child.
Yeah.
Didn't I show you the map, dude?
Yes, you did.
And as an adult, buddy.
Right.
Well, unfortunately, pretty much everywhere I live, I see the same 5, 6 stars. Yeah, I can find
Yeah, I
Orion's
know.
belt,
The Big
no problem,
Dipper,
but
the
that's
big whatever. It's like, oh, there's the Big Dipper again.
2s and 3s. You can see the Milky Way. I showed you the light pollution map.
Well, that's the thing is to be able to see it with your naked eye is something that you will probably get where you're going. Not the house with the walls, the cool house with the barn.
Cap. Sorry, I don't know what happened to Dave, but what happened, Dave? Cap.
Yeah,
Dave's not here, man.
What's going
Dave's
on?
not here.
Look who showed up.
Oh.
You know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, Tiki of Doom. Fuck you. That's all I'm gonna say. Fucking piece of shit bastard.
What happened?
That I know. I think I know why. I think I know why Dave is gone now.
Well, yeah, I know why Dave's gone now.
Wait, did I miss out on something?
Yeah, Tiki of Doom is Tiki of Doom. Yeah, and I'm gonna call it out. I don't give a fuck.
Go for
Tiki of Doom called fucking Dave G sounds an he called him unpatriotic. And
Why?
I lost my shit. Because I don't
Why?
fucking because we didn't agree with him. Or he agreed with something Dave agreed with something we were talking about, and he's like, "You're unpatriotic." I'm like, "Do you realize you just said one of the most disrespectful fucking things you could say to a person?" I was shaking, and I was pissed, and it wasn't even directed at me. And Dave was lost his shit, and I don't blame him for losing his shit. So yeah, I'm gonna call it out. Fuck you, Tiki. You're a piece of shit motherfucker for what you said.
I missed the conversation then.
Oh yeah, it was yesterday.
No, I'm not drunk, motherfucker. Fucking sober. Piece of shit. Cap, I'm gonna mute.
Yep.
I'm gonna take a. I need to go take a break.
Hey, go smoke a cigarette outside, man.
Cooler head shop review.
I missed the conversation. Okay,
Yeah.
I missed out.
And
Never mind.
Dave, you are always welcome on the panel. Yeah, you missed something.
So Dave said he touched the phone, lost link.
Who?
Dave.
Okay, Dave. I will put that back in for Dave.
The First Amendment protects you. The First Amendment is freedom of speech. Protect you from yourself, not from the government, not from yourself.
So Saturday night, anybody got any plans?
Oh, I do. I'm gonna take off my shield and probably watch a movie or something. No, I actually got so I'm not limited to mobility in the city now. I can actually go somewhere tonight, so I'm not sure where I'm going to go. It's kind of clear and about 60.
Yeah,
I may go down to the water today.
Yeah,
Say hi to the sea lion.
Okay, cool. You kind of broke up there a bit. I didn't catch all what you said, but it sounds like at least you got a plan. Like you, Captain Trek, you got anything lined up for this evening?
No, I don't actually. The only thing I have going on for today, besides this, is when Bert is streaming later.
Oh, you head over to his channel, do you?
Oh yeah, I'm going to
Cinema Saturday.
Cinema Saturday, absolutely.
Hey, folks.
Hey, Dave.
Sorry about
what's
that.
up? No problem.
Touched my phone, went dead.
Don't touch your
the phone. Don't touch the phone.
That's
No,
what
I like to
happens.
try to share stuff with you guys and stuff, and but I just the thing makes no damn sense. So
no,
I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm just gonna. It's sitting on the bar. There it is. Wife's pissed because I'm talking to you guys. Therefore, I can be pissed when she talks to all of her friends all night while I'm trying to sleep.
Be nice to your wife.
I know. I love her.
Hey, Captain.
Yes, sir.
My signal is breaking up again, so that means people are starting to get online. So I'm gonna take off.
Okay.
because people kind of understand me, obviously. And
Yeah.
you keep
Yeah,
on
it's getting
muting.
harder.
So,
Yeah, it's getting harder. But
Yeah.
hey, we'll talk to you later. Okay.
See ya,
I'll hang
Elihu.
out in the chat.
Cool.
Later, guys. Thanks for having me on, Cap. Later.
You're welcome.
I'm sub to you too, buddy. I look forward to your
Cool.
next stream.
Yeah, if I have a solid connection, I will stream live. Otherwise, I will just post a video.
No, your videos are great, man. I love them.
It'll still be my show, but it'll be a video of my show.
Hey, Elihu. While you're still here, do you look at the other folks that do astronomical stuff? I'm afraid to touch my phone because if I look it up, I will be disconnected.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, and I'm jealous of the graphics.
No, but what's the guy's name? Anton Petrov. That always says hello, beautiful person, and talks about astronomical things. Do you watch him at all?
Sometimes.
He's got to be like 30, but he knows his shit.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking if you watch other.
That name does sound familiar.
Okay. Well, I mean, because that's why I like your stuff. It's very easily digested, and you talk to the people not like you're doing a documentary. You're like, hey, want to know about this? Well, let me explain it. And that's what's so fun about them.
Yeah.
You talk to, not at. You talk to us, not at us. And that's why I mentioned the other one, because it feels kind of the same. So anyway, but I love your stuff, man.
Oh, thank you. I will be trying to post more stuff.
Very good. All right, well, I'll see you, buddy.
Later, guys.
Later. Thank you again, Elihu.
NB, are you still on?
He is on, but he is stepped away from the computer for a few minutes.
Jaloja, got it, or whatever, but got it.
Taking a mental health
Son of a
break.
red shirt, what are you up to?
Right now, not too much in fudge, brother. I'm just.
Yeah, you haven't been very active this time. Are you feeling okay today?
Yeah, no, I just NB Geek had a lot to talk about there with you guys sharing your experiences, which was very interesting. It's something that, being a Canadian, I don't really have any privy to other than what I see in films. I know.
There's no firefighters in Canada? Yeah, I
no,
heard your Cap. Cap just went, ugh. Damn it.
brother-in-law's a fireman, actually. It's Irishman too, so there you go.
Oh, well, yeah. One thing leads to the next. So.
Yeah. Listening to you guys talk, it made me think of some of my old favorite Marine-based films. I mean, we were talking about Stripes before. That was based in the Army.
It's Army.
And had a great cast to it. Not the least of which was Warren Oates. Do you guys know Warren Oates?
Tell me who Warren Oates is, and then I will say yes or no.
Well, Warren Oates was Sergeant Hulka.
Oh, man. What a great actor. I don't know him from anything else than that.
Well, you probably do. You just can't see it right now. Have you ever seen Sam Peckinpah's The Wild Bunch? One of my all-time favorite westerns.
I have not seen it. I have heard of it. I have not seen it. So is he one of the stars in that?
Yes, he is. He's great cast in that. William Holden, Ernest Borgnine, Warren Oates, Bet Johnson.
Good old Cabby. Good old McHale's Navy. Good old Cabby from Escape from New York and McHale's Navy, of course.
Airwolf. Ernest Borgnine was in the TV series Airwolf too. I love that.
Oh, right. Yeah, he was the guy in the back. Yeah.
My father had an autographed picture of Ernest Borgnine. Ernest Borgnine was a big golfer, and so was my dad. And he met him at a tournament, and he got a signed autograph from Ernest Borgnine saying, "Dear Mike, watch that takeaway and backswing. Love Ernie," something like that. But it was in his Airwolf. It was a promotional still from the Airwolf show, so he was wearing his Airwolf flight jacket with the mission patches for Airwolf.
That's cheap. I would have liked to have seen him at a pub.
Yeah.
No Airwolf jacket, no McHale's Navy shit. Just like, hey man, Ernest, right? Yeah, bro.
Kind of,
it's like, all right, let's have a beer. I'm buying.
Personality where you could probably feel okay to approach him. Where like some
Well,
celebrities.
actually, I feel okay to do that with any celebrity. I have not celebrity shocked.
No.
From my past.
I'm not celebrity shocked. I couldn't give a fuck. But there are a few, like Ernest Borgnine, I would walk across the room to meet. I would like to hear a story about, like his time on The Wild Bunch, working with Sam Peckinpah, legendary American director.
Do you know that that there was a scene Clint Eastwood directed? What the hell was that movie about the Attorney General or what the fuck with DiCaprio? Anyway, it was one block in my neighborhood, 1 block away from my house is the house that they used, and and this was a big thing in the neighborhood group. Clint Eastwood walked around and apologized to all the neighbors about the trucks and everything. This is Clint Eastwood. I was at work, god damn it, but Clint Eastwood's walking around my neighborhood, knocking on doors saying sorry, about this, and we're doing this thing, and here's cool. All the details. And Leonardo DiCaprio in shoot and out in a limo, done. Clint Eastwood's walking around. Okay, it's a nice neighborhood, but he's walking around our neighborhood in Arlington still with craftsman houses. Apologizing to the neighbors about all the noise and the traffic. And Leonardo DiCaprio, basically he could have airdropped in for all anybody's concerned, did his lines and was limoed out immediately. No, hey, how you doing? No, there was no, because nobody knew what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Clint Eastwood is the one that let the neighbors know, hey, sorry about this, but for some reason we chose this Victorian house to, and it wasn't, see, we used to trick or treat at the Chief Justice's house because they give out full candy bars. This was not one of them. I remember when that house was built. I've been in this neighborhood the entire time. They just chose it because it looked period proper. Right. And it was in the right area. But Clint Eastwood was, from what the neighborhood association says, a true just person.
Right.
Like you probably know who I am. I'm sorry for the disruption this is going to cause. It'll only take a day and a half or two, and we'll be out of here. Man, if I'd have been home, are you kidding? Are you kidding? If Clint Eastwood knocked on my door, it's literally like I could throw a stone and hit the house. If he knocked on my door, I'd have lost my shit. That's one of those celebrities where I'm like, okay, that's beyond. I've done some for presidents, face to face, personal contact. Right. Clint Eastwood, that's above and beyond. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm like, man, do you know how many years I've spent watching your movies? Years, literally. How many times I've watched every version of Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Not to mention, just go on and on and on and on. Like, fuck Dirty Harry. The hell with all that. I'm talking about like Clint Eastwood. Man, really, dude? You knock on my door, dude? You can have the place. Want a drink? You don't drink? Want some water? You don't like water? Okay, lemon juice, whatever. What do you want? Like, the house is yours. Yeah, that
Yeah,
would have been something. That would have been something. But of course, my job in audio and media at the time pulled me away from getting to meet Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
Which is fine because I was probably doing sound for Steve Martin at the time. So whatever. I think Clint Eastwood was, from what the neighborhood group said, was a true gentleman.
Yeah, there are many stories going back. I've seen documentaries with Clint Eastwood, and there was a really enduring one. I think it was The Unforgiven, where the
Yeah.
girl that was playing the prostitute that gets scarred up,
Right.
she was talking. She's saying, working with Clint, she says, I'm still kind of new to the game, and to work with a legend like Clint Eastwood and Morgan Freeman and Gene Hackman's here, and
No shit.
says, the amazing thing about this is I've done a couple of other movies and they've been completely different. On a Clint Eastwood set, if you're on a nighttime shoot, like almost everybody stays unless you got an early morning call. All the actors and stuff stick around at the end, and then everybody, helps the crew break down the set, pack up the wires, the rigging, all the shit, and then
Well, that's
everybody's
like the Air Force band was like that. They'd show up, perfect uniforms, beautiful uniforms. You'd think that they were walking at the tomb, and at the end of the gig, they put their horns down and they start rolling up wires. It's part of the gig.
right, like everybody.
They're true professionals. You get the DiCaprio thing where they're like, I'm a star, and it's like, yeah, it shows.
Yeah, no doubt.
Basically, star / dick. I mean,
Leonardo
sorry.
DiCaprio by any stretch of the imagination. I don't really know the guy, although I do know for certain things like on movies, and I know this tangentially because I lived in Toronto where we shoot a lot of productions, and I've worked in film production, not anything glamorous. I used to paint sets. I used to paint big green screens, walls 30 feet high, what they call cyc walls or reciprocal walls, where they kind of bend down so you can take an image of somebody. Just for anybody in the chat that doesn't know, you can like take a picture of a model and then put her underneath the Eiffel Tower or something on the computer. But with a lot of these things, I know from experience that stars, their schedule is so tight, they come in for something you think, oh, they're really involved in this movie. Sometimes they're there for 3 hours. Bill Murray has a lot of scenes like that in his career where, he drops in for a movie for something. The Ghostbusters movie, I think he did in 2 days.
Bill Murray is an enigma in that way because I've heard many stories about him, and they're like, well, he said he's in, but he never called back. He said yes, and is he going to show up? And he shows up, and he shows up on time.
Right.
But he's an enigma. He's amazing. Sure. I love that guy, especially for that reason, because of the damn corporate bullcrap that I had to go through, doing production, and to have a guy like that, it's like, yeah, I know I'm famous, and I don't care, and I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna walk into the closest diner and I'm gonna eat some fries off of somebody's plate, and they're gonna go, what the and he's gonna go, yeah, and then just and not being a dick about it, being cool about it, like, oh yeah, by the way, I bought your lunch.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, not John Candy. Who the fuck am I trying to think of? Give me a hand here. Blues Brothers. Belushi. Belushi was the other one. Belushi was the guy that knocks on your door and says, and I'm sure you've all heard this. We're filming. Yeah, I know who you are. Can I lay on your couch? And he'd go in their fridge and make a sandwich and lay on their couch. And it's like, yeah, where's Belushi? It's like, yeah, he's fucking laying on my couch. I don't know why. It's like, well, there he is. Yeah, Murray's not that guy.
No.
Trust me, I love Belushi too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking down about him. But Murray's not that guy. Murray's the guy that photobombs you at your wedding, and you have no idea that he was even in town.
Yeah, sure.
You know,
He's very laid
he's
back.
really something else. The
It's nice
first
to hear
Murray
this.
movie that I saw was Meatballs.
Yeah.
The first Meatballs movie. Remember that one, the camp movie?
Yeah.
And because that. Well, first of all, okay, it sucked, but it was a great movie as a kid. Okay. The second thing I took out of it was Bill Murray, in every role he does a speech. And a good one. Like a motivational speech. That's what he did at Meatballs. And in every single movie, I except for that World War one when he came back from World War One, I think it was. In every movie Bill Murray's in, he delivers a very motivational speech. Even in Stripes, I mean, the guy knows how to do that thing. I mean, maybe that's his shtick, but he does it well. I mean,
yeah. Sure.
Is there any Bill Murray movie that you've seen, even if you didn't like it, where his speaking didn't motivate you? I'm
Maybe
asking.
Garfield.
Oh,
If you get
okay.
the
I
joke,
didn't see
if you get the
Garfield
joke
as a
there.
movie.
What was that movie?
No, no, I said
I thought Radar was Garfield.
Lost in
No.
Translation.
Oh, fuck that movie. That
Oh,
movie
fuck
can
that
go.
movie. Fuck
Yeah,
that movie.
that movie
That
can
was
eat a
the
bag of
biggest
dicks.
letdown ending. I was like, are you freaking kidding me?
Really?
Wasted. Oh god,
Yeah,
I was
absolutely. No, 100%. The movie was about nothing, and then that whole whisper at the end, and the fact that nobody has actually said what was said. And what I've heard was nothing was said. It was a joke on you, the viewer. And that pisses me off. It's like,
Yeah,
come
I
on. He
don't
must
know
have
about
said something
that.
like, I'll always love you, or I'll always remember. But it's like the biggest secret ever, and that's what keeps that movie. That's why you mentioned it, isn't it? Because that goddamn whisper thing. The whole movie was about nothing. The guy's a booze seller, and he's having fun and hanging out, and there's just nothing going on. I have it on DVD. I think I'll burn it. Except I have a gas fireplace, so I have to do it
Yeah,
outside.
I've only ever seen the movie once, but he was an actor who's on the downswing, who's in a country like Japan, where like in America, you don't see a lot of people, you don't see Arnold Schwarzenegger selling Jim Beam whiskey, but he'll do it in Japan. No
Right.
problem
Yeah.
with him being on a 30-foot billboard selling booze or anything
I mean,
else.
I love the guy as an actor. I mean, as far as what I've heard from him as a person, I think that I would get along with him.
Sure.
And NB, you and I have had conversations about certain actors. Where it's like we accept how they are on screen, but hate the person, or not hate.
yeah,
but
Robert De Niro comes to my mind.
De Niro, and I always mention what's his name, that guy, man, that one.
Luke Skywalker's taken a lot of hits for that lately too. People saying I love Luke, but I hate Mark Hamill.
I've heard a lot of that.
Hey, I love it. Hey,
I don't know
love
anything
Mark Hamill
about
as the
Mark
Joker.
Hamill.
I love Mark Hamill as the Joker. I love him as Luke Skywalker. But no, as a person, I probably no. Personally, chances are him and I would probably not get along.
Well, he really revels in the Comic-Con thing, and I mean, he is a voice actor now, and of course, he's always Luke Skywalker in my heart.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about him to judge him as a person. What I've seen him do. Well, okay. The one thing I don't like that Uber Eats thing.
Don't like that. Pardon?
I just don't. I don't like him advertising in that way. I find it cheap. And if I had the opportunity, I'd do it in a second.
Oh, Uber Eats?
Yeah.
The advertisement for that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess that Star Wars money doesn't last forever. I mean,
Yeah. Apparently not. Which is
What'd he do? But did he blow through all that big red one money he had to?
yeah.
Corvette Summer, man. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, and voicing Joker, and I mean, come on, you're dude. The guy is typecast as Luke Skywalker. It's got to be difficult to not be. It's like, we gotta have Mark
Which is
Hamill.
why I kind of find it funny. You're giving him a hard time for doing an Uber Eats commercial.
I am.
Yeah, but why?
But I'd do it. No, because he's better than that. He's Luke Skywalker, man.
Okay. Fair
You're
enough.
not. I'm not.
No.
Cap.
Yeah.
That that break I took, I worked myself up so freaking bad. I almost made myself sick. I was like, okay. Daughter and I went up to the gas station, kind of get out of the house, decompress,
Mm-hmm.
help the wife get the groceries in because by the time we got back, she had just shown up. So, yeah, there aren't many things that'll piss me off, but
Yep.
Well, I ground the chat to a halt.
Absolutely.
Hey, geek.
Yo.
Please, I would really appreciate you watching this. YouTube, danger close and incorrect fire mission generation kill. It's 3 minutes long. And it basically is the whole thing about your officers screwing up and MJP and all that stuff.
What was it called again? Danger close? What?
Danger close and incorrect fire mission generation kill. You can just type in generation kill fire mission and it should be the first one. 3 minutes, 18 seconds. Danger close and incorrect fire mission.
Kill. Yeah. Found it.
318?
So what are you guys talking about?
This is something that is just showing off the dysfunction in what is supposed to be a functional order of command.
Okay.
So.
We don't have to watch it online or anything. I'm just saying.
Right.
I just wanted him to see that because he's never watched the series, and this is just a little clip. And it's really well done. And by the way, it's Marines, and it is mostly true stories.
Cool.
I will say this. I just kind of caught on to the trailer of it. I will say this. When they say 3, 2, 1, or what he said, and they go kill, that is not inaccurate. That is very common when you were in the Marine Corps. When I was in the Marine Corps, because we had.
No! You're looking at a different trailer. Danger close.
Yeah, but no, I was
looking
at that.
The kill one. No, I know that one. I know. I believe it or not, I've actually heard that.
Danger close. No, I'm typing it in. I did danger close. Generation kill.
Yeah, danger close. Parentheses and incorrect. Unparent. Fire mission. Generation kill.
Got it. Found it.
318.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Found it.
Okay. I think you'll like it a lot. Or you'll hate it a lot with your experience. But just listen to the way these guys is like, what the fuck? That's a con hair to danger close. And the officer has, what? Danger close? And he has to pull out the manual and show him danger close is a fire mission that's like really dangerous, sir. And then the medic comes up and goes, you dumb son of a bitch. Every bootstrap fucking Marine knows danger close.
Oh shit! I had to stop real quick.
Are you watching
Marine knows danger close. By the way, boot That is the term used when you go to Marine Corps, you go to boot camp.
Right.
So you will hear the term boot means somebody new. And we
Right.
used to have a joke. There were 3 phases. There were 3 phases of boot camp while I was there. And we used to sometimes we get people, when you were new and stuff, and some of the senior guys would come in and stuff, and I did the same thing. They'd be talking like they knew what they're talking about, and we'd be like, dude, you're still shitting phase 3 chow. Shut up.
Did you watch the video already?
I was trying to. You were still talking about it. I was like, yeah, every boot Marine. I had to stop and laugh.
All right. Start it again. Watch it. Tell me when you're ready, because I'm going to watch it with you. Off without volume, of course.
I'm watching it right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, also, tell me. So these guys, some of them, a couple of these were deployed. The actors were deployed. Tell me from your experience if this seems accurate to you, because it looks damn fucking accurate. But I don't know because I wasn't over there.
So this is for the hose, the port and the ship. And then I got these labels for some boxes. Hey, Mom. Hey, Jay.
Stupid ass.
Dumbass motherfucker, sir.
Stupid ass officer.
What the fuck's going on? You weren't on your comms.
You
going in a fire mission. Scares the shit out of me, sir. These guys. And here it is. You need to MJP that man. Lieutenant, it doesn't matter if we're right or wrong. You can't disobey orders. You need to be.
Yes, you can if they're not lawful.
Yeah, well, I'm calling in a fire mission. The wrong coordinates. Yes, sir.
I like how they got the com talk right.
I love Lieutenant Fick. Yeah, at the end of the series, they actually talked with the people that were there. Man, there's 2 other clips I'd love to share with you, Geek. This one's coming to an end because it's a clip instead of the whole show. One of them is if you just look up Generation Kill. If you look up Generation Kill, General Mattis. Because General Mattis is well known for having a foul mouth, and they deployed him properly on this show. I don't give a fuck what the fuck's going on over this bridge. You motherfuckers need to get the fuck over there, mother. I mean, it's just. And basically, Mattis was like, "Yeah, that was me." According to some people, he was not a very good general. One person, anyway.
No shit.
Yeah, look up. Just type in Generation Kill Mattis, and watch that clip. It's a short clip.
You think you might want to know your fucking protocols? Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
By the way,
just type
you
in
can't
Generation
disobey
Kill
an order
Mattis
from an
and watch
officer
the
if it's
first
not a
one.
lawful order. That may have been a lawful order, but that the fucking lieutenant wasn't listening.
Right. Well, the lieutenant was like, "You're gonna kill us, sir." And then he realized that the coordinates were wrong, and he was like, "Fine, yes, sir, do your thing." And did you hear the radio chatter? Did you hear the radio chatter?
Yeah, I heard
about
the radio
they were like,
chatter. I
okay,
recognize that.
your coordinates are. Can you repeat your coordinates? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm sorry, break. Your coordinates are correct. Proceeding with fire mission. you know. Yeah, watch the
Yeah,
Mattis one.
Yeah, when he said, "Oh God," when I heard that one guy said, "When those two guys get their heads together, it fucking scares me." I'm like, "Yep, I've said that before."
Watch the
It's
Mattis
like,
one.
"Oh fuck," we'd have meetings with like literally. Okay, so when I was in the Marine Corps, we were supposed to work 7:30 to 4:30, but unlike the Air Force, I had to be in formation. So until we had formation and were dismissed, we weren't allowed to leave. So
Right.
you would literally, the worst case would be like, it'd be 4 o'clock, and we'd be like, "Where are the bosses? Where's staff? Oh, they're in a meeting." We're like, "Fuck." All right, everybody. It's like, all right, everybody who is 4:30 would roll around. We knew they weren't coming out of the meeting, so one of the corporals, times we'd be like, "All right, uh, those of you who live in the barracks, go to the chow hall, grab a bag nasty, come back." Because the chow hall was only open for a certain amount of time. And it would not be unsurprising that we'd be there after the freaking chow goes. So
Was
we'd
it
send the guys
a
over there, and
test? Was it a test or was it incompetence? Were they testing you or were they just being incompetent and sitting around at the boardroom table talking about crap and saying, fuck the troops and we'll get to them
how would I
later?
know? We used to,
Right.
oh no, honestly, we used to say a couple of our staff and COs. Oh, honestly, we used to think they didn't like their wives because that's why it's like, now they always start a meeting towards the end of the day. Do they just really not want to go home? So yeah,
Yeah.
crazy. Crazy
Are
shit.
you watching Mattis?
No, I'm not watching
I
it
want to
right
see your
now.
reaction. I want to see your reaction to General Mattis because it's not a harsh scene in any way except that it's a portrayal of Mattis in like literally like he's a general like who walks into machine gun fire going, why the fuck aren't my Marines going over this bridge? Like it's badass. Uh, it's really something else. Generation Kill, General Mattis. Just watch it. It's a minute long, a minute and 30.
With the resistance we're seeing. Look at that old 782 gear. I used to wear some of that shit.
Following on.
The resistance we're seeing, I'm concerned that initiating movement. Why the fuck am I standing here looking at a fucking bridge that doesn't have my Marines rolling across? Just we're 30 miles from initiating the armor assault to engage the enemy.
Not only no, but fuck no.
Oh! I like that. Yeah, your dick in your foot. Not your dick, my dick. I did. I finished it.
Okay, it's like when Cousin Eddie stands here to unfuck himself and push through this fucking shithole.
You know what I find so funny about that is everything I heard them say is about as accurate as I've ever heard of a Marine unit.
Well, okay. So Generation Kill, the entire series, and I bought it on DVD. I wish I had it on Blu-ray or whatever. But dude, as a Marine, I think seeing that you find it accurate. Just watch the opening scene, for example, where they're training. it's different than Band of Brothers. I mean, as a Marine, it really shows the bullshit. The sniper scene is one of the best scenes. That's in a different. That's in like I think episode, I don't know, 7 or something. But just
I was
dude,
just
just
looking
watch.
at the chat here, and I'm like, God, I haven't heard the term warrior monks in fucking 30 years. Warrior monk. God, I remember that one.
But I'm glad that you find it accurate because I don't know because I never went in.
Right.
Well, I've never been in a combat. I'll be the first one to admit I was never in the infantry. I was never in a combat zone. Now I was in an
But one
infantry
of the
unit, but I was part of the regiment. But yeah, basically, the way the radio chatter, I was listening to the radio chatter because I was a radio operator in the Marine Corps, and how they were using the phonetic alphabet, Alpha, Bravo,
yeah
Charlie, Delta.
yeah.
They did it right. They used the right. They used the right definite because in the
Oh no, they didn't screw around. They had the people that were there as their advisors when they were filming.
Mm-hmm.
So
You
one
know
of the things as a
so
radio
this is
operator.
supposed to be accurate. That's why I wanted to ask you about it.
So one of the
But
things
I
about being a
think
radio operator, couple things. One, we had to memorize the phonetic alphabet because we
yeah
had to. We would be given, I'd be sitting in the COC, and we get chatter coming over the line. And what would happen is we had these, God, I can't think of the name of the paper anymore, but we had these yellow paper pads. It's not that standard 3M shit. This was a military pad. And we had to write out stuff, and we would write out stuff. So when we have people spell stuff, everything we did, and this is going to sound crazy, but this is how we did it. We had to write everything in print capital letters.
not cursive.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not even, no, we couldn't even use. I actually saw a radio operator hand a slip to the colonel, and it was in frickin' small print. He goes, "Did you fucking go to radio operator school or something, shithead?" He goes, "I fucking didn't. I know you're supposed to put this all in caps." And he said, "Get your fuck over here. Take this back. Fucking fix it."
well, as a former ham, yeah, they were in caps.
Yep. Yeah, everything had to be in caps. And when they use those code words and stuff, each unit has its own code names. And they
Oh,
actually,
hang
so
on,
when you hear something
I
like,
gotta go on mute for a sec. Blender time. Hang on.
so like in my unit, during the training, we were called Stonewall after Stonewall Jackson.
Right.
And that would be, certain designations would be set for, who the person was. Stonewall 1 was, say, for example, Stonewall 1 was the S1 guy, which was, I forgot what the hell, that was the administrator. And then you had, like, say, Stonewall 2, that was, S2 was operations. And then, of course, Stonewall 6 was the commander.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, you would go to other units and be like, we get calls like, Stonewall, trying to get hold of Stonewall 6. This is, whatever. Trying to think of another one we had. Anyway, that's how it worked, and that's how we knew our designations. But here's the thing. Those designations and code words changed all the time. We actually had to get briefings and pamphlets for those, so we knew who who we were talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dave, that is, a lot of that shit I saw there was pretty accurate.
Well,
especially the
can
interactions.
can I copyright strike Captain real quick? And well, no, I'm just going. I want to play some radio chatter that is generated from the show, but it, to me seems realistic. Captain, I'm asking if that might be okay. I don't know if it is.
That's
or not.
fine.
Okay.
I'll take a chance.
I'm gonna pop up this speaker because the only way I can do this really is to play it through my headset mic. So I'm gonna lean close to a speaker. Okay.
Okay.
Look, that might make it sound more realistic. Let's see. Whoops. Okay. NB, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, here we go.
Twisting, this is Dragon 1-5 checking in with you. Flight of 2 A-10s holding south 5 miles at Angels 10, 1+00 time on station. Loaded with Mark 82s, 1,200 rounds apiece.
Roger, copy all. Are you familiar with our position on the airfield?
Hey, firm, understand you are south of the control tower. I have multiple vehicles and airstrokes at that location.
That's affirmative. I need you to push 15 clicks northwest and check out a potential column of armor.
Dragon 1-5 copies. We're pushing.
Twisting, Suds 2-1 checking in with you. Flight of 2 F-18s holding east 10 miles at Angels 2-2. Orders to follow. 4x GPU 12s, 1 laser Maverick, 600 rounds for the section. 0+35 time on station. Ready for your work.
Twisted copies. Got a flight of 2 A-10s at Angels 10. Call sign Dragon 1-5. They are pushing 15 clicks northwest of our position to check out a possible column of armor at that location.
Here come the birds.
Suds 2-1, that's affirmative.
We are located just south of the control tower with multiple vehicles marked by IR strokes.
Suds 2-1 is visual your position.
Roger. I'd like you to push north and attempt to get your pod on that same area. Again, that's 15 kilometers northwest of the airfield. Stay at Angels 1A to move.
So anyway, so
I was
yeah,
surprised he said kilometers and not clicks.
well, yeah, but
No.
it-
Either one is fine. I as a radio
well,
operator.
so did they do a good job with that? The radio stuff.
It sounds, I never was in a fire zone in that kind of position, but yes, the way they're talking does sound very reminiscent. I mean, they're giving what it
They're
is they're giving
communicating.
feedback to they're giving. It sounds to me like you have, say, like a line team or a convoy, and they're relaying information back to the COC, which is what I would have got. So yeah, I would have been. Taking that information, listening, and you really have to listen to the numbers.
Oh, I know.
You
Well,
really have to. That's
this
why
actually interested me in learning the grid zones, especially because that idiot captain fucked up so bad. So I actually studied grid zone designators, military grid zones, in order to figure out what the hell was going on.
So the way we used to say numbers was a little different. Remember how I said we had the phonetic alphabet, Alpha Bravo Zulu, Alpha Bravo Zulu.
Yeah, I know. I know
the way
it.
the way we said numbers wasn't always, grammarly correct, but we had to say it this way so we could make sure somebody could hear us.
Tree.
So we would tree. We would not say 3. We would say tree.
Right.
1,
Yep.
2, tree.
Tree.
4th.
Yep.
5er. 6.
Yep.
7, 8, 9er. And if it was a double digit, you never said 100. You never said 1,000. You would always say 1, 0, whatever. You never you used one number each time. You never said 100. I would have to say it's I wouldn't say it's 100 kilometers. I would have to say it's 100 clicks.
So the bottom line is I'm glad that I have a professional to verify that this is the real deal, good stuff, and it's not just made up crap, because a lot of the people that were there helped in this.
One of the things, so in a convoy, like for example, when a convoy or even one single Humvee would leave, they would have the radio, the Singars. At the time, we had the Singars radios in there, and the person would get on there. It was the A driver. You had the driver, the A driver, or maybe the officer you were driving. Like for me, I drove the ops officer. So he would get on the mic. He would get on the mic and he'd be like, "Hi, this is," he's like, "This is No, for example, for him, it would have been, this is Stonewall 3. We are exiting the whatever area. We're
Is that
exiting
like an
this area with,
RTO? Is that the
what's that?
RTO, the radio operator driver?
RTO. We never used the term RTO. We just always called ourselves radio operators or battery
Okay.
operating runs, or the guy who's going to get shot before the lieutenant.
Well, actually,
But so
yeah.
like for example, he would get on there, or like if we went on a convo or something, they would say, this is so and so Stonewall. This is Stonewall 3. We're leaving with 2 convoys. We have 3 Echoes and 2 Oscars, which meant 3 enlisted, 2 officers.
Yep.
And
I love the call signs though in the series. The call signs are like hitman, poor man. Yeah, clean your radio. Try again. Poor man, the hitman. Do you hear me? Yep. All right. Send traffic.
Yep, send traffic. Yeah, right. Send traffic. We used to get
if you're interested, you don't I really recommend the entire series. I'll even send you mine, and I'll buy another one. I don't care. I mean, the fact that you
I can
lived
get it
that
myself.
life.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, but I think you'd like
looks
it.
like a
You
show
could
I
probably
would enjoy.
YouTube it. But if you want the radio chatter, you can YouTube Generation Kill radio chatter, and it's at the end of every episode. I think there's like 10 or 11 or something. They do the credits with radio chatter, and that's what I was playing you. And
Yeah,
I
one
don't
of the
know
things
if
when I said
that will you'll either enjoy it or I like don't play it for CCDB. He doesn't like it.
One of the things too I was saying when I said, hey, we're 2 Oscar, convoy doing this. We're going to this LZ. Once they got to that LZ, they had to contact us and let us know they made it there. And they had to contact us and let us know when they were leaving, where they were going. You had to always contact back and let them know, hey, we are here. We're Roger Good.
There was just one other scene that maybe just Generation Kill sniper scene. That's all you have to pull up. What's so interesting about it is it's a deployed sniper team. It's in a convoy, and the way that the sniper and the spotter work together. A lot of people didn't understand this, and I got this. The spotter it has his hand holding the sniper's back because so he can feel his breathing. So when he says fire, he knows he's ready.
Snipers in I can't speak for the other branches, but in the Marine Corps, if you try to go to Stone Bay, the one I said I went and did my rifle training at, is also where they had one of our sniper schools. And so while we'd be out there sometimes and doing our rifle week, our qual week, and you would see these snipers, just these guys training in sniper school, and they're just sitting there for hours. And you're like, we'll go shoot, and they'll come back, and I'll be like, they're still there. And it's like, oh, like holy crap, they didn't even look like they moved. But also,
yeah.
In the Marine Corps, they had to make their own,
draw a picture of the area.
Suit.
Yeah,
they had to make their own ghillie suit.
Let me change the term then. I mean, it was a sniper team, but let's just call it sharpshooters because they're in a convoy of Humvees. It's obviously a sniper team, but they're not in ghillie suits and everything like that. They're like, I think that guy has an RPG tube. All right, stop the convoy. Let's figure out what's going on and deploy the M40.
Boy, I would love to have had a nice little scope with a laser target on my M2 on my 203.
Yeah, well, that's one. That's another thing that they talk a lot about using the infrareds. It's like
we had an early version that actually my
And the other problem was they never had enough batteries to keep
I used to
their
be the
gear
battery
going.
operator. I was that battery guy in my unit. I was the guy who had to deal with all the batteries, the C cells, the D cells, the AAAs, the BA.
Oh, so you were rich.
The we had two types. I can't. We had the one lithium ones that win the Singars, and then we had the chargeable ones. One of the things I had to do later in my time, once I got my Humvee license, and yes, I did get. Oh, nice headshot! Oh
Oh,
shit,
are you
that was
watching the
good.
sniper scene?
Damn, that was a headshot. Sorry, yeah, I was talking when I was doing it, but
Did you
So when
see?
I
But
went to
did you see how the spotter was like
yes, I
gripping
did.
him in order to see how his breathing was in order to? Yeah, I mean that was like
Yeah, I didn't even have
well
to have
orchestrated.
the I didn't even have to have the sound on to know what was going on. I mean, I was
Yeah,
never a sniper or anything, but I do understand how that all played out. One of the things was like I was saying is you mentioned infrared. When I was in the Marine Corps, I was what, AJ?
Nothing.
Okay. My son was tapping me with a freaking beef jerky. I'm like, "Do you need something?" He's like, "Nah." So, we have Humvees. We're designated. I was designated a certain Humvee. And when you go out to the field, you go to the armory, and that's where you get your rifle. Well, I was one of those people who had extra equipment I had to pick up, which was I had to pick up my my night vision goggles, because I was a driver. So I had to have night vision goggles because you have no idea if they're going to do a blackout condition, and the only thing you've got are cat eyes to look at. For those of you who don't know what
So you
cat
pulled
eyes
out
are,
the NB goggles. I know.
yeah,
I heard what you said. The NB.
yeah, the NB. I heard you. So I got that, and then we got another enhancement that came out, a new piece of technology that came out a little bit later for us. Uh, and I think 2000 was when I got. I think it was 2000, 2001. It's, I think the last year or two I was
IR
in,
illuminators.
and yes, I was given one of those infrared things,
Yep.
and it would go on my M16, and what it was designed to do was for me to, if you don't understand this term, I'll explain it, but it would help me paint my target.
Yeah, I think we all know what that is.
Uh, Actually, we had a fun one. I got a good story for you there, Dave.
Yeah, but when you say paint, it means you have to maintain contact with that. It doesn't mean like a video game when you hit click and there's an X on it. It means you're painting it constantly.
Oh, actually, you know what? I was going to say I have a good story, and you just actually pointed it out perfect. We were out at, I think we were out at LZ Penguin in the Marine Corps, and we had been divvied up into two units. My platoon, our squad had been divvied up into a few units. So we were playing a war game against each other, and right now we were literally tied, and we hadn't indexed yet. And my buddy Beatles was one of our expert comm guys, and he goes, they're all over there. They're just sitting around. They're not doing shit. He's like, yeah. Uh, he's like, who's got the, and I can't remember what that piece of equipment was called because it wasn't mine, but we have this piece of equipment that was designed specifically to light up a target, paint it, so you could drop artillery or bombs. So he literally calls in to
It is
our,
definitely the CRM 114
and
from
so
Doctor Strangelove. It's got to be the CRM 114. Also from Quark, but whatever. Go ahead. Sorry.
So he calls it in. So Beatles gets on the Singar's radio, and he's like, "Yeah, this is Echo 3. This is Echo 3 Delta, which, or no, sorry, Echo 3. But he's like, this is Echo 3 Bravo, and we're all radio operators, so we all know our own voices. So everybody knew
Are,
it was
are you
Beatles
allowed to
calling
say
in.
this stuff? Right? I'm just asking, real quick.
Well, Echo 3 Bravo, all that,
No,
all
no.
that
I mean,
stood
like
for.
you're talking about units and stuff. Are you? Is that all good?
No, nothing I'm talking about is an NDO
Classified.
thing.
Okay. Cool.
Nothing I'm talking about is classified. This is all
Cool.
unclassified. This isn't even Nipper level stuff.
Okay.
Uh, so, but what I mean when I say Echo 3 Bravo, I say Echo means enlisted, 3 means he's Lance Corporal, Bravo meant that was his first initial of his last name.
Okay.
But of course, the guys back at back in the rear, like I said, we're all radio operators, so they know who Beatles is, so they know who Echo 3 Bravo is. Like when I would be, depending on my rank at the time, I'd be like, this is Echo 4 Romeo, because my last name is Reed. So he calls in, he goes, I forgot who he got. No, I forgot who he got to do it, but he goes, paint that target. And he goes, what's his coordinates? Yeah, this is Echo 3 Bravo. Yeah, I want to do a artillery drop at this location. And of course, there's no real artillery. This is all simulation.
Coordinates?
Yes,
The military has spent a lot of money, so load the mortar and fire it. Stripes.
So we had the coordinates. We did the simulation. They're like, and they were like, we've hit once, and then you don't say repeat. You don't ever use the word repeat in radio comm. You would say, if you wanted them to fire again, you would say fire for effect, which meant do it again. So we bombed our guys twice, and then it was like, okay, we got the index call. We were getting the index call, and we're like, you're all dead. You get to do all the cleanup at the office while we go home early because the losing team had to put up all the equipment.
Can I ask you about that? Because one of the things that I was looking at when I learned the phonetic alphabet was about fire missions, and it was curious about the difference for fire for effect versus what. I mean, I always assumed fire for effect was like basically bomb the shit out of them with artillery, as opposed to direct fire or something like that, which would be to hit that target. Fire for effect would just be like blast the area and make them scared, and that therefore we can roll in. That was my assumption of it. I'm asking a professional.
It does have the term of fire for effect does mean bombshelling, but we would either use, say, fire for effect to say do it again, or we'd say something along the lines of we wouldn't use the term again. We never used again or repeat. I mean, repeat was actually in radio operator school. Oh my God. You say repeat. We made the mistake of doing that a couple times in radio operator school.
That might mean that you mean a repeater. Yeah.
No, a repeater is completely different.
I know what a repeater is.
Completely different.
I know. I was a ham radio guy, so I know what a repeater is. But the whole fire for effect thing, it's like as opposed to what?
I don't really
direct
know.
Fire?
No, direct fire. I think the term fire for effect target? Is more I think it's more an artillery bomb kind, or it was mostly. I can't say this for every branch, but
right.
Mostly fire for effect was kind of specifically we would use that term when we were talking about mortars, like the M80 mortars or the Arty guys. Actually, one of the coolest freaking things I ever got to see. I was on a trans site. Basically, I had to put an OE254 antenna up and a radio so we could talk over a mountain. We had this obstacle in our way. I saw there was a bunch of Arties out there. I got to look at those artillery guys, and I got to watch them shoot. So I would literally see smoke pop out, and then in the distance, like a few seconds later, a big freaking explosion. I was like, damn, I got the best job in the world right now.
Okay. I'd like the person in the back room to please type in the chat.
Sorry, Cap. I hate to bore
you.
Hey,
with Geek. One of the things in the radio chatter that you'll hear that they also mention is what you mentioned is they'll say smoke first, then fire for effect when doing an artillery. They do the coordinates, and then they have the spotter. Repeat everything
Yes.
Like it just seems like bureaucracy. It's like, dude, there's the
No,
target,
it's
here's
not
the bullets,
bureaucracy.
fire,
It's
and but
no, it's
they
making
are
sure you
confirming,
heard
and
what
it's
the
like
person said.
target number 1-893-722-225. Fire for effect 3 rounds, and it's like, man, geez, like just hey, fire on that position, dude. But
No, no,
because
no,
everything
God,
has to be
no, 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 no,
logged
no,
and
no,
everything
no,
has to be
no.
remembered.
Whew. I've actually seen people get chewed out by colonels and generals for improper radio com chatter. We
I
actually
believe it.
had a I'll never forget one of my colonels one time. He ended up becoming the commandant of the Marine Corps. Go figure. Still
Oh,
looked the
you told
same
me
like I
about
did.
that. Yeah.
Well, Colonel Neller, he gets this call and he gets this I don't know, it was radio chatter, and it wasn't even the colonel listening, or it wasn't even the colonel he was talking to. And he's like, be advised, Commander. And then the Colonel Neller just grabbed it and goes, "You will not advise me a shit." The funniest thing I ever heard in a COC, and it wasn't meant to be funny. I felt really bad for this lieutenant. So we had a female lieutenant. She had a fire team out, and she was calling in, letting us know they were bivouacking for the night. And the question she was asking was, how should they proceed with their contingency? How should they position themselves?
Right.
But the way she said it was, "Roger that, sir. What position do you want me in?" And it is a damn good thing that the radios are have a button on them, because the whole place was laughing. Even the colonel was laughing. He's like, he told her
Well,
what to do, and I was like, oh my god. It's like we all just kind of we
let me
just
ask
did.
you this,
It was so
because
out of the blue.
in Generation Kill there was an officer that was an idiot, that was, a boots on the ground officer, not like a real, he was in a Hummer with the convoy. They called him Captain America, and he was like that guy, like, let's get him, fellas, and everybody was like, oh, jeez.
Yeah, I
And
knew that guy. He was a corporal.
they basically said, let's they had a term for it, but basically, like, he's giving orders, and for the convoy, smaller convoy, it's not, like I said, not big line officer, but he's an officer. But they they basically said jam it, and they just clicked an open mic so he couldn't tell everybody to go insane like he was, and everybody knew he was nuts. Is that something that really happens? Because they did it and they said it happened.
I've never seen something like that, but I have
But
seen
you
some.
saw the scene. You saw the scene before when he was like, "What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you on your comms?" "Oh, I'm going in a fire mission." "Oh my god, what's going on?" That kind of thing. But
Yeah,
they
we had a
basically he was trying to order everybody to fire on like something that wasn't a target, and the other guys were like, "I know how to deal with this. Open the mic," and the guy just opened the mic, didn't say anything, jammed the frequency.
no. That I never would have seen anything like. I never saw anything like that.
I
In
would
fact,
hope
jamming the
not.
frequency. In fact, jamming the frequency. I mean, I'd have to see what kind of radio they had.
Oh, I can do it with the CB.
Yeah, but
I've done it
I'm not
before with the
talking
CB.
CB. I'm
No,
not
I know, I
talking
know.
CB. I'm talking. Okay, when it comes to the standard radio we used for the most part was VHF. It was the Singars
Yeah.
RT1340. The thing is, you can have it in plain text or ciphertext. When you put it into ciphertext, and that's when the crypto's in there. Now, then you also, on top of that, have a thing called freq hop data, frequency hopping. What that
Well, they
basically
actually
is
Geek, they actually did a thing in this series that I want you to watch. They actually did make a big deal about, oh wow, you got the computer with all the maps and the radio and everything, as opposed to just audio comms.
That was becoming a new thing at the time. When I was in, uh, instant text messaging and stuff like that with the computer, the things we do now, like the chatting and stuff, this
Right.
was all relatively new. So we did have, we actually built these in my unit when our new colonel came in. He wanted to figure out if we could make, well, it was our tech guys who made it, not me, but the point was being able to, the goal was to be able to send a message over your computer through our Singar's radio. That was
From
one of
whose
the goals
computer?
they did, and
Command?
we actually did it. We actually did it. We were able
From
to hook
whose
up
computer?
computers and do text messaging back over our classified radio. It was
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is they had this chat. I don't remember what it was called back then. I because I wasn't an IT guy back then. I was a radio operator. I didn't bother with it. But the S2 guys were the Intel guys. They were the ones who got the computers. So, for example, folks, not
Are you
everybody had a
talking
computer.
Navy or Marines? Isn't S2 a Navy clearance?
No, S2 is a designation. It means
Uh,
regiment level intel. If they were division level, it would
okay.
be called. If they were division level, it would be called G.
Well, the reason I ask is because in Black Sheep Squadron, uh, Boeington says to the commander of the naval base, who's like, "I need to know exactly what your damn Marines are doing here on my base," and he's like, "Do you have S2 clearance?" Well, I
What?
will, and he's like, "Well, until you get it, yeah, I don't have to tell you shit." Is kind of what he said. It's not what he said because it was on TV, but you know.
No, I'm not. I'm not familiar with S2 clearance. I've never heard of that. Clearance is usually okay. Clearance works like
This was
this. You
World War
have
II, so you
Okay,
know.
well that might have been okay. Yeah, that was probably something completely a completely different term back then than
Yeah, I'm
what
sure
I
it was.
think of as an S2. Because when I say S2, I think when I say S and then I put a number behind it, I automatically think back to the regiment. Now,
Secretary, second grade.
if you were so like for example, I was what was called, I mean, for lack of a better term, the shorthand version was I was the S3 driver, and that was the operations officer, and I was his driver. So actually, he was the guy. I'll never forget Staff Sergeant Trav Hagen saying this, and he goes, "Hey, Corporal Reed." I'm like, "Yes." I'm like, "Yes, yes, Staff Sergeant." He's like, "You're the ops officer's driver, right?" I go, "Yeah, we're out in California, doing what's called combined arm exercise training. It's called CAX, and I'm out there for 2 months doing that in the desert." And he literally looks at me. He goes, "You think you'd drive it off the cliff and take one for the team?" I looked at him. I said, "Staff Sergeant, honestly, if I thought I could jump out of the vehicle fast enough, I would." I mean, that's how much this guy was hated. I mean, my staff sergeant said that to me, and I'm like, if I thought I could get out and survive, I would probably do it because I hated that guy. Also, he never fucking learned my name.
No,
Always
that's okay.
called
I
him.
don't know the name of the manager of my business, so
No,
whatever.
I was his driver, and he couldn't even remember my fucking name. He always
Well,
just called
he
me.
can go eat a bag of dicks then. I'm sorry, man, but I know your name. I know your real name.
Yeah, but I thought it was so funny. What he would do is the funniest story I have with him is we were at one site. We were supposed to go to another site, and we had a like 10-15 minute window to get through there because they were going to be doing artillery there. So
Oh, God.
he's like literally he's telling me I'm listening in. I'm like, yeah, this is so and so. I'm like, this is Echo 3 Romeo. I'm with we're leaving LZ so and so. We're going to LZ so and so. 1 Echo, 1 Oscar. And he's like, you better get me there before that Artie goes. I'm like, okay. And I drove that son of a bitch as fast as I could. And we were hitting every bump. And he's like, God damn it, Marine. What the fuck are you doing? I'm like, I don't want to get blown up.
I would have
I don't want to get
actually.
blown up.
I would have parked the car. I would have parked the Jeep, Hummer, whatever, taken the keys, and just ran down the road. See you
There are
later.
no keys in the Humvee. That's actually that was actually a joke we used to tell people.
Oh, I
Boots.
didn't know that.
Yes, that was a running joke for us. Was, hey, go ask so and so for the keys to the Humvee.
Yeah.
Okay, and no, the Humvees don't have keys. They're diesel, so you have to turn on. You would turn on the glow lights. What do they call the glow lights, right? And we turn the vehicle on, but there's no keys to it. We also used to joke with people and say Humvees are 4-wheel drive, and we used to tell people, "Hey, go make sure the Humvees are in 4-wheel drive. They're already in 4-wheel drive." We had so
We
much
had similar jokes. We had similar jokes in the fire department. We would take recruits, and I never fell for it because, like I said, I'd already gone to college before I went in. We would find a recruit and say, "Hey, you have your vehicle? Yeah. Can you go over to Station 8 and get a water hammer?" And they would go over to Station 8 and they'd come back with a hammer because everybody knows the joke except for the recruits, and it's kind of mean, but at the same time, like it's like, yeah, I got it, but it looks like a regular hammer. It's like, yeah, now hit a bunch of water with it and take it back to Station 8. It's a water hammer. Same thing as you know what a bowline knot is, right? So we call them bowlines. It's a dragon bowline. So basically, you tie one, flop it on the floor, and drag it across the floor. It's a dragon bowling.
Yeah.
We had one. We had we got one of these boots in, and somebody I knew what was coming because it almost happens every time. He's like, "Hey, I need you to go ask Master Chief for an ID-10 Tango form." Okay. Now it ID 10 Tango. You get where I'm going here?
Yep.
Idiot. So the master guns, literally, when the guy walked in, took out a sheet of paper, wrote "idiot," and handed it to him. Goes, "Here you go." I got screwed really early on. I had to learn this shit very early on in radio operator school because okay, so here's why I fell for it. One, I was new. Also, we actually do use the term prick. It's PRC. It actually does have a meaning. So when I was told, hey, go ask Sergeant for a pricky 5, I go, hey sir, I was told to come to see you to get a pricky 5. Translation: I was calling the sergeant a prick. And let's just say he took it better than I thought he would because he goes, Private Reed, what is a sergeant? I'm like, a sergeant. He goes, what's the pay grade? E5. And then I was like, as soon as I said E5, I was like, oh.
Everybody, I'm going to be leaving the stream because, as I mentioned before, it is time to take down the Christmas tree and all its glory and all its lovely ornaments. And me and my lovely wife are going to be doing that. I'll still listen on, but I won't be able to communicate. And I love talking to all of you guys. And NB, great convo. That's a, you know what? Forget I ever said that. Great conversation. I don't talk like that. I'm under stress. So I have to take down Christmas ornaments. I don't like doing that because I just assumed they were up all year.
Well, you
But-
Thanks for a trip down. Thanks for getting me down a trip down memory lane, man. Some of these things I talked about, Dave, I haven't even thought of in years.
Well, listen, I really think that you would like, and from start to finish, don't like go into episode 4. Like watch Generation Kill. As a Marine, I think you'd like it because it's following a Marine battalion. So, and it is not made up. I mean, it was made by people that make stuff like The Wire, but like drama. But it was consulted by the people that were actually the characters that they're portraying, that were there, and I from what you've said, you like it. The chatter's accurate. It's not a bullshit show, and there's some brutal parts. So probably not for AJ. I mean, honestly,
are you kidding me? AJ's seen Predator. But no, I know what you're saying.
This is human versus human, and there are some unfortunate mishaps by a smoke grenade bouncing kind of thing, and accidental somebody nervous shooting into a car kind of things. In the episodes,
there's a reason why we have rifles. There's a reason why every time we go to the range and every time we got our rifles, we were required to recite rifle safety.
Oh, not like that jerk from what was that Clint Eastwood movie when they went to Grenada. Remember that?
Oh,
yeah.
Shit.
Great movie. Great movie.
Oh, Heartbreak Ridge is a great movie.
Heartbreak Ridge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But
what college did you go to? Heartbreak Ridge. Huh, never heard of that school.
I like that guy. I like that lieutenant. He came into his own.
Damn right he did.
And
Damn
you know
right
why
he did.
he did? Because he
took responsibility.
This is how a senior enlisted or a staff NCO would be. He's the gunny. That's the lieutenant. His job is to make sure everybody survives. His job is to make him a better leader.
You knew the infantry? Yes, sir.
And
what did you do before that? I was what was quartermaster? Were you good at that? Yes, sir. Well, then stick to it.
Because you're a walking
clusterfuck. It was great, man.
You're a walking clusterfuck as an infantryman.
Dismissed.
That was pretty much, you know.
Yeah.
What do you? The funny thing is the way he said it too was when he looks at the sergeant major and Gunny Highway, and he's like, "What are you two squawking at? Get out of my LZ, Semper Fi, sir." Hoorah! I'm
Yeah,
like,
hoorah. See you later. See you later, pal. No problem. You know, it's great, man. That is a good movie. That is a good movie. I mean, yeah.
Actually, that's accurate because I will say this. One of the accurate things there is in the Marine Corps. You will see somebody get their ass chewed in public. They don't go behind closed doors. They will yell at someone right in front of the entire formation. If it's an individual or it's the entire formation, they'll fucking do it. And
how's that
they don't
different
care.
than regular business, though? Any boss that wants to exert their power will do it in public. They're not going to take you behind closed doors and dress you down. They're going to do it in front of people to show they're in power.
Now, I will put it this way. Some people would say, well, don't you think you should go behind closed doors? Let me tell you something. I very rarely ever saw anybody make the same mistake twice after getting a public lashing.
Well, there are certain times when it would be okay, non-military. There are certain times when it would be decent to go, let's have a chat over here, like in my, office or the restroom or the hallway. like instead of doing that way. Doing it that way is intentional. You're doing it to show the crew or whatever term, whatever, that you're in charge. This person fucked up. I'm fixing it, and you're next if you fuck up. In a business
I'm curious.
situation, but in a business situation, it's might be better to say, when somebody's like losing their shit and say, "Hey, can I talk to you over here?" And not do it in front of people.
One of the interesting things, one of the differences I did see in the Marine Corps and the Air Force is in the Marine Corps, you'll see a lot of movies where you'll see Marines, even in civilian clothes, wearing their dog tags.
Right.
Yes, that is not uncommon. That is actually considered. Actually, Monday morning inspections, if you didn't have your dog tags on, you were considered out of uniform. Hell, I was a radio operator. We were ordered to make sure we had a pin. If I didn't have a pin on me, I was out of uniform because I was a radio operator. So I had to have that. What's interesting is now that you told me about this generation, I'm gonna have to look at their boots. And the reason why I say that
No,
is
they do a whole boot polishing thing, and
no, not
I
a boot
think
polishing thing. What I mean is, did you see a dog tag in the boot?
I don't know if I did or not. I probably didn't
Because
look
in the
for it
Marine Corps, I kid you not,
because
this
I
is
was
how it
not in the
worked.
Marine Corps.
No, this is how it worked for us. Yes, we would get issued a set of dog tags, two of them. We were required to buy a third one, and we had to lace it in our boot. Now, do you know why we had to put it in our boot?
Yeah, in case your legs get blown off.
No, in case my head gets blown off
Uh,
and they can't
well,
find my
that
dog
that was the
tag.
whole idea. That was the whole idea behind the dog tag, wasn't it?
Yes, but that's why we put one in our
That's why you had
boot.
to have two sets of
I was
them.
actually, if I
But you
didn't
said
have it in my
three.
right boot, I was out of uniform. I mean, that's how serious they took that dog tag.
Wow, I thought a jelly donut was bad. Man.
No, I think a jelly donut. First off, I don't know how the hell he got a jelly donut from the mess hall
Well, who the
in
hell
boot
has a
camp.
jelly donut in the mess hall? I didn't even have one in Boy Scouts. A
I was
jelly
in boot camp
donut?
for
How did
13
it
weeks.
get
I never
here?
saw. Hey,
Because
I
I
was
was
in boot camp
hungry.
13 weeks at MCRD San Diego, Hollywood Marine. I never saw a jelly donut the whole time I was there.
Ain't no jelly donuts.
But yeah, we had to have. I mean,
Got
this is how
spam
crazy some of the.
and spam. And if you don't like it, run a lap. Or 10.
Here's how restricted Monday mornings were our motor pool day and Monday morning inspection. Go to PT, do PT, go to the unit, inspection time. Several things. For the main things they looked at. They take your hat
Hey,
off, see if you got your name in your hat. They check your collar, see if you got your name on your collar. They check your shirt and make sure you had your dog tags. It was. I mean,
it
you had
was
to. I
it
mean,
was
literally
it
in the
was
Marine
summer
Corps,
it
you
was
had to
summer
stamp
camp.
everything with your name.
It was summer camp. For those reasons, I remember doing the same crap, and I wonder what I was being indoctrinated for. The guy at the ropes course when I went to summer camp was like, "Why are you doing riflery? That's some government crazy shit." And I'm like, "You're a hippie, man. Like, I like the ropes course and stuff, but what's wrong with riflery?" And he was just like, yeah, I mean, big ponytail too, but big ponytail. Like, man, you don't need to be doing riflery. Why? I don't need to be doing ropes either. I don't have ropes and trees where I live, so
I
what's
gotta
a
be
more
honest.
useful skill?
I felt bad for. Air Force really needs to work on their rifle training because I went in one of my earliest years, and okay, I've been taking apart an M16 now for going on 4 or 5 years. I know how to take this thing apart. I go into the
Are you
and I'm
using an
used to having,
M16 or
and
an
I
M4?
still remember my serial number from my rifle. Six two
Wow.
four one five zero seven. 6241507. Still remember the serial number of my rifle because I had to make sure I had the right rifle.
6275309. That's really impressive. I don't know the serial numbers on the guns that I own.
I have, yeah, but do you have them all
No,
written
that's
down?
not Rachel. I'm sorry, Rachel. That is a song. That is not the serial number for a. Yeah, it's my wife.
I
My
know what
wife was like 687.
8675309 is.
Right? She was like, "You don't remember that number?" I'm like, "No, that's not the number that's printed on any of my
I'm
web."
pretty sure we all know that number.
Yeah, it's a good number. Call it.
8675309.
Go for it, AJ.
I got
No,
it. I got it. It
don't
was
stop.
oh,
Don't
AJ
do it.
here. He's AJ here. You know, he could tell you a little bit about the gun training he's gotten from us. One of the proudest moments I had with him was when I think some of you guys have seen my M9. He
All right.
he was finally able to pull the charging handle all the way back, and I handed him. I said, "Hey, honey, check this out." And of course, it was empty. I checked the clip and everything in the chamber, and my son did exactly what he should have done. He picked
The
it up,
magazine.
turned it the other way, away from anybody, and pulled it back.
Of course I
You
did.
mean the magazine?
There was no magazine in the clip, but
Well, there
point
There
is,
wasn't.
was
I
no
tell them I
clip.
don't care if there's no magazine in there. I don't care if there's none of that. You check that chamber every damn time you pick up the gun.
There might be a bullet in there.
Exactly.
That would be a cartridge. The bullet is the thing that it fires. I'm sorry, I get really needly about these things. The bullet
okay.
is what is fired out of the cartridge. The cartridge is what is loaded in the magazine, not a clip.
No, it's called a magazine.
Sorry,
At least that's what we
this is
called it.
one of those little things that I get wordy about. And they're like, "You got the bullets for the clip," and it's like, no, it's not either of those things. I'm sorry. And I know I heard I knew what you were saying, and I knew what you meant, and I'm just being one of those word people right now. And I have
round in the. Well, I'll give you the.
Come on, AJ. You know,
I'll give you the
sometimes these
proper way to
things
say
happen.
it. I'll give you the proper way to say it. The way we were taught. Is there a round in the chamber?
Perfect.
Because that's how it was. And
Yeah.
yeah, I was taught that in the Marine Corps. We always checked. I mean, it didn't matter. It didn't matter if we didn't have. It didn't matter if we had blanks or nothing. You still
When I
checked
had
that.
when I had my
chamber.
SIG, I was lucky because a friend of mine came over and I'm like, "Hey, check this out." I was showing him my little SIG that I got rid of because the Glock is a lot later. And you know that doesn't have a hammer drop safety or anything like that. It's basically if it's in the chamber, you pull the trigger, it goes.
So you basically
I
you have it in the chamber. You have a hot round.
The chamber. Right. I checked the chamber, and sure enough, there was one in the chamber.
Okay.
You always check the chamber. You open it, you look in it to make sure it is not loaded, because even the silliest little display, it might not have hit me or my friend, my wife, my dog, could have hit my neighbor through the wall because I use full metal jackets.
The last thing you want to deal with is an MF.
Just bottom line, either don't have one in the chamber, or if you do carry it with one in the chamber, always be very careful. Never point it at anybody. Never point it at anybody.
My son knows the rules.
It's not a tool. It's not a tool. It is an offensive weapon. What?
Dave, I can actually tell you this right now. I've told my son this and my daughter, both my daughters, many a times. I said, there are toys. Toys are to play with. Tools are used for purpose or used for multi-purposes. This is a gun. It has one purpose. What is the purpose of that gun, AJ?
I forgot.
What is the purpose of a gun?
I forgot. No, I forgot.
Well,
I put him on the
AJ,
slider.
let
kill.
me step in.
To kill.
Well,
that is
no,
it.
no,
That is what a gun is for. A gun is for one purpose: to kill.
no. Well, what's a bow and arrow for? What are darts for? You can also be a professional target shooter. You can be a professional target shooter with a gun. I've seen the guys with the modified 45s do these professional target shooting things where they like have to 30 seconds and they have to hit so many targets and they dive behind cover and they're accurate shots and they have to hit the middle of the target in the middle of a dive. And it's like it's like what do you need a jet ski for? Why are you gonna go jet skiing through like waves and things like that? It's just a jet ski, isn't it? No. 45s are a big. It's a big sport. Sport shooting is a big thing. So it's not only for one thing.
I don't care how much. I don't care how much
It is
sporting
deadly, but
a gun is
shows
meant for one reason: to kill something.
Guns were never invented for target shooting. That's just something that came about later.
I agree, but also
there
at
are
the same
toys,
time, my
there are
pen is
tools,
not
and
meant
there
to
are
kill the
weapons.
person in the next room that's trying to kill me, but I could use it.
It's not. If you used your pen to kill somebody, it would be a murder weapon and you would be a murderer. You used it for a purpose other than it was designed for. Vehicular manslaughter exists because of that.
Is that why they're after me? Well, they said the pen is mightier than the gun.
No, I'm a firm believer in this, and I drill this into my kids, and my wife, even though she's been in the Air Force too. We agree. A gun is for one purpose and one purpose only. It is used
protect you.
for killing. That is all its function is.
Yeah, but add this caveat.
But nothing. But
not
no,
necessarily
but, buddy.
humans.
I'm sorry, Dave. There's no but here.
Not necessarily human. It is meant for killing, but not necessarily human.
It's a legitimate excuse for a gun too. I mean, no argument there. Killing may be. And yeah, you can use a gun definitely for target shooting. No argument. Of course you can. Of course you can.
Right.
But I have to.
Yeah, the bottom line is, it's
a tool,
to kill.
but a tool
No,
for
it's
killing.
not a tool.
It's
No,
a
it's
tool
not a tool.
for self-defense, hunting, or killing.
No, it's not a tool. A tool has multiple purposes. A gun has one purpose.
A screwdriver has one purpose: to turn a screw.
No, that's not
There's
necessarily
other things
true.
you can do with it, but that's what it was designed and invented for.
And
A
gun
gun
is used to kill.
was designed and invented to propel a projectile at high speed. You can use that for multiple purposes, but still, when you get it down to the bare minimum, they're designed for one thing.
Yeah.
They're just tools to do different things.
No, they're not tools. They're
just
weapons.
the thing.
I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm not gonna
Let me listen to what Geek says about. Yeah, go ahead, Geek.
I'm just saying, a gun is not a tool. A tool can be used for multiple things differently. I can use a flathead and a Phillips head screwdriver differently. A gun is for one function. It has one function, and that is it.
But what
It
other
is designed
function
to
would you
kill.
use a
That is why it's
screwdriver
a
for?
weapon. It is not a tool. It is a weapon.
What
I will
other
never
function would
refer
you
to
do
a
a
rifle,
screwdriver
gun,
for?
or anything like that as a tool. It is a weapon, and it is meant to kill, and that is all it's meant to do.
Yeah.
That's
Or
an
target shoot.
oversimplification of it.
Or target shoot, Geek. Sorry. I mean, these guys make a lot of money
target
doing it.
shooting. Hey, my son and I have been target shooting, but I'm still saying it's a.
I mean, when you go skeet shooting and trap shooting, you're not actually shooting pigeons. You, for any reason, you're not trying to eat them. You're shooting clay pigeons. That's sport. I mean, I can use a golf club and bludgeon somebody to death, but that's not what it was designed. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was.
Yeah, you see,
the
you
old
guys keep going
shillelaghs,
back
but
into the whole point of what it's designed to do. I'm telling you, and I'm very clear on this, and yes, I'm closed-minded on this. A weapon, the definition of a weapon is one freaking purpose, and it has one purpose only. What you do with it after that is different. You can use a tool for different reasons. Doesn't mean it's still not a tool. This is
Right.
a weapon. That is
Yeah,
all it is.
I can take
And it
my
is
Leatherman
originally
and
designed
pull
to
out the
kill.
knife and stab people. That's
A
not what
knife
it
is
was
a tool.
designed
A
for. A
knife is a
gun
tool.
is
A knife is a
definitely. I
tool.
agree with you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you
And
100%.
actually, NB, I'm going to disagree with you. A weapon is an arm or implement intended to inflict damage or harm. You are not
Sure.
necessarily shooting to kill. You may be shooting to inflict damage.
Where do you think I would shoot somebody if I had to? Center mass. Why center mass?
Yeah, because
But
it's
there are
most effective.
situations where you're going to
If
be
I
shooting other
discharge
things
my
that aren't human.
firearm towards a person, it would be with the intent of inflicting basically permanent damage. Because if I felt that threatened to do that, and I have I think I told you guys about when I got my ass kicked, not ass kicked, but shoved down in a bar. I had my gun on me. I didn't pull it out. That's not what it's for. It's for dire circumstances. Me being shoved down by calling a racist asshole an asshole to his face, knowing that I was coming. I knew it was coming. And being shoved down with my gun in my pocket, my gun does not come out and go, "Oh yeah, I'm more powerful now. Here's a changer." No, just go, "Oh, that's how it is, huh? Okay." You have to be the bigger person when it comes to things like that. Using deadly force is, well,
Last.
as it says, deadly. You want to be responsible for that? You want to live with killing somebody, or can you walk away? Can you just walk away? Be the bigger man? Yeah, I can. I had it in my pocket. Didn't come out. Didn't even think about pulling it up.
No.
Has nothing to do with the circumstance. Yeah, I was a little embarrassed. Yeah, somebody shoved me down. Yeah, I knew it was coming because I knew that the biggest guy in the bar was making a racist joke, and I called him an asshole for it. So I confronted him. He was much quicker than I thought and shoved me down. And I got up and was like, well, that's how it is. Okay. Guns are not for just pulling out in any circumstance where you feel upset. They're for dire circumstances. They're for somebody kicking in my front door or threatening my wife. That's what they're for. And even then, I would try to de-escalate. Always de-escalate. Guns are the last thing. Any weapon is the last thing you want to. Knives, guns, whatever. Blow torches, whatever you have. Last thing. Broken bottle. Last thing you ever want to do. De-escalate if you can. Move away if you can. Run away. There's nothing wrong with running away.
No.
You don't need to pull out your gun. That is for when people are smashing your car window and trying to, which a situation luckily I've never been in. They're like, "Oh, we're gonna kill you." Okay, gun time. Other than that, I'd still actually try to talk to them. Hey, why? Just angry? Just drunk?
The only thing I hate about my 9mm here is I have to
What?
put it. I have to put it on. I have to actually take the safety off to check the chamber. It's the only thing I don't like.
Do you have an M4? Is it
No,
a
I have a
Burra?
Gemini. No, I have a Gemini M9. Well, the one I carry is a Gemini M9.
Yeah, I'm a Glock collector. I still have my first generation, but my most recent one. I don't know when was that.
Oh, I shouldn't have said Gemini. Sorry, I should have said my Taurus. I got a
Oh,
Taurus.
Taurus. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
I got a Taurus PP1.
Made in
I got
Brazil.
a Taurus PT 111 G2. So
Yep.
I'm gonna kind of try and see if I can maybe explain this a little. You see, this is a knife. It has multiple functions. Yes, it can be used as a weapon, but it is a tool. you use it for cutting stuff.
And that's its function.
Like humans.
Just so you guys know, all clear. This is a gun. This is a weapon. This is the ammo that goes in it. The ammo goes in it because you want to shoot something.
Right.
See,
Yes, not necessarily
with this,
human. And you can only kill a human.
I can do a lot of different things with this. I can cut stuff. I can use it for all kinds of tool stuff. This, shy of right now, it's a paperweight or something I can beat the crap out of somebody with.
Right, if
But
it's not loaded.
when you put the
Well,
rounds in it,
you can actually use that. You can actually use it to beat the hell out of something. But
also
right,
notice,
that's not
folks.
that's not what it was designed for.
Also, notice, folks. Notice where my trigger finger is. Notice where my trigger finger is, folks.
Not
It
on
ain't
the
on
trigger.
the trigger. Do you
No.
know why
Yeah,
it's not
thanks
on the
for
trigger?
Yes, I
elementary
do.
school lesson in guns.
So, but this is a weapon. It is its whole purpose with this and this is just to kill. That's all its purpose is. I can use this for all kinds of different things.
Yeah, they're saying you're oversimplifying it.
No, I'm not.
Its actual purpose is to propel that little lead projectile at the end of the cartridge
It's not lead.
at a great speed.
It's not lead
and
unless you're at a
and when
shooting
it
range.
hits the body, it shatters around. And when it hits something,
That's if you're
it
pointing
shatters and
at
explodes
a
around to
human
cause
being.
damage. It is a weapon. It is meant to kill.
Can you point it at something that isn't alive?
That's a G43. That's mine.
What the fuck does it matter if you can point it at something alive? It was not invented.
You can't
it was
kill
not
something that isn't
invented for
alive.
anything other than
There
killing.
are uses for it
not
other
true.
than killing.
What other purposes
That's what
is
he
a
was just
gun? What
saying.
is the primary
Target
function of a
shooting.
gun? What is the
Well,
primary
what's the
function of a gun?
primary function of a knife? To cut. I think
What,
you're
just to cover
oversimplifying
the
the
stuff?
argument.
What's the primary function of a base? A base. What is its primary
A
function?
bass guitar?
Okay. Okay. I got you guys thinking. Great.
This is my
What is the
concealed carry
primary
right here.
function of a base? Because I can really mess with your minds here. What is the primary function? Is it to provide bass for a little ditty, or is it to be a soloist? What's the primary function of a bass? Let's get it off guns, and let's look at basses. So, primary function? Anyone?
Go.
Nope.
Yes, bro. Want a brother know?
Oh, to play music on a guitar.
Accurate. Very good, AJ.
I can't tell you what the
I think
primary
actually
purpose of a
AJ won the
bass-
internet
the
today.
primary purpose of a bass
I think that
player.
was it. AJ,
I don't have any
really
more-
good job, buddy. Oh, you're a smart kid, man. I love you. That's awesome. That's exactly the kind of thing that I was hoping to hear. Yes. The primary function is to make an oscillation that is audible. Yes.
I'll be right back.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm back.
I was just
AJ.
trying to change the subject a little bit because we were getting a little sounding. Well, no, not heated, but I just don't want the channel to be like, oh man, whoa, these guys are like flashing guns, and it's like the thing is, it's like, yeah, we have guns. What? Not saying anything about utilizing them. We just happen to have them.
Yeah.
No,
I have a
that's why
Christmas
I
tree.
do
I have a Christmas tree right here. What am I going to do with that Christmas tree? Am I going to take it over to your house and set it on fire? No. I mean,
No, and even like I said, I showed you my my gun, my M9, and I had the clip out, and I had or magazine, whichever one you want. I kind of use them interchangeably.
I like
even though I'm
magazines,
supposed
but
to use
I know.
magazine. Yeah, I'm supposed to use magazine. That was always one of my worst things I used to do in the Marine Corps. Get my ass yelled at a lot for that. There was no round in the chamber. I did never put my finger on it, and I never pointed it at anybody.
Yep.
Because that's all gun safety. You can
No,
have
the
a
first
gun
things you learn.
and
First things you learn is you never pointed it anything
This is
that
how
you
it
don't
works.
intend to
You
shoot.
never
You
point it
never
at
put your
anything you
finger
do
on the
not intend
trigger
to
until you're
shoot.
ready to
Keep your
fire.
finger straight.
Right.
Never point a weapon at anything you do not intend to shoot. Keep your finger straight and off the trigger till you're prepared to
And
fire.
squeeze, don't pull.
And
Squeeze.
the last rule is know your target.
And know what's behind it.
Yes. Well, know your target means know. It's probably a short way of just saying know your surrounding. Know
I'm
what
looking
you're
at it
actually
from a
pointing
public
it at.
safety kind of thing. I mean, you're looking at it from a military aspect. I'm looking at it from public safety. It's like, okay, this guy is wielding a machete, and I can take him out easily, but there's like a family of 6 standing behind him. So,
He's got a machete. He's coming at me. I'm pulling out the 9mm.
well,
And hopefully
but you can
he
also
won't come after me after that.
you can
Hopefully.
also change your position. I know this is all thinking real fast if somebody pulls out a machete and is coming at me, but with the family behind him, and since I use full metal jackets instead of hollow points, because I don't intend on stopping you, I intend on killing you. If I'm firing, that's
Hence
that.
my point. Hence my point right there.
And therefore, it will go through you and into that family. I will change my position, or jeopardize myself. I would not jeopardize my wife. If
Well,
somebody
you
was
gotta.
that's
Well,
no
one of the
sorry
things.
that's sorry family, if somebody with a machete is coming at my wife and I have my gun, sorry family.
Well,
Whoops.
let's look at it this way. I think people.
I hate to say it.
Well, Dave, I think
Self-centered.
one of the things people misunderstand is they're really afraid of the gun. Well, if the gun or rifle or whatever doesn't have ammo in it, other than it being a blunt object, because I got taught how to use an M16 as a blunt object, I did learn how to fix my bayonet on there. You have different calibers. Like I said, I prefer 9mm.
I like
I have
nines
some.
because to me they're like BB guns.
No, that's my 22.
After shooting a Kasul, the most uncomfortable gun in the world to fire. Oh yeah, it's a badass big gun. It only has 5 in the revolver because it's so goddamn large. 454. After firing that, it was very unpleasant, and I mean I can understand using that against a grizzly bear that's attacking me, but going to a target range, or first of all, that's not something you would just carry, but going to a target range and firing that thing was a real pain. It sucked. It was like, do I have to actually fire off all the rounds in the chamber? There's only 5. It's like, yeah, I know I shot 1, and I think I broke my arm.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Yeah, and you're bringing up what exactly I was going with here. So, for example, I
Nines you
prefer.
can pop around like a BB gun when you were a kid.
No. You're thinking of it. No. 9mm is good, but 9mm still has a little kickback. You want a plinker? You go 22 LR, like
Yeah.
the Rugers
Oh,
I got. My
or
Rugers are 22 LR.
mag. 22 mag is nice. It's a little louder, but I don't think that they have. I don't think they have subsonics for 22 Magnum. Why would they? But I know
Not
they
that I
do for
know of.
LR.
Well, let's be
But
honest. A 22 doesn't exactly make that loud of a sound. It doesn't.
22 mag does. You'll hear
No,
it.
not a 22 mag. 22 LR. 22 long rifle.
Nah, it sounds like somebody dropped a soda can. Yeah.
Exactly, but you can knock off. You can empty that clip and barely have your hand. I know I should have said magazine. I apologize,
Blah
but
blah
you
blah.
can empty the entire magazine relatively quick and not have much kickback. My 9mm has a little
There's
bit more
none.
kickback, and you got to
Oh
remember
yeah.
when you're firing something like you said, there's a reason why I don't have 45s or things like
Well,
that because
if you
honestly, I don't
load
like
your own
that
ammo,
kickback.
but if
I
you
don't
load
like
your
that
own
kickback.
ammo, and I overloaded ammo for my 9, my Series 1 Glock, and it was shooting sparks. It was brilliant. The only the only time I've got hit on at a shooting range.
You know what I
the
would love
story,
to have
Rachel,
for
right?
my I would love to have for my M4 go out night firing, and get myself some tracer rounds. Because tracer rounds are freaking gorgeous to watch.
No, my buddy who he served in Afghanistan and got blown up a couple times, and he liked to fuck around, and he loaded an entire mag of tracers. He was right on the airfield when they were defending the airfield after they took it over.
What's a
And
tracer round, Dad?
a tracer round is
round
phosphorus, and it basically looks like a laser beam. It
AJ, I'll
usually
show
they're
you on
designed.
YouTube a little bit
They're
later, buddy.
usually
AJ, I'll show you a little bit later on YouTube what a tracer round looks like.
they're usually
Okay.
like and NB, you can correct me. I think they're every 6 rounds if they're a standard load.
I think that is correct. I think it was every 6 rounds was a tracer. If they had the tracers, they were, I believe, supposed to do it every 6 rounds. But
And the reason AJ, the reason that they're not utilized in the same with like laser sights that you see in movies is it gives away your position.
yes, it
So if you're
does.
firing tracers, everybody can see where you're firing from. If you have like that's what we were talking about infrared, but now everybody has that technology. But in the days when they didn't, using a laser sight, not sight, but a laser,
Pointer.
beam, pointer, shows exactly where you are, especially if there's any humidity or smoke in the air. And then blue lasers, green lasers are the worst. The ones you can see like all the time.
Right.
Do you have any idea how much? It's funny when I put. So here's a funny, stupid thing that the Marine Corps made us do. Uh, we were required to not just iron our camis before we got the multicam. Before we got the multicam, those ones you see those guys in, if you
Yeah.
weren't in the field, we were supposed to press them and iron them. And we were supposed to, and so of course they want us to use starch. Well, here's a problem with starch. It fucking lights you up like a goddamn Christmas tree on
Yeah, it's
infrared. And I
reflective.
have
Yeah.
seen it firsthand. So when we went to the multicam, the multicam stuff we had, or as we called them, digis.
Yeah.
We got away from the polished boots shit because that was always stupid. Went to a suede leather and or a suede type of thing. I don't know if it's suede leather. And the camis already had the creases already built in them, and you didn't iron. In fact, it said on there. They actually put it in our regulations. You are not allowed to iron this because it already had a built-in crease. You would probably give it a double crease.
Right.
And but yeah, I mean the funny thing is, somebody told me, yeah, that starch makes you light up like a Christmas tree on night vision goggles. And when I saw it for
Can you find a video
the
about
first
it?
time, I was like, holy shit.
You
But
know,
you're
it's
right about
funny.
tracer rounds. One of the good advantages of a tracer round, though, is it lets the rest of the team, yes, it might give away a position, but it also lets people know where the targets are.
As long as you call the target.
As long as you call the target,
You're not
yes.
wildly firing and just being in a gunfight in the old west. You're
not spraying and
you're
praying.
on comms, and you're following procedures, and you're saying, I've got target number 85. Well, hopefully, odds are you might be in a bad firefight, and then all bets are off. But if you're being instructed to go and say, I need this suppressed so we can move that way, you're going to have a
Ooh,
target
fire
number, and you're
suppression.
going
I
to.
haven't heard that term in a long time. Fire suppression, yeah. I think one of my
I'm not a
favorite things I ever
mercenary. I just
shot
play
was
one on TV.
I think the funnest thing I ever got to shoot in the Marine Corps was also the one thing I hated cleaning, and that was the 50 cal, because that thing was so much fun to shoot. Problem is, all the gunk inside of it after you fired around it looks literally like, I'm sorry for this visual, folks, but it's truth. It looks like somebody just had a massive
Bird's
jizz
ear.
in there. Yeah, it
Bird's
looks like a
ear.
massive jizz effect. And I'm just sitting there with a CLP. I'm like, damn, this was fun till now.
Well, the thing you have to think about what you're doing. You're firing like, okay, take a rifle to the range, a bolt action rifle to the range. You're not firing it that fast. You know, even if you're sniper training, you're not firing fast. Okay, a 50 cal. Here. Jeez.
A 50 cal is what we used
This
to
is
call
a 50
It used to
caliber.
be
This
what
is
we
a
call a
50
crew serve
caliber.
weapon.
This is a 50 caliber round.
Yes, it is.
That's what they look like. Okay.
Yeah.
They're big. They're really big. They're really big. Okay.
What guns
I
are you
mean, you
going
can see
to?
the size of my fingers, but so here's my index finger. They're big. They're big, and they're propelled by a much bigger propellant,
They're probably the
and
size of your finger.
they produce some kick. That's why they're such an effective. They're effectively utilized as not only a machine gun, but as like the Barrett is effectively deployed as well.
You okay?
But it's like an
I'm sorry.
50
I'm
cal is
not. Like I
a,
said, I'm not a mercenary or anything. I don't know anything about this stuff. And I'm not really. I'm not.
well, with a 50 cal, it's like an M249 Golf. It's what is called a crew serve weapon. What crew serve weapon basically means is it's designed to normally
Well, that's what a
be
SAW stands
mounted on
for
a
too, right?
vehicle.
Squad.
No,
Anyway.
no. A crew serve weapon is normally designed to be on, like, say, a Humvee or something. But of
Okay.
course, you have a 50 cal, and
Right.
you can't. And when you have a 50 cal, okay, for example, I'll tell you this: you have a 50 cal, you have, for example, we didn't give out 50 cals because they were crew serve weapons. We didn't give out 249 Golfs. We did have people who had a saw, and the saw was the only one who had an automatic weapon. But guess what he had with it? You had the saw gunner and the A gunner. And the A gunner had the different barrel because they'd have to switch it out in case, if you've ever seen an old movie where you see guys pissing on the weapon because it's hot. Yes, that is why a saw gunner has a separate barrel so they can switch them out and let them cool down so they don't cook and overheat. But when you see, like, on a 50 cal or something like that, you ever watch a movie where they're pissing on it? Yes, that is true. That is a true thing.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna head out. Bird's going live with Cinema Saturday, so I'll see you
Have a
guys
good one,
later.
buddy. Have a good
Okay.
one, Resolute.
Oh, take care, buddy. Mr. Germ.
Someday Dave is going to get that Christmas tree down.
Huh. Yeah, it'll happen. Also, I'm gonna win $1 million.
We're gonna go ahead and gotta get that tree down.
Yeah, and I might one day get a
I want to
one
thank
night stand
everybody
with
for
Jessica
joining
Alba.
us.
That doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Captain.
I had you birthday and tree down, Dave, because your wife's probably
I will. Thank you,
want
sir.
her happy.